Step right in. Through the sound and the static. One skull, one mic. One question that rattles the attic. Thrayle's lantern, bones bright as a star. If you're sure of your answers, you're already too far. Dry wind, dead road, tents made of tattered belief. Mirage of a miracle, promising relief. Skeleton showman, grins from the dune. Call in with your heaven, your haunting tune. Under the wings of light, we're calling out the sky. Is it God? Is it dust? Is it comfort? Is it trust? Every story, every sigh. Hold it up, let it fly. We question the question. Try under the wings of white. Carnival candles flicker in the phone line hum. Tell me what you worship. Tell me why it comes. You're a friend in the storm. Is it something that saved you, or just a ritual? Under the wings of wine, we're caught dust. Is it comfort? Is it trust? Every story, every sigh. Hold it up, let it fly. We question the question. Try under the wings of wine. Truth starts shaking, let it shake, let it breathe. If your faith starts breaking, see what's hiding beneath. Under the wings of wine, to conquer, not to fight, just to look, just to lie. Every doubt, every cry, bright in the night, we question the answer. Try under the wings of wine.
Welcome to our little corner of the web, where the candles burn late and the questions wander freely. Tonight's riddle is a simple one. Can you question your own belief? Not to attack them, not to take them away, just to look at them, turn them around and see how they hold up. If you believe something strongly you still ask questions about it. If you think you can, step on up and request. No debates, no battles, just curious minds and good questions. The Batcolyte is open, and the night is young.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Batcolyte. Go ahead and tap the screen, share the live. And if you do have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief, then go ahead and request up. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I'm not looking to tear down your beliefs or burgle your gods. I really am just here to see if you can question, well, whatever it is you believe in. And also, thank you so much to Scarwolf, Danny Grax, and Majestic Moose, Always Mustard, and Birdies. Thank you guys so much for helping with the goal. Really appreciate all of you. And we're already up to 3.8 thousand likes. That's pretty good. I think the more we tap and the more we share, if we do those shares down there in the bottom right corner of your screen, the more we do that, the more likely we get out to someone who's curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. In the meantime, absent a believer, of course, I've always got more music from the community, and you guys didn't disappoint today. I've got several new songs from you. Some relating to conversations in previous lives, and some just generally great songs about questioning. So thank you guys, and we'll see how many of those we get to hear. Already nearly 5,000. You guys are amazing. 4.5 and climbing. Hello, Carolina. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, I'm 24.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I'm Christian.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
I have not read every verse. I've read throughout, the Torah, some of the prophets. I read a good bit of Proverbs. I think I've read all the New Testament. See, I haven't read it front to back, but I've read a good bit of it. And I've studied a good bit of theology and philosophy.
Do you believe the stories of the Bible to be true and literal?
I affirm the Apostles' Creed. So yes, when it comes to Christ's resurrection, his death, crucifixion, resurrection, yes, I affirm the Apostles' Creed.
You're just speaking specifically of Christ. I'm asking about the whole book. Do you believe that?
I mean, in totality, right?
Yeah.
Yes. So for example, Genesis 1 to 11, I have what's called a mytho-history view of it.
What does that mean?
Well, for example, Adam and Eve, the story of Adam and Eve and the fall, I have a mythological view of it that, of course, humanity would have evolved at one point to have the capacity for reason to where we were capable to have union with God in that sense, right? No longer just animalistic, and we had a transcendent mind. And then the fall would come from having the knowledge of good and evil. We evolved to where we had free will and could choose, make decisions, either good or evil. And so I have a view like that, rather than say Ken Ham. I definitely reject the young Earth creationist view, the literalist view. I affirm evolution. So I take like I said, mytho-history. It's historical in the sense that, yeah.
I have questions about that. So you're saying that it is a mytho-history, that it is something that we evolved, but that at some point, are you saying that there is any choice, that any two humans made a distinct choice that was a rebellion against God?
Right, that's where it gets interesting. There's a man named William Lane Craig, and he says that there had to have been a historical Adam and Eve, and he puts it all the way back to Heidelbergensis, because he says Neanderthals seem to be human, seem to be made in the image of God, and so he says that we evolved, and then eventually there would have been an historical Adam and Eve that did make the decision.
Okay.
I lean more towards it would have been that humanity evolved to a point where we had the understanding of good and evil, and it would have been like it would have been the mass of humans that existed at that time. I don't think it would have
So
necessarily
not
been
a single
one
Adam and Eve, but
right, yeah, exactly.
a
Not a single
community.
Adam and Eve. A community, right, yeah. That's what
And
I lean towards that more.
And this community, you say, evolved to the point where they knew right from wrong and chose wrong. Is that what the...
Yes, one way you could put it is they gained a consciousness, or sorry, gained a conscience.
So they gained a conscience and worked against it, and that's the... Is that the meaning of the story, then? Is that it's
Well, I would
supposed
say,
to reflect this?
yeah. I would say the main meaning of the story, especially when it comes to the fall, is that humanity at one point had union with God, but that because of by our free will, the same way Lucifer in his pride
But before you begin
rebelled
preaching,
against God.
what does that mean, having union again or with God?
Union, yeah.
What does that mean?
Right. I would say that union with God is how Christ says, abide in him, and he will abide in us. So having union with God is living according to his will rather than our own. So it's about
capable of answering
being,
questions
yeah.
directly, or do you need to lace them into a sermon?
Yeah, sorry about that. If you ask me a direct question, I'll do my best to answer it.
I'm fairly certain I have been asking direct questions. So my questions have been about Adam and Eve and the creation. You were saying that you had a mytho-historical view that this means that there's evolution and that at some point a community chose to work against their conscience that they developed. Is that correct? I can't hear you. You're muted. Oh, I see. I see. Fascinating. I don't understand why every answer required um, a counterpoint, introduction, a thesis, and then a concluding statement. I think you could easily have answered some of those with just yeses and nos. But, okay. Well, thank you guys for tapping the screen up 6.5 thousand times. Right, Lathe, why use 3 words when you can use 30? I don't know. Right, Dark Knight. I guess that's what it was. He left. I didn't remove him. I guess that's my fault, Toaster, for enjoying brevity. I mean, I just had more questions, that's all. Felt like if we let every answer go on like that, he was just going to recite the script. I don't understand why a question about creation required someone else's point of view and then him saying he didn't agree with it. Like that whole detour about William Lane Craig didn't make sense. It was like he was fishing for a debate. That might be it, Toaster. That could be. Right, Scarwolf, if... Oh, yeah. That's like a good idea. Somebody had one day. Heretical says, don't worry, I'm here to fall asleep. Oh, we're not worried. And I hope you sleep well. We will be here when you wake, Heretical. Most likely. That's the plan, anyway. ketchup is seeking some kind of acknowledgement. If you've got a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request that. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I'm not looking for some kind of contentious conversation where we competitively keep track of who's rattling off the largest words or most flaming insults. What I really am after is seeing if you can question your beliefs. If you think you can, then, well, there's plenty of boxes here. Look at that. All those boxes. I'm staring into your non-existent soul. What's that like? I think, in absence of a guest, we're going to have to play some tunes. And I did get a few, as I said, a few new songs today from the community. So, I think this is where we'll start.
I'm ready, I'm here. My faith can't be shaken, but I'm quaking with fear. I believe in a God. I've read the text, but it's a bit muddy. Never studied for this test. I was raised to believe it, no reason to doubt. And I've never questioned what the lesson's about. I believe it happened because the word says it did. I thought I answered why, but let me try again. Did I answer the question right? I did answer the question right. I'm not disingenuous, I'm not insincere, but I'll talk round the point till the question's unclear. My scripture is scripted, my lines pre-rehearsed. I'll jump to the chorus before you finish the verse. I've got answers without hiding. What was the question again? I believe there's a reason for suffering. I understand that the plan's still buffering. The written word infallible because it was inspired. And the truth is I'm still lucid, but I'm getting tired. Contradictions don't matter if you let it bend. The literature is literal from a figurative lens. The proof is all around us, there's no need to explain. I'm misplacing my faith, give me space to refrain. Did I answer the question right? I did answer the question right. I'm not disingenuous, I'm not insincere, but I'll talk round the point till the question's unclear. My scripture is scripted, my lines pre-rehearsed. I'll jump to the chorus before you finish the verse. I've got answers without end. What was the question again? let me stay. I can answer, no, stop, wait. I can't answer that question, that's the end of the line. If I keep pulling the strings, it all starts to unwind. I'm not disingenuous, I'm not insincere, but I'll talk round the point when the answer's unclear. You weren't trying to sway me, you only asked why my faith is all scripted, but the ink's running dry. Without it, what was the answer again? Do you believe in a God, higher power, or anything like that? If you do, maybe the Batcolyte is for you. Come on up, and let's see if you can really question your beliefs. Yo, question it, yo, question it, yeah. Yo, look, welcome to the Batcolyte. Thrayle stays late at night, asking if any believers can question their mind as to why that God is one of a kind. Wait, hold up. Can run that by me again one time. So you paid an oath to Odin, a goat to Yahweh, a note to Buddha to save your soul. Wait, what is a soul anyways? Do you even know? You keep calling it energy, does it give off a glow? Can it melt the snow? Why you getting mad? Must be the ego. Talk trash to my boy Hammy. Get the fuck off the show. Yeah, yeah, if you believe in a God with a sense of direction, a higher power from another dimension, the spiritual realm having eternal connection, is that I did a question, it been something to mention? If you don't know, just say you don't know. If you don't know, just say you don't know. If you don't know, just say you don't know. If you don't know, just say you don't know. Questions help you find the answer to what's behind that door. When I hear the debate and the gate to end race, give advice, play nice, say it twice, one time. When I hear the debate and the gate to end race, give advice, late nights. Just here to see if you can question, alright? We think critically, write specifically about beliefs regarding reality, not politically. If you react belligerent or emotionally, Morgan and Crows got them hexes for you, G. We just wanna see if your ass can question your own beliefs. Nobody asked for you to come up here and preach. You see the prompt, can you not read? Matter of fact, get off the panel, Thrayle needs more blueberry coffee. If you believe in a God with a sense of direction, a higher power from another dimension, the spiritual realm having eternal connection, as that I did a question, it been something to mention. If you don't know, just say you don't know. If you don't know, just say you don't know. If you don't know, just say you don't know. If you don't know, just say you don't know. Questions help you find an answer to what's behind that door. I believe what my mind would tell me. Every thought felt true. I watched the signs in the distance, like they all pointed through. But a small voice kept on knocking, soft as evening rain. Said, are you sure about the story? You've been calling your name. What if the question shine the light in the dark of the night? What if I don't need answers to know I'm doing alright? I let the wondering move me, like the tide, like the sea. Maybe not knowing nothing is what's setting me free. I try to stay thinking good thoughts, like a rule, like a law. When the road went the wrong way, I blame my mind for the fall. But life kept on surprising, doing what it do, showing up with a lesson I never tried to choose. What if the question shine the light when the road don't feel right? What if trust ain't controlling every wrong and every right? I let the wondering move me like a leaf on a breeze. Maybe not knowing nothing is the truth underneath. I don't need to force the feeling, I don't need to pretend. Some things come when they're ready, some things never explain. If imagination's a river, I don't have to steer. I just flow with the current, let the meaning appear. I ask my heart in the mirror what it needs to believe. It said rest in the moment, let the future be free. Said you don't have to figure every sign, every clue. Just walk with the mystery, let it walk with you. Yeah, the questions shine the light like a flame soft, and they don't tell me where I'm going, they just help when I fall. I let the wondering move me like the moon pulls the sea. Maybe not knowing nothing is what believing can be. So I loosen my grip on the answers, let the night breathe slow. If the truth wants to find me, it already knows. I walk easy with the wondering, let the daylight come through. Turns out the questions were the blessing all along, not the proof.
Well, welcome back, Carolina. Can you remind me your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, I'm 24. I apologize for dropping. I had to speak with someone.
When you were here, we were discussing your belief in the Christian God, correct?
Yes, and specifically about Adam and Eve, and whether it's more of a historical view or mythological.
Right. And so for you, it was more of a mythological view, but that you still saw that there was a fall somewhere, that humanity at some point gained their conscience and worked against it, and that was the fall, according to you. Is that accurate?
Yes, definitely. And I would want to say, I said yes, definitely. I would agree with that, the way you stated it. And also, I would want to say allegorical. I usually use that term because mythological has a negative connotation. People think, oh, Greek mythology, that's like all made up. So I like to use allegorical.
So what does
Right.
allegory mean?
Yeah, so I would say allegorical.
What does that mean?
Right. So an allegory. Oh, every time, because I think this was probably the first one I learned in school, the allegory of Plato's cave.
Right. What does allegory mean, though, is what I was asking. Oh. if you've left the app to do something, I'm not gonna be able to hear you till you come back. Interesting. But while we wait, thank you guys for the 10,000 times you've tapped the screen. Really appreciate you. Also, thank you, Steve42. I saw you hit that super fan. Well, thank you for that. Also, thank you for the gift code. And thank you, Ketchup, for helping with that too. Appreciate you guys so much. Really do. Oh, and it looks like he's back. I haven't been able to hear you while you were off app, Carolina. And you came back and now you're muted, so I still can't hear you. Did you catch my question before you left before? Oh, you'll have to unmute yourself. It's the little microphone-shaped button either at the bottom of the screen or, right there on your box. Click your box and it'll come up with a menu, and you can unmute. Or I mean, we can just sit here in silence. Oh, you're on the phone. I see. Well, I am going to go ahead and keep moving forward. Appreciate you, though, Carolina, and you can try again here when you're available. But I've got a few more people in queue, and we'll see if they're able to question their beliefs. Hello, Tulip.
Hello, it's been so long since I last talked to you.
I think it has. You'll have to remind me.
It was a couple of, yeah, I think I was on here probably, oh God, like maybe last year.
Wow.
Like, probably.
Can you then remind me your age for TikTok TOS?
Turning 24 this Sunday.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
So the last time we talked, we were discussing about like believing that there is a God. Like I think I identified as either a Christian or a theist. I'm now considered like more of agnostic. But I've been like really leaning towards like the idea of like atheism. It's kind of hard to even say that out loud now because of like me going on these like debates and also these sorts of conversations. But I think when you initially gave me my like the question of like, can you question your belief? It made me go down like a deep rabbit hole of like the historic practices within Christianity and everything like that. And because of you, and I'll say thank you to that, I was able to actually figure out my own belief system without anyone having to lead me to where I need to go today. If that makes sense.
It does. Congratulations. That's really awesome.
Yeah.
Glad to hear it.
Mm-hmm. I think the one thing is that it's really lonely, and like there's not really a lot of people to really compare it to, especially since I'm like wanting to spread my wings and fly and actually be able to be more expressive about what I believe in a very Christian nationalistic world, especially with like dating. When you're like going on dates and whatnot, 9 times out of 10 they're always going to have like a belief system. They believe in a spiritual god, or they believe in like a deity or anything like that. And because of those sorts of conversations, I feel like I have to downplay things, and like I have to mold what they expect me to be, which is like this Christian girl who believes in a god, but also like is not really that religious, but can still believe in a god, right? I think it comes down to the concept of morality and where morality comes from, especially from a god that created the concept of unalivement and destruction and chaos within this world, because in a world full of Christians, they cannot live without chaos. And that's one thing that I've learned the hard way.
Hi, Tulip.
Hello.
Hi, I don't think I was here when Thrayle questioned you, but I've seen you in here, and I love your name because I think tulips are great, and I love like the thing that you just came in here and said. That's amazing. And I had a thing to say to you about the whole dating thing, right? You don't need to be anything anybody expects you to be except for yourself. And if they don't like it, then fuck them. And it does suck, and it is lonely, and it is hard. But if you have Discord, Thrayle has a Discord where we hang out and be lonely together. And also, like, don't feel like you have to downplay any part of yourself, even this part, for somebody ever. This part is special too.
Yes, it's like really hard because like there are certain type of demographics of people. I would rather be around someone who's more agnostic and like spiritual, and rather like, because I feel like when it comes to being around Christians, they always become an apologetic, and I cannot stand apologetics for the life of me, because they're always going to sugarcoat everything, which is why I like coming on to these panels and like atheist panels and atheist debate lives, because they actually show me more deeper things that I did not know for myself when I was a Christian. And I think it's just like, I think sometimes I wish that ignorance was bliss for me and that I didn't dig deeper, but I knew deep down when I grew up in the private Christian school, I kind of knew deep down that there was something that didn't feel right, or that it just felt like every day where what's that thing? It just kind of felt like normal. You know, you drink water, you eat, you do all of that. Yeah, you go through the motions of things without actually realizing, why do we need to actually do these necessities in order to live, right?
I think that you're doing such a great job, and I'm so proud of you, and it's so amazing to hear somebody come here and say, hey, you did this for me and you helped me kickstart this. That's amazing. And you sound like you're really smart, and you're really like thinking about things and trying to like work through them. And that's awesome.
Yeah. And when another thing that made me question my belief is like how Christians approach atheists and agnostics. And it's like one of the most downplaying, double standard, and the most disrespectful thing I have ever witnessed. Because I get so, it's crazy. I get more anxious to go on a Christian panel than I do on an atheist channel. Isn't that insane? Especially with like me growing up in a Christian household and like around very, very like Christian apologetic people at my school that I grew up in. I think one of the things that I've learned is that they are afraid of atheists. They hate the idea that we are able to have critical thinking and that we actually deep dive into these explanations of like why things happen rather than just cause God, you know?
I noticed you said we.
I don't know. I'm sorry. If it is we, I don't know if cat's the same thing, because like
Well, no,
That's the thing. Yeah, I'm
then-
pretty much right there with you.
yeah.
I was just curious if that was new for you, saying we, identifying yourself with atheism.
Oh, interesting. I think
Not notice that you did that?
no, I did say we, but I didn't notice like I didn't collect I'll call him Thyroid. I think see because how I view things and how I was raised. Because I think it was in the beginning of like me fully like kind of deconstructing, where like when I first came up here, you had really great questions of like why is it that you do believe in a god? Why is it that this concept of God could be like the source of like comfort for you? What does it mean to be comfortable? You know, you just digging deeper into these questions made me fully have a broader stance of like, these are things that I was never able to fully cooperate with when I was in Christianity, because it's just like one and one is two, you know, without realizing like why we believe these things, you know, why the concept of believing these certain things happen. And then I go into historic stuff and then mythology and everything. And like, I'm not kidding, you were actually one of the reasons why I ended up figuring out why I even believe these things in the first place and how I am today. So again, I thank you for that.
Also, that skeleton is him. That is what he looks like.
I know it
He
is
looks
him.
exactly like that, even with the long hair, just like that.
Yeah, it's yeah, I need his workout routine. I kind of want to be a skinny legend like him.
Blueberry smoothies and long walks.
Very long walks.
Very
Makes
long
his poor
walks.
dog walk like 5 miles with him, and the dog's done with it, and he's like, "No, Titan, you have to keep going."
Is his dog also a skeleton?
No.
Well, his dog is very thin because he makes him walk 5 miles every day.
Oh, somebody said I was just like you until I found Jesus.
People will say things like that. And you know what? Question that.
Yeah, like
Question it. That's
it's
what I would do.
I think one of the biggest things that I absolutely hate is when I one time was on a Christian live and I said I was a Christian, and then I started deconstructing, and they will always say 9 times out of 10, you were never a Christian to begin with. You were just born an atheist. You were just raised Christian. And I just thought, you know what? Fuck it. Yeah, you're right. Maybe I was born it. I never stuck to it. It never stuck to me like glue, because it just slid right off of me. It was Elmer's glue. It was easy to peel off. It wasn't Gorilla Glue, like that lady who accidentally Gorilla glued her hair down. Like that sort of stuff. Well, yeah.
Before we get too far off into the topic and you earn your first what the fuck, I appreciate you, Tulip. I do.
Yeah.
I really do. Thank you for coming up and sharing your journey with us, for questioning your belief in free choice, even right here in front of us, showing us that you can still question the things that you hold. And I hope that you keep questioning, and I hope you keep coming back to us. And as Kat said, the link tree in my bio, or the Batcolyte's bio, there's a Discord link in there, and you're welcome to join. We look forward to seeing you.
Thank you again. I'm definitely going to join.
Appreciate you, Tulip. I think we are going to move on to the next guest, but thank you so much. Big W's for Tulip.
Big W's for Tulip, and also big W's for Durgon.
Agree. Great questions. I had begun speaking to this guest earlier. Carolina, are you still with us?
Yes, I won't be interrupted again. I
Excellent.
apologize for that.
Just to recap, your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, I'm 24.
24. And we had spoken earlier, you believe in the Christian Bible, but you don't believe in the literalism of the creation story. You believe in evolution, and so you think that the fall is a metaphor for mankind finding their conscience and going against it. Is that correct?
Yes, I'd say that's a good summary. my
And
view.
that's where we kept getting interrupted.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess my next question then, if that is the case, would be how what is the creation story prior to Adam and Eve? Is that a metaphor for something as well? The 6 days.
Yes, I don't believe in a literal 6 days, but like I said earlier, I would say it's more allegorical, but it is true. Like, for some reason, people think that when I say allegorical, that means false, or that means like it's not. People think something has to be literal to be true, but something allegorical can be have a deeper truth than just a literal, straight up truth.
So what
So
is
yeah,
the deeper truth behind the 6 days of creation?
right. Well, I would say Genesis 1 is mostly the idea of it's in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, and the Spirit hovered over the face of the deep. I would say that's chaos. And of course, people will say that Genesis 1 is a ripoff of, say, Sumerian or Egyptian or whichever, or Mesopotamian, whichever other creation accounts. And I would say that's true. It has an ancient Near Eastern context. And so I'd say that Genesis 1 is mostly the idea of chaos, and then there's God that gives order to the chaos.
But as for the truth of the story, um, the 6 days, does that matter in any way whatsoever?
Um, I think the best argument for why it's given as 6 days is the idea of a it's what's the right word? It was a structure for the ancient Hebrews to have a to where they had the 6 days and then rested on the seventh. And it was a way that God instituted. Like, it talks about the signs of the stars and the heavens, that it's all made for us to live for God and
For us to live for God? What does that mean?
to live for God. I'd say to live for God is to live according to His will rather than our own.
And that's what you're saying is the takeaway from Genesis is that the stars are made for us, the 6 days somehow. I'm not sure I understand.
Right, I didn't explain it well. There's someone named Inspiring Philosophy, and he talks about how it was kind of it's sort of a ritual, or it's a way that humanity, specifically in the Garden of Eden, whoever these people were, when they came up with the Torah, they they had an understanding of God ordaining this structure of having the 6 days and then resting on the seventh. And so it's more for the idea of us, how we are going to live when it comes to the 6 days and resting on the seventh. And then when the feasts come in and everything, it's all meant for to have a religious structure rather than it being more about the cosmos when it comes to the 6 days. But of course, like I was saying before, when it talks about the Spirit hovering over the face of the deep, I would say that is an allegorical view or a symbolic view of the cosmos being chaos and then God giving order to it.
What is the chaos that you're like? Are you saying that this is in any way? Um, hmm, okay, if I'm understanding correctly, you're just saying that this is an allegory and that the people of the time used it to structure their lives, and that I guess I'm wondering, is this actually a revelation from God in any way, or is this just what the people used at the time?
Right. Yes, I would say that it's divine revelation.
In what way is it divine?
Well, what makes it divine is that it's from God, from the Holy Spirit.
What does divine mean?
Divine? Right. The divine essence. I would say what is divine is the essence of God. We are, rather than us being divine, we are corporeal, we are carnal.
So,
God is spiritual. It's a
and you're
spiritual
saying
being.
that the divine spiritual essence is in Genesis 1.
Yes, of course. I would say God is that divine essence. And then when it says the Spirit hovers over the face of the deep, I would even say when it says, let there be light, that that is Jesus Christ, the light.
I see. So you're retroactively making this fit so that Jesus is present in Genesis 1, even though it's not literally true.
Well, of course, I believe that Christ is the eternal light. And so even if the people that wrote Genesis 1 didn't quite have a full revelation of it, that's still what it meant.
So I guess I'm not understanding. Divine inspiration for a text means that it will be um,
talks about the Garden of Eden. So Genesis 1 is a creation account of the cosmos. Talks about the Garden of Eden. So Genesis 1 is a creation account of the cosmos.
Is an account of the cosmos, the heavens, and the earth.
Mm-hmm.
And Genesis 2 is just man in the garden. Is the man in the garden included in the cosmos, the heavens, and the earth? Is that mentioned in Genesis
Right, yeah.
1?
Yes. At the end of Genesis 1, more broadly speaking, it says, "Let us make man in our image." And then I would say that Genesis 2 is an account of when human history begins. And so it's more of, like I was saying earlier, we evolve to a certain point to where our understanding, our intellect, and our reason was to where we're able to seek God, to understand God, and then to be able to rebel and to fall. And so I'd say
So
it's in Genesis
let's
1. It's a
let's
more
back up.
broad narrative.
Let's
Yeah.
back up because I'm not hearing the answer to my question here. I guess
Okay.
Genesis 1 mentions men being
Mhm.
made, right? Man and woman in our
Yes.
image.
Right.
Are the man and woman made in Genesis 1 Adam and Eve?
I would say that the man and woman made in the image of God in Genesis 1 would be a more broad narrative of humanity, and I would also say it
I
would be
see.
the ancestors of Adam and Eve. Adam and Eve is set in a certain place, the Garden of Eden, and I'm still not too literal about it, but it is an understanding that a certain civilization sprung up from that region. So it's more of a creation account of that of a certain human civilization being ordained by God at that point in time in Genesis 2.
So Genesis 2, you're saying, is and neither of these stories are literally true, right? Genesis 1, man made from dirt. You don't believe that's literally true?
Not in a magical sense. Of course, if you
What do
look
you
at
mean
like what we're
magical?
composed of, well, I mean, like say God metaphorically snapped his fingers and then like the dirt became man. I don't believe it in that sense, but I would say that mostly from the dust is the idea that we are nothing compared to God. We are mere mortals. I would say
That's
that's
not
the
answering my
allegorical,
question.
of it.
So are we? But we're not made from dust. It's just a metaphor that we're nothing compared to God.
Yes, is an allegorical understanding of that.
An allegorical understanding. Is
Yes.
that kind of how it works? Anytime it's not a literal moment, then it's an allegorical moment.
Well, if someone is writing a story and the intention is allegory rather than literal, then of course why would I try to?
So the
That's like
entire
poetic
story is
psalms. Why would I
allegory.
force it to be literal?
So then the entire story is allegory then.
One you're saying is it either has to be allegorical or literal. Yes, I would say it's allegorical. Yes, definitely.
Carolina, I've got to wonder. Can you question your beliefs?
Yes, I've went from not having faith and being full
I'm not
on
asking if
skeptical
you
to
have in your
yes.
past. I'm asking if
I
you
mean,
now
in this
can
moment,
question
yes,
that I'm speaking. I'm asking if you now can question your beliefs that you hold.
yes, of course, I will. I will to the best of my ability.
We got the board back at least. And Morgan. Hey, Morgan.
Hello.
The background would not come back. I thought I had it fixed, and then suddenly the entire live disappeared. Did not mean to dump anybody. You're all welcome to come back, of course. I'm probably echoing. Let me fix that. Yay, technical issues. Good job, TikTok. Way to bug up.
It crashed on us, huh?
Yes, it did. But now that we're all back, I was asking if you can question your beliefs currently, not if you've questioned them in the past.
Yes. I would say I can question my beliefs currently, yes.
And what does that mean?
To question your beliefs is to consider that you're wrong, that the preconceived notion you have, the understanding that you have, could be false. It could be distorted. And so, yes, we have to always test our beliefs if we want to see the truth.
More broadly than I've been asking very specific questions about particular passages or stories. But why do you believe that the Bible is true at all?
Right. I would say the ultimate grounding that I have in my belief in the Bible is my belief in God. And I would say the reason I have a belief in God is that when I look at the grand narrative of this reality we're in, I believe that there is a source to it all.
So, I guess you're kind of missing my question is, you're saying that it's because you believe in God, but then I would ask, even if there were some God that you believed in, why would you believe that this God is the Christian God?
Right. The reason I believe in the Christian God is the revelation of Christ. And like Paul says, if the resurrection didn't happen, then this is all worth nothing. And so I would say that Christ is the culmination and the fulfillment of all of the law and the prophets. And so I'd say that is why I see that it's true.
But culmination of law and prophets of the Bible, why do you believe the Bible was the question? So it's kind of gone circular.
Right. Well, I've looked at, yeah, I didn't mean to interrupt.
I'm just trying to understand why you believe the Bible at all. And you're saying, well, Christ is the culmination of the law and the prophets, but that's the Bible.
Right. Okay. I would say that I've looked at all of the different religious traditions, all of the different understandings of God, and I've narrowed
All
it
of
down
them?
to the God of the Bible. I mean, I wouldn't say all of them, I'm sure. Right. I mean, if you consider throughout all of humanity, but I guess it'd be more accurate to say all of the major religions.
So why did you move past the Baha'i faith? What was wrong with its version of God?
Yeah, I've seen where Rainn Wilson discusses that. I haven't looked into that in depth, I would say, but from what I remember, it's a pantheism view more than a theistic view, right?
I would suggest you consult their doctrine.
Yeah, I'd be willing to learn more about that faith. I just have a surface level understanding of it from what I've heard. I'm not
If
even
I
sure
were to
what
tell
the
you it
origins
was
of this.
if I were to tell you it was another interpretation of your God, of the God of Abraham.
Yeah, that's interesting. I didn't know that. I thought it was a more Eastern tradition, similar to something like Buddhism. So yeah, I had the wrong understanding of it. You're actually making me
They
intrigued.
believe their founder is the next prophet after Muhammad.
Interesting. When was that?
It would have been in the 1800s. But yeah, I would recommend looking into their doctrine. If you're saying that you've studied all these other understandings of God and found the Christian one to be the most accurate or most true, I would wonder why or how you've come to that.
Right. It's just I don't know if I can explain. I think there is there's a mystical sense of that I'm drawn to Christ. It's like how Dostoevsky said that if the truth proved Christ wrong, that I would choose Christ.
Fascinating. So even if there were evidence against Christ having lived or resurrected, you would still believe in it.
No, that's not the understanding I have from what Dostoevsky means by that. It's more of like like you were saying, literal, having a very literal view of something, or a very, you could say, empirical or analytical in the sense of materialism. I think that God transcends that, and so we're barely able to grasp the understanding of God.
But you said you would still believe in Christ, and I'm curious, is it Christ specifically, or is it God?
Well, Christ is God.
Is that because you were raised in or at least subject to a Christian worldview?
Yes, of course. That I know that influences it largely. But I got to a certain point. I think I was around 16 or 17. You could say I had an existential crisis, and of course, I still had a certain bias to Christianity because I was raised Southern Baptist. But I did my best to question it, and I would say early on I didn't do too well. I was more of I was seeking confirmation bias. I was seeking, all right, I want to believe in Jesus Christ. I want to, let me try to find evidence for it, rather than saying I don't know what the truth is. I'm going to seek out the truth wherever I find it. Of course, I did have that preconceived notion of Christianity, just like how if someone's raised in a Hindu household or Hindu culture.
Do you think that if you had been raised in an Islamic or Baha'i household, that you would still feel drawn to Christ?
Well, I could point to plenty of Muslims that have converted to Christianity.
I'm sure I could find several Muslims that converted from Christianity as well.
Yes, of course. I understand these arguments, and they have some weight when it comes to the idea that we're raised in a certain. It's perspectivism from Nietzsche. We all have our perspective. We're all raised in a certain culture, a certain environment, and all we have is our mind. Even when we try to understand other people's minds, and even God's mind, when it comes down to it, we are trapped in our mind. We only have our subjective or our subjective view, or our perspective. I don't think that disproves God, though. It limits.
I'm not trying to disprove God at all. I'm seeking those to see if you can question it.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems you understand what I mean by that. I see you nearing that precipice, nearing questioning, but then reassuring yourself.
I wouldn't say that.
Go ahead, Dirk. Yeah, Dirk, on.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, I don't know if you hold to a specific denomination, but is there a denomination that you would say that you lean more towards?
Right. I have the one that I've researched the most. I haven't joined this tradition. I haven't been made a member, but the Anglican tradition is the one I've researched the most.
Okay, thank you.
He's just glad you didn't say Eastern Orthodox.
I am glad about that.
Yeah, I'm not an Ortho bro.
I could
I'm not a
tell.
disciple of Jay Dyer.
Yeah, I could tell by the way you were respectful to the panel.
Yes.
Not that all Eastern Orthodox do, but the Ortho Bros, the Phil Bro ones.
Yeah. There's a trend of them being arrogant. Yeah.
Does the truth of Jesus Christ matter to you? If you were to find there was reason to doubt his existence, or even reason to believe that he, as written, did not exist, would that change your faith in the doctrines, the teachings, in the God?
Yes, definitely. Like, for example, if they prove somehow, if they found a Jesus of Nazareth in the tomb and proved there isn't an empty tomb, we have found him here, we have, and somehow whatever evidence there would be, if there was something like that that demonstrably proved it without a doubt or without a reasonable doubt, then yes, I don't. So then I wouldn't say that I am held to my faith no matter what evidence there is. I have a certain amount of skepticism that I have when it comes to that.
Would doubt in Jesus cause you to doubt God?
No, because then I would just think that the understanding of Jesus of Nazareth being the incarnation of God, if that was proven wrong, I wouldn't think that negated any God. It would just prove that he wasn't the manifestation or the incarnation of God.
What is it that compels your God belief? What is the driving understanding, or I don't want to say evidence because that's not necessarily what I'm looking for, but if it is that.
Right, I could point to several arguments for God, whether it's the uncaused cause, whether it's the ontological argument, the idea that...
Is it philosophical argumentation?
Right, yeah. Certain philosophical arguments, definitely.
Is that what compels your God belief, though? Or is it more, is it something else? Is that more excuse for than reason?
Right. I wouldn't say that the philosophical arguments are an excuse. I would say more that there's something mystical and there's something spiritual that draws me to wanting to have meaning and purpose grounded in a God. But then I would say that the philosophical arguments are what gives me more of a rational understanding of it.
Mm-hmm. For you, they feel like structure to that mystical framework.
Yes, exactly. It gives it a structure. It structures the understanding of God.
When you say mystical, like you're drawn mystically towards belief, what can you describe that? Like, what is that?
All right. The best definition I could give as mystical would be the sense of a soul that we have. That when most people ponder on what they are, who they are, that there seems to be something deep within us, deep within our being. That's not just a brain that controls us, not just a purely materialistic. And of course, the atheist argument would be that we evolved to have this illusion of God, right? Or this illusion of a soul, or even free will, that it's all an illusion. And I have struggled with that before. I've been there before, where I think it's all just, you can't prove any of it. And I haven't just believed in a nihilistic philosophy, but I've actually existed as a nihilist. I've lived with no meaning, and it's unbearable suffering. And so
What
I
do
would
you mean
say
unbearable suffering?
right, having no meaning, no purpose, no reason to get up out of bed and to exist, to live.
Your Wi-Fi's got a little, yeah, just a little bit. I really badly want to play something that I've been waiting 2 days to do. It's going to give us just a moment while your Wi-Fi fixes. It is something that needs to happen, though.
She just tilts her head and you confess more than you planned. Cat in a bag, what a drag, what a fact, see that's not what it is.
Okay, go ahead, Kat.
Me.
I made you a button. It wasn't long enough, though. That button needed to be longer.
It's okay.
I bet she does.
I do. I was curious what it means to live with no meaning.
Right. Well, I'd say to live with no meaning is to be in a place where, whether it's a meaning in spending time with family, or meaning in going to college, or working a certain job, that for us to go about living, we have to direct our will towards a purpose. And so I would say that when I say that I lived with no meaning, I was in a place of depression and despair, that where I had no reason to live, no reason to go about acting in whichever way I wanted.
Do you believe that all those with no God belief live with no meaning?
No, I think that the common person, or you could say the masses, have a religious desire and need some kind of higher purpose. But I think that there are some people that are intellectually capable of having no ultimate meaning, but still able to go about their day.
What does ultimate meaning mean?
Right. I'd say there's a hierarchy of meaning, or being, or ontology, and all the way up that hierarchy, at the very top, would be the ultimate, or the absolute, which I would say is the supreme being, that is God.
God is the ultimate meaning of life for humans? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, we we live, our being is grounded in Him, even when we are in a place of unbelief or despair. We are still grounded in His being.
What does it mean to be grounded in God's being?
Right, we're made in His image, and I'd say what that ultimately means is that He is pure act, and He has the divine intellect, and we are made in His image and given an intellect and reason, and I'd say that is what grounds us in Him.
Pure act and intellect, which gives us the ability to have reason. Is that what you're saying?
Sure, yes, I would say that our, well, see, God is pure act, but then we have potential and then actual, and so that gets back to.
So it's J. Dyer with extra steps.
What's J. Dyer?
I wouldn't say that he owns the transcendental argument, but yes,
But it is. It's tag
yes.
with extra steps.
Oh, it's tag.
It
But why?
pushes his presupposition a little earlier, but it's still precept.
Why? I would say that's the philosophical understanding I have of it. I understand it to be true.
You understand that a God having intellect is what gives humanity the ability to reason.
Yes, because I don't think that I think I wouldn't say it's impossible for the cosmos to by happenstance create consciousness and for us to have reason and intellect. I don't think it's impossible. I don't rule it out, but I would say that it's much more likely, and we're able to have it. For us to even be able to consider what is true, we must ground it in the divine intellect. Yes.
Why must we
Why?
ground it in the divine intellect?
Because if we don't have that, what understanding of truth do we even have? Then it becomes just subjective, and it becomes each person's perspective.
How is it not subjective because it is your perspective that there is divine intellect that provides reasoning?
Right, exactly.
Is that not subjective?
Yeah. Well,
That's
yes.
subjective itself.
I have a subjective understanding of it because I am just a human being that only has a certain capacity of understanding. I'm saying
So
that
humans are
what is
not
objective
capable
is
of being objective? That's what I'm hearing you imply. Am I wrong? Is that what you're meaning to say?
no. I would say that we're able to have an understanding of the objective. I think we're limited to having a certain level of subjective understanding from our perspective, from our view.
If you gain understanding of this objective and somebody else gains their understanding of this objective, and those understandings conflict, is that an objective?
Well, that gets into Hegel's view of the dialectic, that anytime there's two opposing views, that there's the thesis, the antithesis, and then a synthesis. So I'd say when say one person has a view of God, and another person has a contradictory view, that ultimately there is an objective view that would be the synthesis of that.
Why should either of those views be the guideline of what is. Couldn't what God is be something completely far afield of the synthesis of those views? Like not existing at all.
Right. If you're fully skeptical to the point where you don't think we can have any understanding of it, I suppose that would be nihilism, right? Or absurdism. Absurdism is finding
Why?
seeing the absurdity in it and choosing to live anyway. But yeah, I would say that just
Why?
because
But why would that be absurdism? Why would not believing in the existence of God be absurdism?
I wasn't saying it necessarily is. My understanding of absurdism is that having the understanding of nihilism, that there is no ultimate meaning or no inherent meaning, you can choose to see it all as absurd and choose to find some meaning in it because there is no ultimate meaning.
What if somebody was to propose that the ultimate meaning is something that has nothing to do with a God?
I'm not sure what that would even be.
What if
Do you
the
have an example of
ultimate
that?
meaning is to exist?
I would say that to exist is God. God is the self-existent one. The whole idea of existence.
So if I
ultimately,
exist, I am God?
we are made in the image of God.
Okay, but didn't you just say to exist is God?
Ultimate existence, yes. Before we existed, before anything else existed, he is
I don't know. This is nonsensical to me. Am I just not understanding?
Presuppositionalism. He has to presuppose everything.
We all have to presuppose something, right?
Right, but your presupposition adds extra steps, adds God, adds this objective understanding of what God is, adds the ability for you to attain pieces of this objective understanding. And yeah, I noticed that you completely avoided my question to try to assign absurdism to a position from which it was asked, but still avoided the question. Kat, did you have a question?
Wait, you said I avoided the question. Could you repeat it?
Is it my turn?
Yeah, it's your turn, Kat.
Okay, so couple things. Do you think that because it was your experience that a nihilistic worldview or not having any meaning, like, was, I don't remember what you said, something about horrible suffering, though, I think. Do you think that because that is your experience, that means that it is a universal human experience?
I think it gives insight into the human condition.
Gives insight into how you feel about the position.
Yes.
But does that mean it is a universal human experience that not having meaning equals horrible suffering?
I would say that when we look at different human cultures across the world, that there is a certain human experience, yes, a certain human condition that we all universally share.
Answer the question that I asked.
Well, if it didn't, then repeat the question for me.
The question was, do you think that because that is your experience, that is a universal human experience? Do you think that not having any meaning is universally horrible suffering just because that's the experience you had with it?
Right. I would say that I definitely don't try to claim that my personal experience is 100% exactly what everyone else would experience if they had no meaning. No, that's not what I'm trying to claim. I think, like I said before, I think it gives us insight into the human condition. And when we look at all the cultures and societies and different ways of living, traditions, I believe that to answer your question, is there a universal human experience? I would say yes, there is.
Well, that's not. I didn't ask that question. So.
Well, you asked, can I kind of put my personal experience onto the universal experience to say, because it's what I experienced, that must be what all humans experience.
I didn't ask if there was a universal human experience, though. So I'm sorry. Hold on. Is that super loud? Not the frogs. I think he's done. Okay.
No, the frogs are super loud.
Yeah, I know the frogs are super loud. My other question was, why do you think that consciousness or human beings happened either by God or by happenstance, and those are the only two options?
Do you have another option?
I have several other options, but it's not about what other options I have. I'm asking why you think that.
Well, as far as I know, either things happen by chance and there's nothing guiding it, or it is being guided. Whether that's
Does there's nothing guiding this mean by chance? Like, are those two does there not being a consciousness or intention guiding this equal it all just happenstance?
Well, yes, I'd say there's no directionality.
But that doesn't mean it was by happenstance or by chance.
What would it be then if something isn't guiding it? If there isn't, even if it's just some kind of panentheism view of like just some consciousness that is within.
Right. So what if
everything.
There's no consciousness? Hear me out. What if there was no consciousness and everything happened through a series of natural processes that at this point that we can fairly confidently lay out?
What set it in motion?
Hang on. Carolina, do you have to, do you require her to answer and guide every structure of a hypothetical for you to be able to engage in it?
I mean, I'm doing my best to give a response.
You're doing your best to refute. You're doing your best to argue, to defend. You're not doing any questioning. You're kind of trying to debate questions. It's kind of weird to watch.
You are kind of arguing with me.
Well, of course, anytime there's a disagreement, it's going to inevitably result in argumentation.
Who said that I disagreed? Did anybody say that I disagreed? Did I say that I disagreed?
No, but that's just it. He's taking every question as a debate stance. That's what he did with my question. The reason I wouldn't re-ask it, he took it and he's like, oh, well, that means you're coming from this absurdist. It must be absurdism. But that wasn't the question. The question had nothing to do with absurdism. The question was about something not being between 2 points. If your assumption could be outside of, or the answer could be outside of your assumptions. But he didn't hear that question. He heard a debate point and another side to defeat. And that seems to be what happens with every question. I don't think he's hearing the question or exercising critical thinking in this way. I think he's doing it in a debate tactic way.
Carolina, what would happen if you didn't eat breakfast this morning? How would you feel if you didn't eat breakfast this morning?
You think I haven't heard of that hypothetical argument? Yeah, I would be hungry.
Okay, I think you should drop him now.
Oh my gosh. As if it's an argument and not a question.
You think I haven't heard of that hypothetical argument? What?
It's not an
I
argument.
know
It's
what
a
the breakfast
it's a
argument
litmus
is, to where
test.
some people aren't capable of understanding
It's a
hypotheticals. I know what that is.
Yeah, it's a litmus
test
test
of
to see if you
hypotheticals. Yes,
can
I know.
engage with a hypothetical.
Is it an argument?
No, like she said, it's a litmus test.
Then why did you call it an argument? Why do you call every question an argument? That was my point. You
I was saying a
completely glossed over,
hypothesis.
ignored. You're just here to debate. Why are you trying to debate us on a live where it says not a debate? What the fuck's the matter with you?
Yeah, I realize you treat everyone this way eventually.
I treat everyone
Well, yeah,
this way.
when
someone
they're
gets pushed back,
disingenuous.
then I'm not being
You came to
disingenuous.
debate.
I'm presenting my views, and
You're
I
not-
have
No, you're
questions.
arguing with
Presenting.
questions. Like I was asking you very direct questions, and you just argued with me. And I even played. I even like gave you some space and like answered your questions and did the back and forth a little bit to try to get you to engage with my questions. I don't usually do that. There are many things. There are many other options between it just happened by happenstance and God. And I think that what I was trying to get you to engage with was, what if this all happened through a series of natural processes that we can explain, like a lot of them, and that's not happenstance, it's science. And so I don't understand the dichotomy that you're finding here.
I think
Right, I understand her now. So you're saying that having an understanding of naturalism where there's naturalistic causes to everything, that doesn't necessarily mean happenstance. That
Yes.
there can still be structure and order within strictly naturalistic causes.
Yes.
Right.
Why is that not an option?
That is an option. That's been my view before.
Hammy has a question that he would really like to ask Thrayle.
would you like to ask it?
Oh, I didn't see what it was. I just saw him.
Then let me see if I can bring him up.
Do you think assuming your position is true from the onset is a good way of finding the truth?
That's a really good question. I'm glad I said something.
Sorry, I couldn't quite hear you. Did you say, do I think that presuming something is true from the onset is the best way to go about it?
Do you think that assuming your position is true from the onset is a good way of finding truth?
No, I wouldn't say that through all of the researching and critically thinking I've done that I assumed. I get that when you argue for God, you do have to make certain presumptions. But I wouldn't say that from the onset I said, okay, God must exist. And so now I'm going to come up with philosophical arguments for how and why. That's not the that isn't my intention.
Really quickly, I'm going to thank Tricera Bear, Philly, in good faith. Also, Saharina and Hannah for helping with the goal. Thank you guys so much. I'm pretty sure I missed a few names there. Yep, Dancing in Duality, Danny Grax. Also, Tide of Silence. Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate all of you. just a moment. If he loads.
Ask wild questions, then I go ham. If it sound wrong, then it might be right. I'm the big ham, barking all night.
Oh my god, it's so good.
Hell yeah. Real quick, I do want to have a follow-up. Isn't Tag assuming that God exists from the very onset? Caroline?
Yes, that's my understanding of it. The transcendental argument is that for us to be able to ground anything in an objective standard, that we must presuppose God first, yes. And what I was saying was that throughout the years of my me questioning my beliefs, that I wouldn't say that was the main that wasn't the main tool you could say I used. I didn't. I'm not like a big presuppositionalist.
So then, why is it the reason you give for believing? Why is it the foundation of your belief?
Right, the foundation of my belief. I want to think about that and really consider what I would say the foundation of my belief is. I'm not sure if we can have a concrete foundation of our belief the same way we can, of course, like I can pick up this pillow beside me and I can look at it like an empirical understanding of it. And that's what I guess that's why I try to say that I point to the philosophical arguments, because it's not empirical. It's like Kant says, it's phenomenological or phenomenological.
But if one of the major things that philosophical arguments that you use to help kind of ground your position starts with God existing from the very onset, how can you say that's a good tool to finding out the truth?
Right. I would say that I would say this is definitely not the only tool we have for seeking truth. But like I was trying to explain just before, I think that when it comes to our understanding of God, we have to make that presupposition. Because where can we start from if we don't first say, okay, if there is a God, and go from there?
Why not start from a more neutral position of, I don't know if there is a God, so let's find, whether it be in philosophy or evidentiary evidence, why not start from that neutral position?
Sure, yeah. I would say that I do try to balance each sides. For example, like if you had a spectrum and you said all of the arguments and philosophical understandings I have for God was on one side of the scale, and then arguments against God or for naturalism, for whichever other side would be, I'd say that I do try to have a neutral view of it, and then say, how much do these arguments weigh me? Like, is it 60% towards God, 60% towards naturalism or materialism? Yeah, that's what I've done before.
But then, whenever it comes to the tag argument, like, this is something that we can use to prove just about anything, right? Like, if I said, if floor clock exists, then intelligibility exists. Or if intelligibility exists, look clock exists. Intelligibility exists, so therefore look clock exists. Does that prove anything?
I knew it, Hammy. I knew it all along.
Right.
I know you
don't
did,
think
Philly.
I don't think that those are equivalent substitutions. I don't think that the idea of an ultimate being or like a supreme being, I don't think that's equivalent to like some kind of floating unicorn or something like that. I don't think that I would completely reject the idea that we can just substitute whatever, like the spaghetti flying monster. I don't think that's correct at all.
Well, that's because you've already assumed that your God is the one that exists, right?
Well, I would point to certain understandings we can have, like when we look at nature and we look around us and we see everything. Of course, that's not presupposing God. That's looking around us and seeing everything and saying,
seeing trees,
this seems to
and
point
saying
towards
what?
the creator.
That's presupposing. Saying, that seems to point toward. That's where you're presupposing. Looking around and seeing things isn't presupposing. But as soon as you said, and saying, this seems to point towards, that's where you threw the presupposition in. Why? Why presuppose that this seems to point towards something?
Well, it's the same as how you give a hypothesis and then you test the hypothesis, right? You can give a presupposition. And then you can
no, it's not really. Whenever I look around me and I see the trees and I see the rivers and stuff like that, I say, wow, that's nature. I don't then go, therefore, God must have created this. I say, this is nature. This is a natural phenomenon. And I'm wondering, why is it that you go that extra step to say, therefore, this points towards God?
Right. One thing that just came to my mind is the Platonic understanding of the forms, and that when we look at something that is beautiful or that is just in this world, it's not quite. It's not perfectly that. When I look at a person's face,
okay,
I see
but this isn't
yeah.
quite answering Hammy's question. You're saying that you look at the world and the world isn't quite a world. That's what your answer's leading towards. Otherwise, the Platonic forms aren't really addressing Hammy's question at all.
Right. Well, I'm saying that, like he said, when he looks around and looks at the world, he doesn't think. All right,
I don't make an assumption about what is beyond the world. I just say this is the world.
It's kind of so. Trying to think of how to phrase this. If a thing happens and you didn't see it happen, but you know the thing happened, just, there's a result of a thing happening. Do you assume that you know how it happened, why it happened, and what the understandings of the beings that made it happen are? Or do you just notice there's a thing that happened and there might be some questions to ask?
Right. Well, that goes back to how we discovered the scientific method, right? At first we did just have superstitions, and we heard like a lion and rustling in the bushes, or we heard a sound in the bushes, right? And Dawkins makes this argument that it's more beneficial to survive to presuppose that it's a lion rather than it's just the wind.
I'm sorry, I'm kind of lost on how that answered the question.
It doesn't. It's kind of like philosophical thought association. I'm surprised he didn't go for Jordan Peterson and the Dragon.
Oh.
Go ahead, Philly.
Are you having problems there, Philly?
All right. I think this is a good time for me to go ahead and end it here, unless anyone else has a final question.
I think,
I think the only question I have left would be, you brought up Plato and his world of forms. Have you actually looked at Aristotle's rebuttals to the Platonic world of forms and Plato's version of the cave?
That's a good point. Yeah, I know that Aristotle takes a more rational understanding of it, or a rational approach, and then of course we have Aquinas that people say baptizes Aristotle. So yeah, I don't know why even. I'll admit that I'm tired and I'm kind of not giving my best responses. I would say that I'm more philosophically aligned with Aristotle than Plato.
That's good news. I appreciate you coming up, Carolina. I will let you go before it turns south. I think this has been an overall pleasant conversation, and I appreciate you at least trying to answer the questions, even if I think in some cases you, whether defensively or reflexively, defer to philosophical argumentation when I think the actual belief could be explored a little more analytically. I appreciate you, Carolina, and I hope you keep asking questions.
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Philly.
I'm
It
sorry.
was my fault. It was. I shouldn't have said the Jordan Peterson thing.
No, it was the
And then I came up with the Peterson voice to say,
it was the comment before that. Philosophical word association.
Yeah, thought association. Yeah, because it wasn't words. It was full thoughts, and it was associative. But I think, yeah, no, I don't want to dwell either. I don't want to sound like we're ragging on him when he was respectful. He was at least very respectful, and I appreciate that. We do have another guest in queue. They have been waiting a while. They don't like waiting, apparently.
Oh, I muted that individual in the chat.
Mm-hmm. They might still be in queue. We can see if they're patient. We're going to bring Kat up first.
Oh, did you all the way mute them? Because I muted him for 5 minutes because I was being nice.
Well, they came back and started spewing insults, so I muted them.
Called us
makes sense.
cowards or something.
Yes, sorry. My Duolingo was shaming me, so I had to go make it stop doing that.
Yeah, you gotta do that every day.
Yeah, or it shames you. Nobody told me about the shaming.
It does. You get notifications.
The robot shamed me.
It's been shaming me for the past, several months now.
Morgan's been very quiet up there.
I'm right here.
I played buttons. I don't have a Duragon button. I need probably
We need a Duragon song to have a Duragon button.
and a Philly Red song. That's an oversight.
That is a big oversight. I will take care of that immediately.
Morgan Levy, master of the story. In a grip, whole world's in a glory.
Yeah, we need more buttons.
That is so fun.
Oh my god. You picked the best. Okay, you picked my favorite line in the song. Like, my favorite line in the whole song. You picked it. And I was like, oh, it's my favorite line in the song.
Every time I see Morgan's name now, I instinctively say in my head, Morgan Lovey.
Hell yeah.
Is Duragon still with us?
He might be asleep by now.
Also, once again, W. Duragon.
Yes. Absolutely.
I was really happy with that.
Somebody needs to follow Duragon to get Duragon's points up to 50.
I got you.
I already follow him, so I can't.
I'm almost never around when Duragon's around, and I haven't had the chance to follow him. So there you go.
Well, tonight, Duragon had the no choices, no such thing as choice conversation with somebody that wasn't me, but I was right here. And it went very well. And it was just very pleasant to listen to, and I was very happy with it. And I think he was too. And so that was nice. W. Duragon. Oh, he is awake. Look at that. We're talking about him.
He just wanted us to glaze him like that.
It was sleep affirmations, but he wasn't asleep. That's not fair. We gotta take him back.
You know what? Philly? I am fairly certain that Thrayle has heard my sleep affirmations 3 or 4 times, because I'll go in there and I'll give him some sleep affirmations, and it'll be and then I'll just be sitting there still listening to music or something, and 15, 20 minutes later he's all of a sudden awake, and I'm like, oh no, you fucking heard that shit, dude.
We can neither confirm nor deny what is heard while we're sleeping in the Discord.
Yeah,
My phone will automatically kick me out of the Discord if my screen is black for too long.
If you want to be part of the Discord community and the conversations that happen there, you can find the link in Thrayle or Batcolyte's bio.
And if you fall asleep in the voice chat, me or Philly or Morgan or Hazel or somebody will come and give you sleep affirmations, which usually consist of us telling you how lovely you are and all the good things about you, but you don't hear us because you're asleep, unless you're Thrayle and you're just pretending to be asleep.
I don't know what you mean.
And then he starts gaslighting me again.
What? Gas? I didn't know you had gas.
How do you light the gas?
No, don't do that. No. But if you have a belief in a god or a goddess or a mermaid or a higher power or anything like that, you should request up, especially, well, really only if you can question your beliefs.
Philly, why did you tell us not to do so? We didn't do anything. What happened?
Don't gaslight Philly.
No, 'cause I will disconnect you, Hammy.
I do get my revenge too.
It's not mod abuse when Philly does it, but it is when you do it back.
Did you hear
That
that?
is
Did you hear that?
Nope. I didn't hear that at all. So my headphone kind of went out.
Too bad.
Let's not do the whole uh, revenge thing. Oh, and he did the revenge thing. Okay.
But now everybody's gone.
You're not gonna do that. So, if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue, just to see if you can question whatever it is you believe in. And if you can, well then, what is it you believe in? And why do you believe it? And we might have a few more questions for you. Uh-oh.
Do you see what you've done?
Finally, there's a bit of room here. Got rid of Hammy and stretch out now.
Are you awake yet? It sounds like you're still asleep.
It was the intention, like sound like I was stretching, like settling into the seat. Hello, 39.
The joke doesn't land if you explain it, my love.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Not today.
Why not?
I just don't feel like putting on a belief today. I
Like
believe,
socks.
yeah. I can never quite find two that match up well enough.
So it's just what sandals today.
Yeah, I thought I would go all natural. Maybe thongs or a thong. One sandal.
I might not be able to drop you out of Discord, but I can drop you out of here. So keep it stay alone.
Can't mustered up a single belief.
Simulation theory. This is all actually just a simulation. And I believe it.
I don't believe you.
Bad. I don't want to take up Hammy's seat. I just want to say hello to everybody. I know you have kind of a full panel of friendlies tonight. So if I'm in the middle of a sentence or something and Hammy wants to come back up here, I'd really like to leave a seat available to make sure that Hammy has a spot here on the panel. And that you also have room for a guest if somebody has a belief in a god or gods or higher power or something like that. And they want to come up here, they can feel free to click the guys on the people at the bottom. There's pink and blue people. And they'll usher you to a seat. There'll be an available seat here in just a moment if somebody disconnects me mid-sentence. Or if you want to click on a plus.
Why would I disconnect him while he's doing such a masterful
know.
segue?
I know, he was like just doing a marvelous plug right there. And he wants us to disconnect him.
Hi, Philly.
Ketchup informed me earlier today that we are in a fight. Apparently, I need to make another truce.
I wonder who will win
don't wonder.
My hope is both will win. I like the truce idea.
Back to the condiment section. Both sides, and that is gold.
No, W's for ketchup.
You know, you guys, there's like a thing about living in the jungle where like sometimes you hear like scary noises in the darkness and both of your animals are right next to you and your person is inside. And so you ruled all those things out.
If you heard something, no the fuck you didn't.
Right. The cat's ears aren't all perked up right now. At all.
See, when I hear things, I'm pretty sure I heard them. And unless I didn't, and usually I try to find out.
Why would you investigate things?
I say, and oddly enough, this is why Thrayle ends up being the first one to unalive in the horror movie.
You know, Thrayle, I think there's only one person up here that walks with a cane, and it might be because the rest of us don't investigate noises.
I don't think that had anything to do with investigating noises.
No, it didn't, and I know it didn't, but it was a good, like, conclusion. There's only one of us here who has been reduced to only a skeleton, and guess what? There's also only one of us who's investigating strange noises. Besides, I've been known to hallucinate noises, so maybe it didn't happen.
Well, just music.
If I hallucinated music, couldn't I hallucinate other noises?
Possibly. That's something you won't know unless you investigate.
Well, I will just pass on that. You know, when Tyler wasn't here, Honey would bark at every noise that she heard all night long. And remember how scary that was for me? She doesn't do it when he's here.
See, I'm gonna investigate that noise.
Yeah, you did that noise.
Yeah, but, I mean, I still investigated it. I know all of the things that thump and scrape against the outside of my house or the studio.
You didn't know when there was a cat on the roof.
I investigated. I assumed it was a raccoon or a squirrel. And later found it was a cat.
That was a terrifying sound.
Hammy's got it right. That was the sound of anyone who can question their god or gods. It was them scurrying away, leaving us only with those who can't and those who have. And Yamad. Hello, Yamad. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 26. Why are you guys like ominously quiet up in here? Is that just like a vibe?
We're just relaxed. Is it ominous?
It kind of seems ominous, honestly.
Enjoy the music.
I'm not trying to kill your vibe or anything, but yeah, it's like the little harp thingy in the background. Everybody's muted up.
Yeah,
Well, it's the middle of the night. We're trying to be relaxed. It's quiet time.
Oh, I got you. I got you.
So,
yeah, maybe it's
yeah,
just me who parties at midnight.
Right. So do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do, yes.
Which god do you believe in?
I believe in Fred, the sparkling unicorn that created the universe.
Fascinating. Does Fred have a doctrine or a faith practice, or is this just your own creation?
No, he does have a doctrine. He absolutely does. It's very simple. It's love others as yourself, and if you question me or what I have told you, you will be sent to the eternal pit of fire.
How long have you believed in Fred?
Well, I met him when I was doing shrooms the other night, and since then.
You met him while you were doing shrooms the other night.
Yeah.
And you have believed in him since then.
Yeah.
How did he present himself to you?
As a unicorn, and he showed me how he created the universe and took me through time and space.
Best shrooms ever, dude. You said there is a doctrine?
Yeah. Before he took off on a trail of rainbows, he was like, unto you I give you one command. You will love your neighbor as yourself, and if you question this doctrine that I have given unto you, you will be sent to the eternal pit of fire.
So he quoted Jesus and then threatened you with hell.
I don't think he quoted
like a really
Jesus.
boring unicorn. So
I don't really think he quoted Jesus.
Before we continue down this Fred path, it looks like we have another guest in queue who might actually be serious.
I am serious, dude.
Right. Do
I'm
you
dead
have an
serious.
actual... Sure.
6 grams of shrooms will fuck you up, bro.
Right. So you're just trying to flag the lie is all you're doing. So fuck off. Respectfully.
I was intrigued that Fred chose to quote Jesus.
It was fascinating. Quoting Jesus and threatening hellfire.
Mm-hmm.
Sounded like a pretty, I don't know, standard god.
I love a good absurdist god.
Right.
But
That didn't sound like a good one.
It felt like it was...
Because it is their, like, that's their faith as well.
Hello?
I missed
Hello,
this.
Mr. Singh.
What is it, morning where you guys are, or afternoon?
Different times for different people. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
21.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, God.
Which god?
The one true God.
Which one true god?
The truth. You can't put a limit on the truth. You can try and put a name to it, but that would be a man-made thing, wouldn't it then?
There
Is
are many
this God-
religions that call God the one true God. Can you please narrow
What do you mean by
the
that?
definition?
If you'd stop speaking over people, you'd hear the question that they're asking.
Sure.
Can you
Go
please
ahead,
narrow
Morgan.
your definition of what you're calling the one true God?
Oh, that's a good question. So a unlimited power of the source of everything, basically, and has no limit, has no end, no beginning.
Does this God concept originate from a specific tradition?
The truth, as in just the beginning. No.
Is there a religious text that describes this one true God?
Without hate, without fear.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't call it a text, but yeah, you might. Yeah.
Can you name the text?
The Guru Granth Sahib Ji.
I have never heard of that before.
Yeah, it's not really a text, it's more of a music. Divine understanding, connecting through music. But also through experience as well, because meditation as well. So connecting to that one power source and leaving the body. Yeah.
How did you learn of this one true God?
Ah, that's a good question. Yeah, through the divine experience, and also just through my guru, right? Through my the Guru Granth Sahib Ji, my master.
I'm sorry, you said your master?
Yeah.
Are you a servant, a slave?
Sure. Because you have to, obviously you're gonna have to get rid of your ego if you want to reach something powerful, because we don't have the understanding.
So you give your ego over to your guru by calling him master and build his ego up, inflating it so much. What is that?
Not really. Because if I don't have the understanding, then what can I say? Until I do reach the understanding,
is your guru immune to ego?
Sorry, what was that?
Is your guru immune to ego?
Yes.
Oh, he's immune to it, so you get to give him all the ego by calling him master.
So, it's the word, right?
Is there a particular reason why you're not naming the faith?
What do you mean? There's no limit to the faith, as in like it's a. As in the path that I walk on is called Sikhi, or it's called Gursikhi actually, if you need it in written terms.
Preferably, yes.
Sure, it just means the student, a learner, follower of the guru. Guru meaning one that takes you out of darkness to light. So guru is darkness and ru is light. So it's two words combined.
Do you align yourself with the Sikh faith?
Yes. But it's not really more of a faith, it's more of a what's called a dharam, or it's called a path. It's also known as a panth in its way.
What would you say?
Sure.
What would you say is the main belief that you hold regarding what we've been discussing?
Which bit specifically, as in God?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's pretty simple. It's God created everything, right? God created us.
What does that mean?
What do you mean? As in, like, the creation
God
was made, was divine,
what does that
divinely
mean?
made. Or the name that we use to connect is
That's not what I said.
But the thing is, there is no name for God.
I didn't
It's
say
just
name.
the truth.
You're not listening.
Oh, sorry.
You're not waiting for the end of the question. You're just preparing to speak. said, what does creation mean?
Okay, what does creation mean? Creation means the making of, you could say.
The making of.
To build. Yeah.
To build.
Yeah, construct. I mean, if you want the...
To
is
put
it like...
things together.
Yeah, you could say.
And you think something put things together?
Yes. As in, do you want the what we understand as creation?
I'm just asking if you were saying that that's what you mean. You think something put everything together.
Yes, but not in the way that, not in the human way. So it comes from the word, the sound. So you know how you hear about the singularity, or it's called the Big Bang?
The Big Bang.
Yeah. So we align with that in the sense that God made a sound, which was...
What sound? What does the Big Bang have to do with sound?
And this was the creation of the earth.
What does the Big Bang have to do with sound?
The Big Bang is to do with the making of the earth and planets and whatnot, but basically from our understanding, to answer your question, is the Big Bang is the singularity, right? So when the singularity happened, it came through God's word.
Any of my questions. I asked what it had. No, what does it have to do with sound?
It has to do with sound, is because that's what made it happen.
What you're saying? Sound made the Big Bang happen?
Yes.
What gives you that idea?
I get this through the Guru. Understanding.
So it's not from science. It's not from the Big Bang.
No, it's not from a science, but you can see them both side by side.
Why are you relating it to the Big Bang?
Because I believe in a singularity as well. That happened.
What do you mean by singularity?
As in the oneness that created a planet, you could say, yeah, or a solar system
that created a planet. So you're relating the Big Bang to mean sound created the Earth.
Not any
I
sound.
don't know if that's what
a sound from God. Yes.
Yeah, I don't know if that's anything indicated at all in the Big Bang. So I don't know why you're relating it to science. And then you're saying that it has to do with singularity. And
the reason I'm relating it to science, or not the sound bit, I'm trying to relate the Big Bang itself as a act. Oh, sorry, you guys talk a little bit slow, not to be rude.
You can still wait for the question to end.
Sure.
Are you in a hurry?
No, I'm not in a hurry. I just, I don't know. I just like things quicker sometimes. Do you have any more questions? Or, was it?
Are you able to question your beliefs?
Definitely. Question it all the time.
How do you question your beliefs?
Oh, that's a good question. So we question the beliefs through gathering together and questioning it directly. Sikhs and other religions among together and questioning it directly as much as possible, actually.
You gather the beliefs together or the people together?
I would say more the people, and the people's understanding, obviously, being on a path can change, or what would you say, like it could advance.
Do you find that you are able to question the beliefs best with others who hold the same beliefs as you, or with those who are outside of your practice?
I think both, but they're more towards people on the practice or similar practice because you understand similar points, and yeah, I think so. But yeah, with other faiths and people from other faiths, it actually aligns really well from our perspective, as in we can understand what they're saying and where they're coming from, with relative understanding.
What's the most recent belief that you hold that you were able to question?
Most recent belief I was able to hold, that I was able to question. That I'm not this physical body, or not limited to this physical body.
And how did you question that?
I questioned that by experiencing it, and also putting answers to it, as in why not? Why are we not this body? How are we not this body? Who are we then? And
So
how
it
can we
sounds
prove
like
that?
So it sounds like you are exploring the belief more than questioning whether or not it is true.
So how could I question it if it was true or not? Could you give me some understanding?
When you say that you are more than the body, what is the part of you that is more than the body?
Understanding what you actually means. So as in the... Okay, so let me put it this way then. So if we're not the body, then how much can you reduce the body till you're not you? So if you chop your arm off, are you still the body? Yes.
But is your arm the body? When you chop the arm off, is it the body?
Exactly. Is it the body? Yeah, the body is this whole flesh, isn't it? From my understanding was previously. So questioning that, I was like, okay, if I'm not this body, then are you the mind? Are you the mind? Okay, what is the mind? Thoughts. Are you thoughts? No, because if I think of an elephant, I'm not an elephant all of a sudden. So I'm that which is thinking or observing the thoughts that I'm having, that I'm experiencing or being given. And how am I getting thoughts? Through air. So air is consciousness.
Let's stop there. You're saying you are that which is observing the thinking. Is that what you're saying? You're not the thing that's thinking, but the thing observing the thinking.
Yes, so far from my questioning on that topic, yes. And the reason being is because if I have a thought of something...
When you observe the thinking, right? Do you have any thoughts about that observation?
On its own, yes, but through meditation, guided through what my guru tells me, then I basically become thoughtless or have no thoughts.
I see. So you have thoughts about it, and can say that that's still your brain thinking about it, observing, and even that thought could be said to be your brain thinking, it's observing its thoughts.
Well, from my questioning, I wouldn't say it's the brain itself, like we said earlier, because if you don't have your arm, are you still you? Yes.
If you don't have your brain, do you think?
I mean, it's helpful, but do we use our brain?
You say it's helpful, but do we see examples where people are incapable of thinking because of brain damage?
No, that I haven't explored yet or questioned. But for me, I think it's from my understanding so far, it's more like consciousness, which I guess entails the brain as well, because it is important. So like, you know, when you dream, for example, like that's controlled by air, from my understanding and my questioning and exploring of this topic. So if you hold your breath, you'll notice you can't have thoughts, or you find it really difficult to have thoughts. If you get rid of all the air in the body, just hold your breath like that.
I'm sorry, so you're saying that do you think that could be because our bodies require oxygen to function?
Yes, but not just the body, the consciousness. For example, when we go sleep.
Right, if the consciousness were a result of the body, if it were a result of a functioning mind, and you ceased that mind's ability to function by ceasing its air supply, its oxygen, wouldn't that make sense then that the ability to think would go as well?
Yes, but then when we go sleep, for example, we still breathe, right? But our consciousness or understanding goes into a dream. So how does that work?
While our consciousness or understanding goes into a dream. You're saying we breathe without thinking about it. Is that what you're asking? How we breathe without thinking about
it? Yes.
Are you aware of what the medulla is?
Yeah, part of the brain.
Do you know what its function is?
Not 100% off the top of my head, no.
So the autonomic functions of the body, such as breathing, heartbeat, digestion, those things that happen that you don't have to make happen.
So who's making it happen then? Yeah, the medulla's doing it, but is that not divine?
Why would that be divine?
Because who could create such a system?
Create?
How?
Why would it be created?
Why would it be created? Because evolution, things change.
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna mute you while you run water. That's kind of a unpleasant sound. I'm not sure. It sounds like he might not be questioning, but maybe Morgan or Durgan, Philly, one of you maybe have a question.
I didn't know that.
Would you like to question?
Questions would be. Yeah, no.
Go ahead, Morgan.
I'm okay.
Okay. Go ahead, Philly.
Oh, earlier when you said that we are more than the body, and we started talking about being able to question that belief. Do you believe that you have questioned whether that is the truth or not in this conversation?
I think, in all fairness, I haven't questioned it enough, but I'm more tried to put it to the test rather than questioning it. If that's a fair statement.
Mm-hmm. What do you think it could look like to question it more?
I think it could look like just giving questions to, attesting to it, basically.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Attesting to the understanding.
In what way?
Of how can it be proven or disapproved? Mostly disapproved if it's being questioned. And if it can't be disapproved, then what is the proof?
So how do you think that one would prove that we are more than our body?
That's a great question, but I don't think I have the answer to it, I'll be honest.
Why do you assume that we are more than the body?
Because I've experienced an experience.
You've experienced an experience regarding more than the body? If you can hear us, when you're off the app, we can't hear you. You're teacupped right now. Give me 5 minutes, is what Mr. Singh has put in the chat, Thrayle.
He's on a phone call. He's gonna get dropped anyways.
Understandable. Yeah, we'll set him down and he can come back when he's ready, when he's got time. No worries.
That started out a bit evasive, but I liked where it ended.
Sorry, what was that, Philly?
I just said that started out a bit evasive, but I found it interesting where it ended.
I agree. Hello, Nadam. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hi, namaskaram. I'm 30 plus.
30 plus. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I don't believe, but I look into it with my intellectual abilities.
You don't believe, but you look into it.
Yep.
So, why don't you believe?
Since ability to.
Couldn't tell if that was me or him.
Am I audible?
No, we didn't hear you. I said, why don't
It
you
cut out.
believe? And then you cut out. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. I said since I have a human system which have the ability to perceive the world around and things around, I don't need to believe anything. I can know things.
I see. So since you have a human system, you're saying that that means that belief isn't something that you need.
Yeah, I don't.
So you have a knowing.
Yeah,
What does belief mean?
I am from a
I'm gonna guess it's the lag on your internet. Oh, I'm not hearing your response. Yep. Adam, I'm gonna go ahead and set you down. Why don't you find yourself a better spot with some better Wi-Fi, or I don't know, try again later. I have a feeling there was a belief there. Call it a belief.
Not a knowing?
No, absolutely not. I believe there was a belief there. I think he defined it out of being belief, but I think there was a belief. I don't think it's that time, but it might be that time.
What is that time?
Time for music.
Oh.
I would much rather a believer request up with a belief in a god or god's higher power or something like that. But there are songs I haven't heard yet. Oh, Adam's back.
Welcome back.
Now I get to question my belief.
hello.
Adam.
I'm audible now. I think
Yes,
it's fine
you are
now.
audible. So I was asking, what does belief mean to you?
For me, belief means some random cognitive patterns, and we assume things out of this information. But yeah, this is what we assuming things is what called belief.
So
out of some
random
sensory
cognitive
perception.
patterns we call information. And you define that as belief.
Yeah, unverified data in your head.
Unverifiable data.
Verifiable, I didn't say verified, not verified. I didn't verify the fact, and I am assuming that is the truth. This is what belief for me.
So,
go ahead, Philly.
If you verify the fact, it is not a belief.
Mm-hmm.
But if you do not verify the fact, then it is a belief.
Yeah, once I verified and I experienced the truth, then it's no more a belief, it's my knowing or my knowledge.
How do you know what the truth is when you say experiencing the truth?
Since the gadget or the life form I am, which is human, I have 5 sensory data collecting agents called 5 sensory organs. Through this, I can experience every dimensional physical existence of life, and I have another interpreting part called brain, functioning. I can interpret this collected data from my faculty of intelligence called brain, and I can, through experiences, I can verify the fact.
So, are you familiar with hallucinations?
Of course, definitely.
How do you know that your experiences are, as you used the word, truth and not hallucinations?
There are states of minds in my experience, like hallucination, thought happening process, and hallucinating. See, this basically hallucination, in my understanding, it is an exaggeration of the imagination, and it's go beyond our control, and that we feel like hallucination. But yeah, that is what I understood about hallucination. Even I hallucinated in times. So that's I know what is hallucination very much.
How do
It
you
is just
know when you are experiencing a hallucination?
see, hallucination happens inside your mind, not in your physical existence.
How do you know when you're experiencing a hallucination?
See, I told you experience for me, five sensory organs are very much physical in nature. I don't consider only touchable or seeable thing as physicality. Hearing is also physicality for me because it's also coming out of my five sensory organs. And smelling is also very much physical for me because that is
Adam, you're not hearing her question.
Are you familiar with auditory hallucinations or smelling hallucinations?
Can you explain what auditory? Like we hear things which is not there.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that. Yeah.
Yes.
So what's your point? I am familiar with all these things which you're telling. So what is the
So
point?
my question is, it's a question. How do you know when you are experiencing, as you called it, truth, and when you might be experiencing a hallucination?
So for this, in our tradition and in our lineage, we have a way and the classifications of mind into different parts, and we have teachings and practices to know and experience these kind of faculties of the mind. So we classify mind into four main categories: buddhi, where the intellect and intellectual things happens. So we are very much practicing these things. So sensory experience and the what discernment of intellect, I will say, to analyze hallucination and the experiences, we need first the sharpness in the buddhi, we call it, which means the intellectual abilities. So discernment of intellect, we have certain practices and
Adam, can you repeat back what Philly's question was?
yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is a personal method to verify.
Can you tell me what her question was so I know you understood it?
How do you define hallucination and the experience, right?
No. How do you know the difference between if you are experiencing a hallucination and experiencing what you are determining, what you are calling true?
Yeah, that's what I'm coming to it. Maybe this knowledge may be new for you.
Okay,
I don't know.
so
This is
what's the
completely
question?
Eastern.
Nada, can you repeat the question or your understanding of the question?
I'm understanding your question is how do you define hallucination?
No.
Is what your essence of the question I am understanding. No. You want to know how I look at hallucination?
No. No. How do you know? How does Nadam know when Nadam is experiencing a hallucination?
I will look into the nature of my experience, and I will analyze the experience, and then I will come into the conclusion with my own
And
knowledge.
what is the analysis of the experience? What do you mean? How do you come to the
It depends on the
conclusion?
experience. I will do session with my that an experience I will analyze. I have my own way of analyzing the experience to come into the conclusion, and it should be very much intact with my intellectual abilities and intellectual faculties.
So how do you analyze it? What is your own way of analyzing it?
See, we have two branches of science called Yoga Shastras and Agama Shastras. So this Shastra means science. So Yoga Shastra is also deeply talking about all these aspects of life, mind, body, and energy. Agama Shastras are also talking about all about this in detail. So these things are our Eastern sciences, and we have every scientific process to look into all these things.
You didn't hear her question at all.
No, I heard the question, but you don't want to take my answer as my answer. You are expecting something else.
I'm hoping that you will address the question.
See, that's what I
Not
said. I
talk
said,
around. I don't like being interrupted.
Go ahead, Philly.
Why don't you go ahead? I think I can go on mute for a little bit here.
Nadam, why did you request that?
Just to have a conversation with you.
Just to talk at me?
Yeah, not just. I am also a seeker in my mind. So I am interacting to enhance my knowledge.
How can you do that?
See, that's what all the basis of my response will be very much strict to my understand. I was supposed to explain you this. What I am doing right now in my system, it's called Gyan Yoga. By interacting, discussing, and debating with people, also you can have data and you can get knowledge out of it.
So you're not questioning your belief. You're just here to tell us about it, to teach, preach, and argue. Cool.
No. I would love you to challenge me with my.
Oh, well, shit. I think he said he would love me to challenge him. Wonder why he can't challenge himself.
Is it music time? I need a music time, please.
Morgan.
Please.
I just saw that we had a request. And I bet he had questions for him.
Hi, Katie.
I did, but that's all right. I can loaf around here if everyone's okay with that. I was it kind of felt like he wasn't willing to put up a scenario. Like maybe he needed some help with just like a mock scenario to yeah. I don't know how many times you repeated "Can you?" and then it never happened. Oh well. Otherwise, I can pop down if that works better.
You're welcome to hang out. I think we're gonna do a short musical interlude. I have, well, at least one song I haven't heard. I know, and one I'd like to. complete silence there. If anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your belief, then go ahead and request up. In the meantime, let's make sure that we tap this screen. We're already up to 86,000, which is really amazing. I appreciate all those taps and all the 66 shares. Those all help us get out to the FYP. Thank you guys so much. But I think we've got a couple of songs we're gonna listen to while we wait to see if anybody has the courage or curiosity to question.
I stay up all night to question my beliefs. Something I decided when I was asleep. Where have I been guided? How far have I gone? What was decided? Where did I go wrong? My hidden assumptions, I'll ponder them deep and stay up all night to question my beliefs. Comfort of purpose, the prison of fate, longing for connection before it's too late. Anything greater than the base and mundane. Something to give meaning to all of my pain. But where have I been guided? How far have I gone? What was decided? Where did I go wrong? My hidden assumptions, I'll ponder them deep and stay up all night to question my beliefs.
Would you join a cult? Hey man, would you join a cult? What would it take? What would it take for you to join a cult? They could be nice folks, let you in on some little secrets they got. Tell you about all the mysterious things that are held away from people's view. Would you join a cult today? Would you join a cult today? Would you join a cult tomorrow? And if you did, what would it take? What would it take? What would you worship? What would you bow down to? A cup of coffee, cup of coffee. Would you worship coffee? I would. Would you join a cult today if they had free healthcare and they housed you for the rest of your life? Would you join a cult today if you didn't have to pay? And would you join a cult today? Would you join a cult? Join a cult. If they were nice people, they were doing nice things, you didn't have any problems with their beliefs, they were just a little weird, they believed in a big old spaghetti lizard man or something. some kind of weird thing in the sky. But hey, if you believed it, you could go to their heaven, or you could make one up if you like. You can come and go as you please. You could do whatever, it's free. Hey, would you join a cult today? Would you join a cult today? Would you join a new culture of a way of thinking, a new lifestyle, a new dress code? Would you join a cult today? Would you join a cult tomorrow? Now, would you join a cult today? I want to hear all about it. Would you join a cult today, or would you join a cult right now? Tell me something. Is it though? Mirror said you, but I don't feel the same. Coffee got cold while I stared at my hands, trying to understand what I don't understand. Heartbeat talking, but it don't use words. Mine keeps running like a restless bird. Got all this fire, but I can't see the flame. Who's in the driver if we share the same name? Is it breath? Is it light? Is it something in the night? Is it love when it hits you just right? What the fuck is a soul? Is it mine? Is it whole? Is it something I can lose or control? Is it deep in my chest? Is it just a good guess, or the rhythm that won't let me rest? What the fuck is a soul? Tell me nice, tell me slow. Is it me or just a story I'm told? Saw a man cry on a downtown train. Said he lost love, but he felt her remain. Said I can't see her, but she's still here. Now tell me what you call that, dear. Grandma's voice in an old cassette, laughing like she never left just yet. If we just bodies explain that sound, why she's still living when she ain't around. Is it pain? Is it grace? Is it time we can't replace? Is it written somewhere we can't trace? What the fuck is a soul? Is it fire in the cold? Is it something that don't do what it's told? Is it truth in disguise? Is it tears in your eyes, or the thing that survives when you die? What the fuck is a soul? Come on, loosen control. Let it move, let it groove, let it roll. Maybe it ain't something you define. Maybe it's the space between the lines. Maybe it's the way you feel alive. nothing else makes sense, but you still vibe. Yeah. Don't overthink, just feel it right there. Yeah. What the fuck is a soul? It's the swing, it's the gold in the cracks where the broken still glow. It's the laugh, it's the ache, it's the risk that you take, it's the love that you give and you make. What the fuck is a soul? Baby, nobody knows, but it dances. Yeah, it dances and it grows. Maybe that's enough. Maybe that's enough.
Hell yeah. Appreciate you, of course, Jimmy B. And I gotta throw a big thanks out there to Michael V for the Join a Cult song. That was great. And The Mirror Said You from Heretical Apothecary. Thank you guys so much. I thought for sure we would have a believer by now, someone who believes that they could question their beliefs. And it seems as though we do have one guest. Hello, BCC. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, brother, I'm 23.
I
was on here before.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do.
And which god is that?
Probably Salvia Divinorum.
I see. So you've decided to try to get the live flagged for some reason. Boring.
That's what I said too.
Really boring.
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't it have been like
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Blake. Sorry, Katie, I didn't quite hear you.
Oh yeah, sorry, I just interrupted you.
That's all right. I was just contrasting the other one's response with couldn't it have been fresh air and regular exercise?
Well, no, he wanted it to be some kind of hallucinogenic substance so that he could list it in detail and
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
That was the that I blocked.
I caught your message right before that too.
That's a throwback. I haven't heard people mess around with that in a hot minute.
Right.
Big time.
That's why you don't take practices from other cultures where you don't have a culture of how to do it safely.
I think it's safe to assume that Duragon is well asleep.
Mm-hmm.
Bad. I always like questioning Duragon.
It's been some of the best interviews we've had on the live have been you two questioning each other back and forth.
Just throwing it back to the first time I was on your live, Thrayle.
Where you came up and I probably questioned you for maybe 10 minutes, and then you were all questioning Duragon, and it was amazing.
Nope. I questioned Duragon first, and then you questioned me.
Was it? Oh, see, yep.
It was before you
questioning
had
was
your
really good.
protocol. Yeah.
That's right. And he had asked if you could come up, if this guy could come up and question him.
Yeah, exactly. This guy wants to ask me some questions. Can he come up to the panel, Thrayle?
Yeah, turned out this guy could ask some good questions.
Who would have thunk it?
Before that, my only interaction with Philly Red had been adorable bat live streams. You had sent me a link to one of the bat rescues.
Mm-hmm.
Little did I know that was to throw me off the scent. You had a taste for bat.
Yes, they're delicious. But the celestial skeletal bat goddess and I have an understanding.
I've never had that before.
Wow.
So as a Cajun Creole, I gotta think about these things for a long time sometimes. Just like, have I eaten that animal?
That is the most country thing I think I've ever heard you say, Blake, and I love it.
I mean, we catch frogs just to eat their legs. So, like, yeah, things get obscure.
How's the questioning been this evening? I've been in and out of sleep land.
Mostly pretty good. We haven't had any really infuriating guests, and the ones we have, we've moved on quickly.
I'm gonna have to I'm gonna have to ask on the Discord live chat about certain topics because I'm not following.
This is how I know me and Billy had very different childhoods.
Wow, Prophet Enoch, that's wildly untrue and controversial.
You mean only one of you knows whether or not they ate that? Is that what you're referring to?
Only one way. It's fascinating. Haven't pharmaceutical companies been synthesizing that since the 1950s?
Yes, yes, they have.
Fascinating. It's almost like people who start and proliferate conspiracy theories like that have no idea what they're talking about.
Yeah, it's almost like it's just one step removed from an EpiPen.
And sometimes we get to the part of the playlist where it's nice that there's not a conversation on top of it. At least this time. But I would love it if there was somebody with a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or something like that, who was curious enough or courageous enough to question their belief. It's interesting how dramatically the odds that Mika passed me on the streets in the last 30 years has raised in just a few minutes.
I've also been in that area. I very well may have passed you as well.
I just meant the congregation she's
yeah.
talking about.
Yeah.
We were likely in that same congregation many times.
I, on the other hand, was a young child looking on at my future.
Someone the other day asked about having a playlist for your background music, Thrayle.
Yep.
Is that anything
I
that
have
you would
kept
share?
all of, I've noticed that kept all of my music in my pocket. While most of the other music that we play is up on the Discord. I should probably start sharing that somewhere.
You know,
I keep adding to it every other day.
Yeah, I want to say some things, but it's probably more discard appropriate.
Yep.
You just need to phrase
I
it.
think I know where your mind's going.
Question about somebody's belief, and you're good to go.
I'm reminded of Discord community member who, yeah, my brain's too tired to have this conversation filtered on TikTok.
Ooh,
Shell, thank you. Wow,
I've never
that was
seen that
beautiful.
before.
Oh no, I was commenting and I didn't see it.
It was a spider. It was super cool.
Shell, were you in the Discord VC today when I was telling my spider stories? Oh, it's so pretty.
Spider I enjoy.
I love it. It's beautiful.
Thrayle, you might have been asleep for that.
Spider story.
Multiple spider stories.
Yeah, I probably was asleep. I don't remember anything spider specific. I am gonna have to share the backing track someday. I have a plan of how to do that. I have things that look like plans and sound like plans. Most of them are just kind of ideas.
So you need an agenda. Got it.
I just kind of do things.
I heard concepts of ideas.
Lists, Thrayle, lists.
I usually just end up doing things and then realizing I have no idea what I'm doing and then try to fix it. Then here we go, a live stream.
No complaints.
But yeah, the just doing part, that usually takes a long time. A lot of weighing options and then hesitantly deciding on something. So something like that'll happen with the music too. Philly, you saw a spider with legs the diameter of a dinner plate.
In my kitchen.
Banana spiders are spooky.
I suspect that it's the same spider or family of spiders that were building webs in the tree that was right outside of my bedroom window. But the webs were getting too much, too many. So we grabbed a broom and to sort of use the handle to whack down the spider webs in the tree. But the first swing, the broom handle literally bounced off the spider web. It was that strong.
Spider web is one of the most strong materials on the planet. It's so structurally sound that if we could replicate it to scale, we'd have practically unbreakable line.
Yeah, there's been a lot of progress in developing artificial spider silk. There is one company in, I believe, Southeast Asia that has developed a process that is probably going to be the first scalable artificial spider silk. They've done a few tests, and there's actually like a spider silk sari that exists out there in the world.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know how comparable it is to natural spider silk, but I think they said it was pretty close.
I keep flickering in and out of existence. I don't like it. I don't know what I'm doing wrong today.
It's kind of
It's kind of unsettling.
yeah, I was trying to think, what's the word? Distracting, unsettling.
I can make it more distracting, but that's not helpful. I'd like it to be less.
Interference from the Vatican, I think. Most sound explosion.
Yeah, it's very reminiscent of like a fluorescent bulb flashing.
If I look up, I just blink out of existence, apparently. Oh, wow.
Ta-da!
Thank you, Shell. That was beautiful. Hello, Amar. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
18.
What year were you born? Toot. Damn, bird. Damn.
What?
Surprising how effective
but
that
how could you
question is.
possibly? Oh, sorry. The tone of, but how could you possibly defeat me?
I believe there was shenaning.
Always.
Missed the shenaning.
There's always shenanigans up here.
What is a shenan?
If you have to ask.
You should shenan again.
Oh my gosh. The store's finally open. I can go get caffeine.
I was literally just thinking about getting up to make coffee.
I was just thinking, if we don't get a believer courageous enough or curious enough to come up and question, then I might fall asleep. That was a roundabout way to invite a believer who is courageous enough or curious enough to question their beliefs into requesting on up on the panel. We're not here to debate or argue. We're not here to burgle your God, stuff it in the shed. We're not here to make you look foolish. We just want to know if you can question your beliefs, and if so, what are they, and why do you hold them?
Hell yeah.
Segue completed.
great segue. But also, thank you, Dancing in Duality, for the spider. And thank you all for the 96,000 times you've tapped the screen. We're almost to 100K. Of course, the more we tap in, the more we share, the more we get out to the FYP of someone who might be curious enough or courageous enough to question their belief. Brad says, the dog ate his belief. It's not homework that you need to turn in. I saw you trying to borrow beliefs the other day.
Your beliefs are edible. Bring them up. I'm hungry. I don't know if Thrayle approves, though.
What is an edible belief?
I don't know, but clearly the dog got one down at least.
But dogs will eat anything.
You should keep them out of the shed.
I wonder if I'm having lag right now. It's acting weird. We need another song, I guess. Maybe just one or two.
Can you question your belief? Do you have a belief in a God? A higher power? Or anything like
Like, even the voice sounds like it's been hanging out in an opium den.
That was such a contrast.
Bent mirror on the midway says I'm taller than my skin. Fortune teller folding tarot keeps on asking where I've been. Candied apples, crooked halos, all for sale along the rail. Every creed a prize booth, every doubt a ticket tail. Hey, spin me around this holy carousel. Let my pretty little truths all yell. Till they wobble, till they crack, till they fall apart. I've been praying to a paper crown. Let it burn as the ride breaks down. If it doesn't fit the scar, it's leaving my heart. I'm pulling threads from the faith I wear to see what's me and what's just there. Choir boys on stilts are singing lines they never learned to mean. Preacher with a painted smile sells forgiveness like it's cheap. Mama's rules inside my pocket like gold coins gone dull and green. Do I bow because I choose or cause I'm scared of losing see? Spin me around this holy carousel. Let my pretty little truths all yell. Till they wobble, till they crack, till they fall apart. I've been praying to a paper crown. Let it burn as the ride breaks down. If it doesn't fit the scar, it's leaving my heart. I'm pulling threads from the faith I wear to see what's me and what's just there. Who taught me what right feels like? Was it love or just old fear? Just fear. If the map was drawn by strangers, why'd I tattoo it right here? I will dance with every question, let it step upon my toes. Better bruised in honest motion than a statue in their row. Spin me around this holy carousel. Let my pretty little truths all yell. Till they wobble, till they crack, till they fall apart. I've been praying to a paper crown. Let it burn as the ride breaks down. If it doesn't fit the scar, it's leaving my heart. I'm pulling threads from the faith I wear to see what's me and what's just there. One last ride in the funhouse glare. I lose a lie, find a spine in there.
And we lost Thrayle.
That was quite the outro that he just did. That was quite the exit.
We have the Thrayle visual, just not the Thrayle audio.
That could not have been timed better.
Almost like it was intentional or something.
Why are you looking at me like that? Stop that. Why is he always giving me looks?
I don't know.
Blinking in and out of existence. He can't even, like, exist correctly.
If you believe that a God exists and have the courage or the curiosity to question your belief, please request up.
I can't believe I haven't gotten the red eyes yet. I'm just looking at the screen and he's just like looking back at me. That's right, Triceratops. Existence is hard some days, I know. The frogs have calmed down some.
They seem to have.
Let's see if the printer is happy now.
Oh my gosh, Bat's got a screenshot, like, perfectly of the, like, of the skeleton looking at me.
Welcome back, Audio Thrayle.
Listen,
not.
necromantic magic is very finicky.
What is happening right now? Oh.
It sounds like you have one particular key right on your face.
You know, one time I was on Tiny's, like, Thrayle was taking a night off, and Tiny was on, and I was on Tiny's live, and, like, literally I'm, like, on Tiny's live talking to him and Rav, and a Koki legitimately jumped right on my face. And luckily I was on mute at that moment, unlike the time that the toad hopped across my foot on this live. But I was like, I came off mute and I was like, you guys will never guess what just fucking happened to me.
And if you guess that you have a belief in a god, God's higher power, or anything else like that, and you can question that belief, request up. You can tap that empty box down in the bottom corner, or you can go to the bottom of your screen and tap the blue and pink people, cyan and pink, whatever the hell color they are. Come on up, let's ask some questions. Let's explore why you believe what you believe.
What is going on with Thrayle over there? What is happening to him? The reanimation thing is rough.
Does anyone know a good necromancer for Thrayle to consult for this?
If we could hear that, that would have been a great remark or
I
question.
can
I don't
only
know.
do so much, KD. I can only do so much from so far away.
Okay, I think I'm aligned again. You're right, it's not an exact science, but
Oh my god, you exist.
I think I exist again. Seems to work. Let's test that out by thanking Scarwolf, Angela, Philly in Good Faith, Polly, Karu, Shell, Tricera Bear, Brad, Tech Omega, KD, and Bats. Thank you guys so much for helping with the goal. Really appreciate all of you. No, it seems I exist. I might be aligned.
You sound alive.
Don't put that on me, Dancing in Duality. This is not my imagination. This is just some random brain and some random bat that isn't me floating around in space.
I don't know. Now that you keep saying it over and over again, methinks the Skelly Man does protest too much.
Wait, what did I protest about?
I don't know, but since you exist, both visually and verbally, auditorially.
Auditorially, yes.
That's a word.
Audibly.
Audibly, thank you.
Nice. Audibly.
I obviously need to get some rest. Maybe somebody should kick me down to the chat, and preferably not while I'm in the middle of a sentence. I mean, that would just be so obnoxious. And
I think she was at the end of the sentence.
I don't think so. She didn't finish the word.
Thank you, Philly. I hope you have a good night. And with that,
Sweet dreams.
we have one less intimidating questioner, one less daunting gauntlet for your belief to make it through before you, declare it true? No. Keep questioning, of course, but if you can question at all, go ahead and request up. Oh, that's a bat.
is it? Are you sure?
Not entirely. Functionally,
Nobody's
sure.
certain at all with this existence thing tonight, I think.
Well, I'm sure that we need more believers and that they're coming. My moon pickles suggest that they are, at least.
If the moon pickle said so, then it must be true.
Well, I brewed them in a April Fool's full moon, so hopefully we get good believers.
When did the Moon Pickle start talking?
It's not that they're saying anything to me. I just feel their energy, maybe. And I know you use a key word, but maybe it's true. Do moon pickles go good with a tuna sandwich?
she is.
A force, Thrayle. A force. And that's all that I'm sure about right now. Even that I'm not sure about. See, whenever I say anything, you have another prompt for what I just said. It's not fair. Socratic questioning is too clarifying. I don't know.
Wait until he gets you on what is reality.
Oh dear, is there a reality one now too?
Yeah, that's my fault.
You know, here's the thing about Socratic. I was on Scott's Live last night, and I was kind of like getting at Socratic questions and just like Socratic discussions. And then, but I didn't come right out and say it because why would you? And some guy tried to condescend to me about the Socratic method, and I was like, oh dear. Oh dear.
So somebody tried to mansplain Socratic questioning to you, of all people?
He had no idea, you know? But yeah, he did. That's exactly what he did. He tried to mansplain Socratic questioning to me. And I was just like, not a good look.
He picked the wrong one for that.
Who, the guy on Scott's Live, Dancing in Duality? That's not the one that was mansplaining. Okay, that other guy did really want to debate me, but that's not it was the different one that was mansplaining Socratic questioning. There was some fucking cringy dudes up there.
Doesn't it kind of defeat the purpose to try to debate Socratic questioning?
Yeah, no, so there was two guys. There was the guy that wanted to mansplain Socratic questioning to me, and then there was the guy that wanted to debate me. And the one that wanted to debate me ended up having some real cringy takes, and Scott dropped him, but not before telling him how awful his takes were.
Well, if anyone doesn't have cringy beliefs and they have a belief in God, higher powers, or mermaids, devils, Jesus, anything like that, and you have a belief in this thing existing, please request up. We would love to ask you a few pointed questions and have a conversation. We're not here to take away your gods or belief in higher powers. We're really here to see if even you understand what it is you believe. So if you know what it is you believe and you're willing to answer a few questions, please request up. We have a box available and a pink and blue person who can escort you to your seat if you so choose.
If we go too much longer without a believer, I'm gonna have to question.
How do you...
Morgan's quit looking at me.
Fuck!
You spoke, Morgan. You brought it into existence.
No, I did. My eyes went right up there.
I really just wanted to ask what your process was, but okay.
My process
How do you choose who you're gonna question? Well,
to look around the panel for who unmutes first.
Like red-eyed Thrayle, or is it real? That you can't convince me it is.
No, it's like predator vision.
Oh dear, you asked for it and you got it.
I don't mind it.
I stand corrected. Next.
Morgan, do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I don't believe in a literal being that has influence or control over myself or reality around me.
Why not?
I don't have enough evidence either way to make a claim of the existence of a literal being.
The verbiage you're using is very specific. You keep saying literal being.
Mm-hmm.
So, what else could a god be?
I mean, a god can be anything. But in this instance, I believe that gods, as we understand them, all of them, are our way of understanding the world at the time. They are conceptualized personifications.
Saying that we anthropomorphize things that we don't understand to make them easier to understand?
Yeah, I am. That's where you get like the whole uncanny valley thing, you know, if it is more human-like, then it's not as scary. I'm a spicy atheist.
Do your beliefs in the metaphorical gods give you a sense of comfort from the scary things?
I don't fear the scary things.
Yeah, the scary things better be scared of you, huh?
But in all honesty, I don't have a whole lot of fear around my personal life, like me as an individual. I fear for others that I can't directly not interfere. Interfere is not, and interject isn't either. And influence isn't either, because I don't want to point it in a specific direction. Just I would say that my biggest fear is not knowing. But I'm able to know more about myself than I am about somebody who's not me. Just obviously, organically, inherently. So I wouldn't say that the metaphorical deity concepts bring me any comfort. Oh, okay. Bye, bats.
Yeah, I think they got
Yeah, fuck you. Andrew
trapped
answers
there.
more weird.
Apparently.
You
I'm
sent
sure
them to
that's good.
Nirvana. You they got the answer to
I'm
life from
kidding.
that.
Yep.
What or are there any specific deities or like a culture that you um usually are like using within your practice?
I pull from many. I prefer to retrace my genealogical roots because I have, to my knowledge, I have no indigenous American blood within my family tree. So I don't feel right involving myself in the practices of, a people that I'm not a part of. So with the research that I've done through genealogy and stuff like that, I typically practice with Slavic deities, Celtic deities. I've incorporated Norse deities because both of my children have Scandinavian ancestry, as well as some more like lesser known um, like folk practices. I employ some Appalachian folk magic, but I wasn't raised in it, so I don't. I try not to. I take a lot of what I read with a grain of salt when it comes to that. Um, but yeah, no, those are the kind of the traditions that I incorporate into my practice.
Why are the traditions important?
I would say that the traditions are important because from how I was raised, looking back, I can still see pieces of the traditions that we left behind once we came to America. And I think it's very important to remember where you came from so that you don't go back there in the future.
So knowing the traditions is important.
Yes.
Is maintaining them.
To an individual, perhaps, but not outside of that, I don't think.
Is the important you know where you came from so you don't go back there? Is that the only reason ancestry is important, or is there more to it?
Can you rephrase that question?
You said it's important to know where you came from so you don't go back there.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the only reason it's important to know the traditions and to know
No,
your
it's not.
ancestry?
No, that's not the only reason. Damn it, I had the answer and now it's my fucking brain's empty.
That's okay. We can dramatically shift the questions to Katie. Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that? This is how you tell if people are paying attention.
I was paying attention, but I was using my phone as a light on my, and I couldn't figure out which phone was where. And I apparently follow the light helped me in this particular case. No. Except for a beautiful rock in my front yard, but we don't have to talk about that. That's all right. Or unless you do want to talk about that, in which case we could. It's satirical, so. But absolutely true and serious at the same time. I'm just in the middle of something, so.
You're okay.
For once, I'm not the one with the angry cat.
I heard that.
Yeah, it's it's a cat for sure. Angry and contradicting. Wants attention but doesn't want attention.
I can barely hear you, Katie. We'll let you get back to what you're doing, and I'll have more questions, I guess, in a moment. But I can dramatically shift the questioning to Blake.
Yes.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Not really.
Why the hell not?
Because don't find it very compelling or logical.
You don't find it compelling or logical. What does that mean?
That all of the deities that I can think of or have heard of don't seem to hold a lot of weight to me. They seem way too human and have a lot of plot holes, way too many plot holes.
Does that include pantheistic gods and ideas of energy as deity? Is that still too human?
Yeah, because it's just built off of a misunderstanding of what that is, and but I do practice stuff culturally, but for me that's just more therapeutic in the way that some, I'm probably gonna say this wrong, but Ayurvedic, is that what you call it? Yoga and the various physical practices, but I forget what question I was originally answering, but Ayurvedic, that's what it is.
It was about if pantheistic and other less anthropomorphic gods were still too human-like.
Yeah, and what I mean by too human is that it's a lot are more just the like gods of the gaps, or like it doesn't actually solve the problems that like provide the answers that um, people think it might. So it's human in the fact that it is an error a lot of times as well, even beyond the very human, um, supposedly higher beings.
What do you think might compel you to believe that some God of any type exists?
Well, I would probably assume that I was insane first these days and go get medical help no matter what the thing was that was powerful enough to convince me. But yeah, it would. I don't know because I think that if it was something like awe-inspiring enough to like give me a moment of like, oh, that is um like supernatural, I would probably talk to my therapist. But but I've had experiences, much like Kat had like talked about with Volcano. I've had experiences where I've been like, oh, I completely understand why somebody would think that this is like um a god or a religious experience. Like one of the weirdest experiences I've ever had, and why, I mean, outside of like um wait, I won't get distracted on that. But like Will o' the Wisps is some of the ookiest, spookiest thing you have ever seen. Like, and they're just like little bubbles of gas that are burning, and but they just it looks like little fairies or like some magic creatures moving about, and they're like neutrally buoyant, so they just like move around really weird, and they're not like completely understood how they work, but like if you look at all the constituent parts, you're like, yeah, that's stuff that would burn and make light.
So even the most fantastic experience, you would look for the gas bubble that's burning to see what fuels it, what makes it.
Yeah, because I used to not, and um, it kind of negatively affected my mental health. I was already very um, depressed, and um, got to a point where I was kind of developing, not kind of, was developing like depressive psychosis. So, and at the time, I was very into um, like getting very into some of like the Louisiana folk magic practices, but it was um, not good for me at the time when I was in that depressive of a state, because I was just looking for something. So I just was so depressed. I just wanted there to be something more, so much that I started like hallucinating stuff. And so I had to really step back and get my mental health taken care of first, and that made me like completely anti-theist for a very long time, in combination with my experience of growing up gay in a Southern Baptist town. But I have since, and through like my education in school and studying things like um, meditation and how to utilize those in therapeutic ways to um, help people deal with some of the same issues that I was dealing with. It really changed my perspective in seeing that like all of these things, just like how I was like driving myself to psychosis looking for something to try and make my life make sense. Like that's exactly how all of these beliefs were developed. And like through some of those reaching for an answer, we did find some very effective, like self-soothing therapies and like techniques that do have um, like actual efficacy in the real world if taken with a grain of salt.
I don't know if Katie, if you had a question, but we just heard keyboard, so I had to mute you for a second there. But did you have a question for Blake?
Yeah, I'm sorry for keyboard. I thought I was out of my own headset. Anyway, yes. First of all, I just wanted to say I'm happy that you're feeling better. And and this is just a silly one, but have you watched and do you have any feelings on the TV show True Blood? Because I feel like it's a bit of a euphemism for growing up different in the South.
Yeah, I love True Blood. There's really any vampire thing going on in Louisiana, I'm gonna be watching that. But yeah, I really like True Blood. It's a good show.
Like being gay, and I think also to some extent like AIDS and HIV, the blood.
Yeah, I'm surprised there hasn't been. Well, it's would be even as a gay person, I'm like, okay, like vampire as a like HIV AIDS situation would be cool. It's like we already get called monsters and demons enough.
But that's exactly why they're portrayed that way. Because that's what they want.
Well, a lot of times in Louisiana folklore, it's like the vampires are the rich, wealthy people that are like sucking the people dry and the masters.
Thanks.
Imagining that something somehow could compel you to believe a god of some kind exists. Would you worship it just by nature of it existing, or would you need something more?
No, I wouldn't worship it because like the belief system that I reached out to more was like ancestral based, and so it wasn't like a worship. It was more like um, giving reverence and basically like they were free to help out if they wanted to, but had no obligation to, and understanding how cantankerous my family is, knowing that they probably wouldn't.
Uh-oh.
Now what?
Ask wild questions, then I go ham. If it sound wrong, then it might be right. I'm the big ham, barking all night.
That had to happen.
Hey, you didn't do that for me when I came up.
But we were in the middle of questioning when you came up, and I did play it as soon as we were done.
Not this time.
Welcome, honey.
Do what?
Bonjour, Ambon.
Oh, thank you, Blake. Bonjour to you as well.
Wait, you pronounce bonjour, but with crows you say mutton chops.
Yeah, mutton chops. What, do you want me to say
Right.
bonjour to Blake?
Well, I'm just kind of confused why you don't say, like, banjo or something else like that.
Bon Jovi.
I've had more time being able to pronounce bonjour.
Mm-hmm. Did you have a question for Blake?
I do have one somewhere in my brain, but I've got to hear more questioning of him to unlock it.
What a cop-out.
I think I might have an answer to the question you asked me.
Okay.
So, the idea that I was trying to express earlier is that remembering preserves the story, while the practice preserves the meaning. And it's important, in my opinion, to embody the practices, because once they are no longer lived in, that's when we lose understanding of what they were for and why they existed.
Like, for example, in Victorian salt shakers sets, there's three. There was salt, pepper, and something else. And we have no idea what that third spice was. It was only like 200 years ago. We have no idea what that third spice was.
That seems wrong. I feel like we should know. How do we not know?
Yeah, because some things are considered so mundane that they never get recorded.
They're never recorded, they're never passed on. And once those traditions, once those pieces, once those rituals stop being practiced, at that point you're not preserving anything, you're just guessing about it. You're filling in the blanks with random information. And I personally think that's really disingenuous.
Is it still just disingenuous if you don't truly know what that third ingredient is?
No. But
I'm really mad that I know this now. Just FYI. Because I can't.
Yeah, it's theorized that it was
It's
probably
gonna plague
mustard
me
seed.
for the rest of my life.
Oh my god, can you ask your
I'm
question
so
again,
mad
please?
at you right now.
Or if anybody can remember the question Hammy asked. We're doing great here, guys.
Hammy lost his question and no one else knows.
Sorry, I got really
Womp.
excited about that factoid, y'all.
I can tell.
I am so angry.
the third ingredient. No, there's no disingenuous intent, by not knowing what goes there. I think that asserting that you know what goes in there when nobody does, that's disingenuous.
So let's take like Damascus steel for instance. Is it
Okay.
disingenuous to call it Damascus steel?
Yes.
What if we were able to refine the practice so that composition tests of authentic examples and reproductions were indistinguishable?
Then that would be preservation. Because at that point we would have figured out how to exactly replicate it the way that it was.
Do we know for a fact that that was the process? If our process yields the same results, does that mean that everything going into it was identical?
No.
Should we, can we still package it and call it what it was?
No, you can do anything. Doesn't mean you should.
Should we?
I don't think so.
Calling it wood steel, or whatever that term is.
Sorry, I couldn't quite hear you, KD.
Yeah, you're kind of muffled. I think your mic is in a different room.
It's right in my face. WOOZ.
Uh-oh. Maybe it's your phone.
I'll reset.
Well, it can be your phone. TikTok sometimes just takes the phone's audio, even if you're using a mic.
I've discovered that that's primarily my issue.
I wrote a story about that once, Morgan. One of my short stories. It's called Just Because You Can Doesn't Mean You Should.
Hell yeah.
But it's about a guy who built a particle accelerator in his backyard and accidentally ends the whole universe. Which is still... That tracks.
Go ahead, Katie.
Same volume or better?
Better.
WOOTZ. I mean, if you're specifically referring to Damascus steel, that's the South Asian or South Indian word. Yeah, I assume you were, if you were being literal about Damascus steel.
Yes, yes.
Really quickly, I'm going to thank Brad and Cassie B. Carter, also Cat the Witch and Shell. Also, KD, and Bats. I think that's it. Thank you guys so much for helping with the previous goal. You guys are amazing. And if anybody does have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief, then go ahead and request out. We're not here to debate you or argue. We're just here seeing if you can question your beliefs, then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it?
I am a little curious. Would it make a difference if it had a more neutral name, like microstructure steel, as opposed to Damascus steel?
Yes, I think that would be more apt. Why are we calling it something it's not?
Do you take the same thing whenever it comes to like when people name something after the name brand instead of what it is? Like instead of saying, "Can you hand me a face tissue?" They say, "Can you hand me a Kleenex?" Even though it's not Kleenex brand.
Yes, I hate that.
There's a lot of British people probably not wanting to tell you when they're about to do their hoovering anymore.
I knew you were
That
gonna
also
say
drives me
the word.
crazy. Crows said it the other day and I kept my mouth shut. I'm not here to police other people's language. I just prefer it that way.
Then I would highly, highly recommend never coming to Texas because they call everything Coke around here.
I'm aware.
They're wrong.
They're very wrong.
It really doesn't make sense though, because like, how do you know? Like,
because the Coke used to be the liquid, not the flavor. The flavor was the cola.
The Coca-Cola. Y'all call the brand name the wrong thing.
Okay. Hello, Taylor. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Taylor, did you mean to join us?
I'm sorry. What did you say?
Did you mean to join us?
Oh yeah,
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
upper 20s.
Upper 20s. And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yes, I believe in God.
Which god do you believe in?
Yes, I believe in God.
Which god do you believe in?
The acclaimed and most high God, creator of heaven and earth.
And which creator of heaven and earth is that?
Is there more than one? Do you think this is cute or like helpful? Oh, I didn't know. I thought in his historical documents, I've only seen one that claims to be, the Most High, Creator of heaven and earth. But if there's another one, then I'd like to see it. But yeah, I only
Historical documents. What historical documents are you referring to?
like any ancient writings, like the Babylonian cuneiform text, the Akkadian cuneiform, the Egyptian writing.
Acadians and the Sumerians worship this exact same god.
Not necessarily. They have gods that created different things. They don't put much emphasis on the Most High, like where these gods came from, like the prime mover per se. But they do have mention of a pantheon.
Zoroastrians and Sikhs believe in a god, like Ikonkar, I might be mispronouncing it for Sikhs, Ahura Mazda for Zoroastrianism. Do you believe in those? Are either of those the ones you're thinking of?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
Do you believe in the god of the Sikhs, Ikonkar, or do you believe in the god of the Zoroastrianists, Ahura Mazda?
Where's the Zoroastrian writings? I can go check them out.
But that's not your point of reference, is what I'm saying. You have a different god that you use as a reference.
Yeah.
I wonder why you're being so elusive about which god it is. But maybe Joshua's question will help us. Good morning.
Well, I believe in scripture, like the Bible, Hebrew writings, ancient Hebrew.
So Yahweh.
Yes.
Okay, so that wasn't so hard, right?
Well, I guess not for it that way, but I, have looked through different ancient texts to find the Most High God, because I believe there is.
Can you tell me some more about the Akkadian texts or the Sumerian texts? I'm
Yeah.
interested in
So
that.
the Akkadian Sumerian texts have another account of the flood in them. They have the Menurta stele, which is like another account of Genesis. Within that Menurta stele, it actually transcribed broken as if it was transcribing off of something older. And so it kind of has a Genesis count where.
Sorry, just so that I understand, because you're speaking kind of quick here. The Merneptah stela is an Akkadian text?
Yes.
You might want to look at that again. Do you know who Merneptah was?
The Menurta?
Yeah, do you know who that was?
The king?
Yeah, of what country?
Well, it was Samaria, but apparently the Akkadians were the ones.
No.
Oh, okay. That's Egyptian. I'm sorry. The Menurta stele is the Egyptian tablet. I got them confused. I'm sorry. The Menurta stele is the Egyptian writing, and it mentioned the people of Israel.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Wow.
I'm thinking about the Epic of Atrahasis.
Tell me about that.
The Epic of Atrahasis is the Akkadian account of creation, and that's the
So
one that had.
let me stop you for a second. If you're gonna read ChatGPT to me or something, I don't need to hear that.
Look.
Okay, that's all I'm saying. So if you're just doing this from memory, I'm great. Okay, that's okay. Go ahead. If you're telling me this from memory, I'm very excited.
So that was from memory. That's why I got the Menurta stele mixed up with the Epic of Atrahasis. And Epic of Atrahasis basically has another account of creation of Genesis in general. It mentions, the pantheon of gods that were fighting, and different ones basically, played different roles in creation. And I don't have them all memorized, but I'm generally familiar with it.
Okay, what's the main feature of Atrahasis?
Let's see.
Sorry, this isn't a quiz. Like, what was your point in bringing it up?
Like another creation account. Like they'll believe in. They focus a lot on the gods of Enki and Enlil and stuff.
Sorry, you broke up. You broke up just a little bit for me.
Enki and Enlil. Okay, so it's not just focused on one prime source. It's more of a pantheon dynamic. You understand?
Okay. I think so. So does that lead you to believe then that the biblical texts, like the Hebrew Bible, that preserves like a more accurate reflection of history, or
I do because the Genesis account is like much more elaborate. It's like
is
at
it
least 3 to 5 times longer. It gives more detail. And the Sumerian,
really?
and the Sumerian
Do
Kings
you know how
list.
many? Do you know how many
Wait,
lines? No. Do you know how many lines are in Atrahasis? How many
um,
tablets?
yeah, the tablets are very tiny. I've seen them in person.
Are they?
Yeah,
Are they very
yes,
tiny? Interesting.
yes. Yeah,
How
look up.
many
You've seen
lines?
them in
How many?
person.
Look it up.
Ha,
Look up the Sumerian tablet. Like how
Okay,
big the
I
Taylor,
tablet is.
should.
Yeah,
I
you should.
should.
They're a few
I should.
inches. They're a few inches long
Taylor,
by a few inches.
Taylor. Can you slow down just a little bit?
Well, he was asking me rapid
Yeah,
questions.
I don't think he was asking you rapid questions. I think you're answering
Yeah, I'm sorry.
rapidly and you're reacting rapidly. But if you listen to the questions, I think you'll find that you don't need to go so fast.
I'm just curious as to why you think, the 30 some verses in Genesis 1, or even if we add in 2 and 3 and get up to, let's say upwards of 100 verses, that's somehow between those two creation narratives is far longer and more detailed
It is.
than Atrahasis. Why do you say that? So can you tell me the basic layout of Atrahasis?
Yeah, it like goes over the, Inky and look, creating like humans out of clay or whatever, and then the flood happens. The god gets mad, they're noisy or whatever. But
Yeah,
if you look at
that's a
the amount
pretty
of words,
wait. So, to develop that narrative, right, you have to have actually quite a bit of detail for Atrahasis. And Atrahasis, of course, is the flood portion of Atrahasis is sort of truncated in Tablet 11 of the Epic of Gilgamesh, which, of course, is a vastly longer
I don't believe that.
than. So you don't think that the 12 tablets of the Epic of Gilgamesh is longer than Genesis
No.
1 to 3?
So if you compare the portions that go over the flood in particular, Genesis is much more elaborate and more lengthy.
I'm not sure why you would say that. It just sounds like you've not read them.
Well, I'm telling you, like the dimensions of the boat, like telling them how to build it, the timeline, all that is laid out in Genesis. And the Sumerian account
as it is
of
in
the
Atrahasis.
10 Kings list.
Did you know about the Sumerian king list?
Yeah, and they're missing two
Tell
of
me
the
about
people.
it. Two
So
of
the
the people
from Adam to Noah. So they're missing
you're under
Enoch.
you're under the impression that the Sumerian king list is trying to represent humanity from the creation of one person.
Well, they do have it, yeah, from the creation of one person.
They do.
The guy with
Do you
the
remember how the Sumerian king list starts?
With Adam, but their
With what?
version of Adam,
No,
they have a different name.
they don't. It's
For Adam.
it's not about Adam. It's when kingship descends from on high.
But they have the first human.
They don't.
The kings list doesn't necessarily represent kings. It was Adam to Noah.
Ma'am. I want you to write something down for me or type it out if you can so that you can go read this text. It's called the Electronic Text Corpus of Sumerian Literature. Okay, Electronic Text Corpus of Sumerian Literature. You could also type in ETCSL. We Assyriologists are very creative with our names. So ETCSL, right? It's a website that was put together by Sumerologists and Assyriologists back in 2005, I think. Or at least it was finished in 2005. Jeremy Black did an awful lot of work on it. And, but it has, sorry, go ahead.
I just wanted to kind of maybe see if this might help out a little bit. Josh, people call you Dr. B or Dr. Josh or Dr. Bowen. Why do they call you Doctor?
Because they're weirdos.
Of course,
So-
of course.
Eridu Genesis, it has the kings list only 8 of the 10, while the Bible gives 10 patriarchs before the flood to
So
Noah.
just
So
so
wait,
we're
let me
clear, do you
finish.
think
It
no,
seems
do you
they
think
have
that
admitted the
ma'am,
first man.
ma'am,
They
do you
admitted
think that
Adam and Noah. So they were
do you
missing.
think
I can't even.
Yeah,
Taylor,
man.
stop shouting things. You're not actually communicating anything because you didn't listen to the conversation happening. You just interjected with a random non-fact.
Yeah, do you think
listening?
that Genesis is the Sumerian kings list?
Taylor, you are muted. So when you're ready to respond, you'll have to unmute. Oh. Okay.
I mean, to be clear, I'm like super excited that people are reading text from Mesopotamia. That like warms my heart. But
I mean, the flood
she
she was referencing was Utnapishtim's story, right?
She was talking about the Atrahasis one in particular. It gets pulled into the Epic of Gilgamesh, and the flood survivor's name
Right.
there is Utnapishtim. Yeah, but it is the same story.
So, Josh, what did you get your doctorate in?
My PhD is in Assyriology from Johns Hopkins. So I focused on Sumerian and Akkadian literature and liturgical texts.
So it would be fair to say that you know at least somewhat a little bit about this topic.
This
Okay,
stuff's my jam.
Okay, so I looked up the word count for each. So Genesis
Taylor.
flood story has 450 to 5. Come on, dude.
You're not
And
communicating.
then Atrahasis flood.
Stop. You're just jumping in.
I
You're
can't
not
say
listening.
one thing.
No, because you're just jumping in to say something. You're not actually communicating with us. You're just jumping in to just kind of like yell something over the top of the conversation that's already happening. Have you been listening at all?
Nobody was talking. He asked me.
Nobody was talking. Serious? Are you fucking
Did you
serious? Have you been listening to the
He
words
asked me
coming
this
out of people's
question.
mouths?
It's about 1/5 as long. The Atrahasis compared to Genesis.
What did I just
The
ask,
flood
Josh?
account.
Taylor, hold on, Taylor. When you came back, like, did you hear what Josh was saying? Or were
Yeah,
you
he
too
said
busy
this is my
yelling?
jam, and then so I figured he wanted to keep talking about
Wait,
it.
what did he say right before that? What
He
did he
said
say right
that he
before
studied
that?
Sumerology, and he likes talking about it. So I figured we'd
He has
continue
a
talking about it.
PhD. A PhD.
Yeah, I'm working on my PhD right now.
Where are you working on it?
Biology.
Oh, so not in Assyriology.
Not an expert, but I am interested.
Yeah, I mean, clearly, and I really appreciate that. I do think your reasoning is a little odd, particularly for someone that's getting their PhD in a field. So first of all, so that it's clear, what you said before was that the creation story in Genesis is much longer and more detailed than the creation portion in Atrahasis, which I think is a nonsense statement. Then you went to the flood for some reason and compared the number of words to the
You
flood
made it
portion of
do
Atrahasis to the... Go ahead.
like where in creation would you like me to stop it? If I try to do like a word count or whatever comparison.
Can you answer his
Well,
question first?
Yeah, I
What's the
tell you
question?
what I think would be more interesting is for you to tell me why you think that, yeah, let's go more basic. Why the level of detail in a particular story, a creation story, lends it credibility?
I just said that I think it's much more elaborate and detailed.
Can you just do me a favor and say back to me what my question was to you?
Why does it matter?
No, that wasn't my question.
You said, why would the amount of detail have any like bearing on it?
Lend it credibility.
Why did I mean lending it credibility is another topic. I mean, I wasn't saying it to lend it more credibility necessarily.
Ma'am, why
do you
does the length of the text determine its credibility to you?
Well, people have talks about the original, like which one came first. I think
We can't hear you when
Taylor,
you
when
go
you
off
leave
app.
the app, we can't hear you.
I'm still on the app. I didn't know if you
Okay.
took another screen. Yeah, so people talk about which one came first and stuff, and I think maybe the detail and length could play a role in that, but
Okay,
it
well,
doesn't 100%.
okay, well let's go with that. That people don't, like, people in the field don't talk about which one came first. Like, that's been settled for 200 years.
Settled. That's a bold statement.
Yeah, it is, and it's a very true one.
Okay, I'd like to see your evidence.
I have a really important question, real quick.
Yeah, this. Oh, please.
This also isn't a debate.
Oh yeah, one, this isn't a debate. Two, why are you teacupped? Three, I have a really important question.
Is teacupping bad?
Yeah, well, we can't hear anything you say.
Just means we can't
I
hear
was
you.
muted.
Yeah.
I was listening.
What shape is the Earth?
Do you believe in God?
What shape is the Earth?
Do you believe in God?
She didn't.
I'm
That
not
has
the one
nothing
being
to do with
questioned
the
right
question
now,
she's
and
asking
it doesn't
you. Why are
matter.
you
Can we
avoiding
ask
that
What
random
shape is the
questions?
Earth?
Is that
She's
because
asking you a
someone in the
question.
chat
She's
saying I'm a
asking you a
flat earther?
question. She's on the
What
panel.
shape
She's
is the Earth?
asking
I'm not
you a
answering.
question.
I'm not answering.
Okay,
It's
Taylor,
not
if you're not here
relevant.
to
Yeah.
answer questions, then you can get off my panel. Why did you come
Okay.
in here?
I
Just
refuse to
display
believe
your
you're getting a
This is about
PhD in
this is about
biology.
believing.
This is not.
Yeah, I refuse to
Yeah,
believe
Yeah,
you're
this
getting
is
a
about
PhD in
belief. What
biology.
shape do you fucking believe the Earth is? Like,
Oh,
Jesus.
Dr. Josh, do I have news for you?
Oh no.
So she's just someone who's disingenuous and wants to lie about being a. What was it? She's studying for a PhD
in biology.
It doesn't make any sense.
I love this in the comments down here. Dragon Daddy, she said, I believe in God. What shape is the Earth?
I find it so. If I had to guess if there was truth behind her statement about a PhD, I wonder if what she means is I'm applying to bachelor's programs with the intent of going for a PhD ultimately. Maybe that's what she means.
I don't see it anymore, but I was looking at the bio page, and it looked like it had the very common like I was a STEM and I found God kind of message there. So implying that she found belief in her studies or something to that effect.
Science was hard, assuming God was easy.
They can correct in chat if they want.
I don't know how somebody would know as much as she did about Akkadian and Sumerian texts. I mean, it wasn't like a lot, but it was more than the average person. And be confused when someone says that they date too much earlier than the Hebrew Bible.
I had a really hard time staying muted.
Josh, it's called apologists. You and I have a lot of experience with those.
Too right.
Yeah, the best lies have a seed of truth.
I was going to ask her about like if, say, like the Norse story of creation was way longer than both of them, would that mean that it's more likely to be true? But I don't. Once it was shown that she wasn't here in good faith, I was like, no, I'm not going to ask her anything.
I do find it. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say it was pretty clear she was not here in good faith from the beginning, but go ahead, Josh.
No, I was just going to say I think it's funny and ironic. Megan and I just ran a Learn to Read Ancient Sumerian webinar to have this conversation on the heels of that. It's funny.
Marion, the well-known younger version of Hebrew, right?
Yes, clearly.
Not super important, but I looked up what the sizes were of the. Is it 3 tablets?
Yes. About your houses? Yeah.
I put it in the live discussion there, but ranging from 5.7 by 5 to 9.8 by 7.6 inches. And I assume,
yeah. I mean, like the size of the tablet.
Really small.
Oh, good. Sorry.
No, I was just only saying that was incredibly small.
I just wanted to add for contrast, when people are talking about Sumerian tablets, and you can correct me, of course, it seems like a common type that people are talking about is 1.5 by 1.5 inches. But that's not referring to these tablets.
Oh, yeah. I mean, look, there are 500,000 cuneiform tablets,
right?
That are extant, and you have everything from like tags for baskets that are incredibly tiny, all the way up to arm length and gittas. Yeah. I mean, they all range just depending on how they're being used, but
right.
Some of the tablets.
Dr. Josh has bars.
Yeah, I think it'd be funny if it was on those teeny tiny tablets. It'd be tedious.
Yeah, it was like the Islamic apologetic of like it's the most intricate text ever. I forget what there's like 3 things that they say, but I had never heard that from a Christian before, like trying to claim something. I can't even remember. I don't even know what their original claim was through like textual like supremacy or quality.
Uh-oh. Did we lose the music too?
Yes, this time we did.
Oh, yeah, no, that's entirely my fault.
Thrayle. May I praise my good friend Josh for a second?
You may.
Awesome. All of y'all who are not following Josh here, you should definitely do that. He's fantastic at what he does. And also, if you want to learn how if the Old Testament endorses slavery, or if you want to know how to, Josh, is Sumerian out? Reading Sumerian out, or?
Oh yeah, there are 2 volumes, and we just published volume 1 of How to Learn Hebrew.
Yeah, so you can get both volumes 1 and 2 on how to read Sumerian, volume 1 of how to read Hebrew, ancient Hebrew, and you can also get the Atheist Handbook to the Old Testament's volume 1 and 2 over on Amazon. Or if you are more of a listener, you can also get all of Dr. Josh's books on Audible. That is voiced by every single one of them, I do believe, is voiced by the amazing and talented voice of Seth Andrews. So go ahead and do that, because these are all amazing pieces of work that you should all own.
But I do have a question.
That is incredibly kind. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to ask why they weren't read by Thrayle.
I didn't know Thrayle at the time.
Fair enough. You know, I didn't have enough money. That was the big thing, right? Thrayle was like, I can do it, but my time is valuable. So he said $3 million cash. So
I lowballed you. Yeah.
Damn.
If people are interested in something free, Megan and I just ran that Sumerian webinar. They're all free. But we're going to do another one on learning to read Hebrew, so like dipping your toe into biblical Hebrew on the 25th of this month.
So the information for that.
If you go, so I always do this. She runs the website, and I always mess this up. So I'm going to try to do it better this time. If you go to digitalhammurabi, all one word.com, it should pop up with like a join the mailing list or something. Because I sent people there for the Sumerian one, and it wasn't actually on the website. It was, I don't know enough about websites to explain it any further. But if you go there and sign up for the mailing list, then when she releases the link or whatever,
you'll get it in your email.
Yeah. But it's a Zoom webinar. We bought the webinar feature. Worked really well. It was fun. We're also super goofy on that Sumerian webinar. So anyway, I'll be quiet. Thank you. Sorry.
Don't you dare apologize for geeking out about the thing that you love, first of all.
You know how many sillier things that we geek out about all the time?
I geeked out over bookmarks.
At least
Tassely bookmarks.
At least it's relevant.
There were 100 of them, Kat. 100.
Why'd you order 100 fucking bookmarks, dude?
Look, whenever I
Wait,
saw
what?
it, I didn't really read it. I didn't really look to see how many were in there.
Okay, relatable. But yeah, I was geeking out over the mysterious third Victorian spice container earlier, so I can't really say that much.
Thanks for reminding me that I'm mad at you about that.
So if you think that geeking out over your own field of expertise is weird, Josh, don't worry. You're in good company here.
I'm feeling good about it.
Blake and I have to reel ourselves in about the plants all the time. Especially when it's just the two of us and Thrayle, and then Thrayle says something to annoy me, and I tell him that he's going to be diatomaceous earth and Blake's roses pretty soon. Shake your head at me. Doesn't work as well when I'm not in the box on the close side.
We can make that happen.
I have to turn my head further. But I wonder if there's anybody watching who does have a belief in a god or gods or a higher power or something like that, who's curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. And if there is, well then, go ahead and hit that box down there where the pink and blue people next to the chat box. Either one will help you find your way to the panel.
And if you need to jot down the name of your deity before you come up, do so.
Yeah, it does help. It really does. You imagine we are going to ask who your god is.
Oh, I was so glad when you came up. So glad when you came up and saved us from that, because like Thrayle knows it's my least favorite. I get angry at them.
I hate that game.
Always just go for Odin. I say it's Odin, regardless of if they want to keep playing that game. I just say, okay, so you believe in Odin, all right.
I often ask if it's Marduk. It's a good one to go.
I love you, Thrayle.
It just depends on the way they present it. So it's the one. It's the god of gods. It's the one of all, above all. Oh, you mean Marduk?
But no, it's clearly Odin because he's the All-Father, the Most High, the Wise One.
No. You're all wrong. It's L.
See, the fact that you guys even have the patience to do that is amazing to me, because I don't. Like, I'm like, what book are you reading? What book do you read? Like, I don't have. I'm not doing this.
Well, and sometimes I'll go with Rod, the Slavic god, or Vanamoinen. Vanamoinen's a good one.
And once we finally get tired of that game, either Thrayle or sometimes I will just go straight for, are you going to deny Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior right here in front of all these people?
Well, that usually has a little more build-up, but yeah, that question has been asked.
Oh, what is the you must defend your faith verse? I always forget.
1 Peter 3:15.
1 Peter 3:15.
But it's not even for that.
The echo through the peanut gallery.
That was terrifying.
Yeah, it's not even for that specific verse, though. It's basically because denying Christ is like one of those things that Christians see it as like, it's almost as bad as like blaspheming the Holy Spirit, in their opinion.
I spend a lot of time on Everlasting's live, Blake, and it's his favorite verse.
Yeah, I've been going in there more. They've gotten really really good on the historicity discussion.
Hi.
Good morning, Cookies. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Sure, I'm 42.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I do.
And which god do you believe in?
So I reverted to Islam. So the answer per my religion is Allah. But in full transparency, I just believe that there is a God. My take on it doesn't really align with any particular faith to my certainty. But I do feel that there is some connection that we all have. I've dabbled in substances in my life that have led me to recognize that there is something that connects us all. And I think that I look at that as God, if that makes sense. I feel like we are all God, if that makes sense.
Okay. So just to clarify, you are Muslim,
Correct.
but you believe there is a God, regardless of the Quran, that is there, that connects us all, and you discovered it through substances.
I wouldn't say I discovered it through substances, but substances made it a little more tangible, if that makes sense.
how do you know that what you encountered during these alterations of your mind weren't just alterations of your mind?
I think that our own realities are always going to be alterations of the mind in a sense, because my perception is never going to be the exact same as another person or entity or beings. So, whilst I definitely can agree that, and I wouldn't necessarily, I don't know if I should say agree, but of course, if I'm on a substance that is not regulated, they weren't even tested necessarily, you know. So I'm sure that the state that I was in could be questioned. What more so I would say is I've experienced it prior to having partook of those substances. The substances just allowed me to experience it in a way that was more easy
So
to realize, I guess. I don't
it's
know.
so just to clarify, you're saying that you experienced some kind of godly connection prior to uh, your substance use, and that
Yes,
godly connection compels you. How does this lead to the God of Islam being true?
so for me, I find religion, which is this is likely blasphemous to say, for that previously was raised by a Baptist, Southern Baptist, and so I was Christian. I was baptized under the Episcopalian faith. I've gone to the Vatican, and I reverted to Islam in 2024. It was the structure. It was the insistent. They insist upon you studying and learning and not just trusting what anyone else says. Now, when I say they, there's many denominations, just like, you know, a lot of different faiths. I just like the discipline of it. So I can say that I tend to look at religion more as a way of ordering one's life rather than it being a mystical, magical thing, if that makes sense, because it bored like miracles and things tend to border on magic, which again is like something blasphemous, but I don't
Okay.
really see the difference. Yeah.
So you keep referring to blasphemy,
Mhm.
despite saying that you now identify as as Muslim.
Islamic.
Um,
Yeah.
mhm. Have you read your Quran?
I haven't read the entirety.
Do, do you believe the Quran is true?
Well, there's so many variations of it. I don't know which one would be the true one, and I don't speak Arabic, so I wouldn't really be able to speak to that so much.
What do
As
you
the
mean
base
by
tenets of
variations?
Islam, there are different translations and transliterations of it.
Is there. Hmm, how could you determine
How could I
which.
determine? Oh, my apologies.
Sorry, just give me a second. I'm trying to put my words together.
No problem.
If there are multiple variations, how could you determine the one that has the most truth to it?
I don't believe I can. All I could do is go with the one that resonates with me most.
What do you mean by resonate?
The one that feels the most true to me based on my experience in life, and in wanting to be a person that is righteous, and at this point wanting to be a person who is pious within the faith that I've chosen for myself with it to the best of my abilities.
I don't think I have any other questions right now.
Can I change the question a little bit? Like, do you believe that a version of the Quran, or like broadly within the 10 that are accepted, that what, like, of the 10, either one of them is true? Like, is it the translations you have a problem with, or that it's the true word?
Well, I just believe more in the pillars of Islam. And I'm transparently not sure that they are the same amongst, the Sunni, the Shiites, the Nation of Islam, but I believe that they are, to my knowledge. You're to attempt to travel to Mecca in your lifetime. You're expected to pray several times a day, depending on your denomination. There may be some variance to it. You attempt to face Mecca when you're doing, there are these five base pieces of it that are to be somewhat true across the board. That's more what I ascribe to. If that makes sense. Kind of like when I was Christian, I just believed in treating others as you wanted to be treated until I kind of learned the golden rule and like the platinum rule, if that makes sense.
Did that answer your question, Katie?
Not quite. So are you saying then not sure? Is that where we're at with that?
Well, I think, if I'm not mistaken, it sounds like your question is structured around the Quran itself as the basis, whereas I'm taking, I guess, a portion of the philosophy, the religion, and focusing in on the pillars. I was born in Georgia in the United States, and so I have no family, to my knowledge, that are Muslim. So I say that to say I don't have like the indoctrination or the background
Do you
to
attend mosque?
I do, but not
Do you
it's
recite the
not regularly
Shahada?
expected. I recited the Shahada to become a Muslim. I do attend mosque, but the women are not expected to attend mosque in the same way as people attend, like for instance, church if they're Christian. The women are, not to say expected, but we home.
And you say you reverted like a year and a half ago, something like that.
Right, 2024 August.
And are you currently working on reading through the Quran?
Yes, but I take breaks, and I read it somewhat sporadically in the way that I read it. I don't necessarily read it from front to back. I'll kind of go into it based on what I'm interested in reading or where I fall on when I open the book.
Okay, so you feel like it's not fair to give judgment on it because you're not done going through it. Is that kind of where you're coming from?
I would
Sorry
say
for leading.
yes. I wouldn't want to try to focus in on Islam at all in it exactly to say that, because it's like I do believe in Allah, but I believe Allah is the concept of God from the Islamic perspective. And I think that God is just this all encompassing everything, if that makes sense. Like if you were God, you yourself, every organism and every entity, everything that is on you, every microbe, you know what I mean? Everything that is considered alive under a microscope is your godly, like your things, if that makes sense. But I think we're just all little God particles down to the smallest that we're aware of. And it's kind of just that, like we're one organism that is this God, if that makes sense.
You answered my question about the Quran. I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome. But I'm interested in Sumerian information, and I don't know if that was something that you all are focusing on at all.
No, that's not at all a focus. We're just here seeing what each guest believes and if they can question their belief. Okay. So, in what way do you question your belief in a God?
Just looking at humanity and the way that things operate, there is a lot of credence for me to absurdism towards the concepts of nihilism. I'm an anti-natalist. Prior to being baptized, because I did that for my husband, who was Christian at the time, and he wanted that for me. I would have considered myself a person who, I don't know if I would have said there was a God, if that makes sense, at one point in my life. But I've had some experiences where I'm almost fairly certain that I've died, and almost jumped into another reality. And that doesn't give credence to God for me. But there's some things going on that we're not aware of. And I can even add to it to say God might not be benevolent. God might not have a care that we're on it, that or we're even a part of it. My concept of God is not really one of care and concern. It's just what we exist as, if that makes sense. But I do tend to question it and just
You say it's
continuing to be
just
alive.
you say it's just what we exist as. In what way is that God?
So if I look at the concept of God as this something, right, that we're all involved with, whether we want to be or not, um, we're just here a part of God's experience. Like, I don't know if you ever heard someone say we're just the eyes of God for the level that we can see, because we know that there are things bigger than us that we are not aware of. We know that there are things smaller than us that we're not aware of, and we're discovering things all the time. But I just think all of that I think we all are God. Every atom that, and whatever's smaller than an atom, if that's been discovered at this point.
What does the word God mean?
I think for me, God is the bigger thing that we've all broken off of. So if I look at it in the sense
Can you tell me
of the
what,
Big Bang.
like you're saying, the bigger thing we all broke off of?
Mm-hmm.
What is the
For
word God
instance,
doing in that?
so for instance, if we looked at, how we had the Big Bang, if we looked at the what is it, the asteroid, the comet, I can't remember which one they say it was that split up. If we looked at that one whole piece as the God, and then it broke up into all these other pieces, I would say that that's like whatever the original first thing that ever existed that led to this split that has led to all of everything. That's what I consider to be God.
So, can you repeat that one for me again?
Sure, sure. I think the best way I can attempt to do it in a different way. So again, if I say that you are God, you are a God yourself. You as God are a God to all of the things that you have on your person, being, whatever you would say, like the things that when you wake up and walk along with your cells, your atoms, your everything, right? That's how I look at God. We're just all a part of God. Like, does that make sense? I can attempt to explain it a different way if it doesn't.
Well, I was morely referencing the when you talked about the Big Bang.
Mm-hmm.
Like you said, do you think God is what?
Okay, I was comparing that to how we'll find particles of how can I put it, like they'll say that they find things that are from the cosmos in humans to suggest that we're from the cosmos, or something that came from the cosmos led to us, if that makes sense. So what I was kind of comparing it to is, if, say for instance, God was just that creation that was whatever split to lead to all of this, I was comparing that to how we could potentially perceive God in the way that I'm describing it.
What what makes you think there was something to split?
Because I think that there had to be something to get something else.
So all
What do you?
like
Oh.
what matter existed at creation is God. Is that what you were saying?
That was just an example, if that that was just an example of a way to describe it. I don't know what God started as.
Oh, okay. What is it that you believe about? Like, is that your belief, or is that like how is that different from your belief?
If you could repeat the question in regards to how is what different to my belief?
Well, you were saying in the beginning and saying splitting off. Like, you mean like in the beginning, like the Big Bang? So like all matter was God. Is that what you were claiming, or is all matter not God?
All matter is God. It's just dispersed. Like Horcrux, was that Horcrux? I don't know, in Harry Potter or something similar to that almost.
And what qualities? What is your claim about? Like what can your God, like what is it that you think your God is besides everything? Like
Nothing as well, because I think it's that. I think it's just everything, like everything that we perceive. The reality that we're in feels like a simulation as it is, and I know that everything views things differently, and from even within humanity, there's people. Go ahead, I apologize.
do you believe your God has consciousness and agency, like an ability to intercede in the world?
I don't believe that it has a care for what's going on for every single thing. I believe it likely is concerned with what it has access to, just like you and I are. Because again, when I say that we're all God, if you have a concern, that's a concern of God. If I have a concern, that's a concern of God, because we are all God in my perception.
Am I right to say that you were Christian and reverted to Islam?
And prior to that, I guess I could have been considered, I don't know if it would have been agnostic or atheist or what, but I didn't really have a set belief in a God.
The reason I was asking is like those are scripture based faiths with some like degree of strictness to what those things say. Like, do you believe in any of the stories within those scriptures?
I think some stories have credence. I think some do not. Some of them seem like fables. Of one that is a fable or feels like a fable.
Well, I'm curious what you believe in.
So you're wanting to know which stories I think might be accurate from those Abrahamic faiths?
Yes, because I'm curious how you connect these two things.
I mean, I think I believe that there is some credence to the parting of the Red Sea from some scientific studies. I don't know for sure how detailed I've gone into that to say if it's been debunked at all, but
so that would be an example of a creator God or your God interceding in the world.
No, to me, it just means that something in the book happened that was recorded. And I don't know if the people of that time knew how to put it into words. So they essentially did something akin to an Aesop's fable or a Nazi spider type tale where they're trying to explain a phenomenon.
Okay. Do you? So the parting of the sea. You don't think that? So you don't believe that it is more than like a tall tale?
I think it might be similar to witnessing I don't know, eclipse for the first time.
And that just happened to happen during a pivotal moment in that story.
When I say you said that happened to happen during a pivotal moment in that story, I guess what I'm saying is I believe that there are some things in the Bible that are based on things that occurred. But again, a lot of the portions of many faiths begin to become somewhat magical and fictional, and it seems like even when I was a child, like I recall hearing Genesis and I was like, this is very much like the fairy tales that I read, and again, like the fables. So what I guess I'm saying is I think that there are things documented in religious tomes that are based in actual happenings, but the books have been edited so much at this point, I don't even know what the whole is.
So referring to you as a Muslim would be not necessarily all that useful or accurate as far as describing your faith. Would that be a fair statement?
I would say that it is something that I am using again as almost a tool to develop discipline.
You mentioned the
Yeah.
5 pillars.
Yeah.
The Shahadat, the Salat, the Zakat, the Song, and the Hajj, right?
Mm-hmm.
What about like the declaration of faith? Sort of
Mm-hmm.
implies that you are declaring your faith in Muhammad and his as a messenger for God,
Mm-hmm.
and thereby the Quran would so you then how do you justify that?
People have religious psychosis and develop things and explain it the best way they can. That's the best way I could kind of respond to that, I believe.
Do you believe that Muhammad is the messenger of God?
I believe he is a messenger of God.
The final messenger? Like you believe, so if he's the messenger of God, you do not, but you do not seem to give credence to his word as written.
So what I will say again, I know that it's blasphemous to be quite transparent. Like in the faith, we're not even really supposed to admit things of this sort, but I did want to join in and discuss, because this is my first time coming across this platform, not platform, but you all. So I say that to say I'm not the the best Muslim right now in regards to knowing everything and even being able to speak to Islam that well. That's why I was kind of speaking on what I find to be true in my life. Yeah.
Right. So it's more useful conversationally to refer to you as somebody that believes in some sort of God as opposed to a specific religion.
I would agree with that.
Okay. That's where my confusion was like. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Cookies, can I ask you a question real quick?
Of course.
Have you taken your Shahada publicly?
No, I have not taken it publicly. Mm-mm.
Are you familiar with the Shahada in its original context? Ashadu Muhammad Rasulullah, the whole, like, I declare there is one God, that is Allah, and Muhammad is his prophet?
Yes.
Would you say you agree with that statement?
I'm working to agree with that statement.
If you believe God is in all things, how is God only Allah?
I'm working to agree with that statement. That's the best, because I'm not saying that you aren't correct in what you're, going towards. What I'm expressing is that in regards to the religion that I declare, I can say that at this time I'm working to get better at it and even understand fully all of it beyond the pillars, which is what resonated with me most. And I do understand that is part of it, but at the same time, I feel like we don't know everything, and belief is good if it serves you. If it doesn't, it's not. It serves me at this time, and I'm working to be of service in the ways that I expected of people who follow that faith, like myself. So I'm not sure if I'm answering your question directly, though. If you want to repeat it, I'll try again, though.
Well, I guess now I'm wondering is if Islam doesn't perfectly resonate with your existing beliefs, why choose Islam? Why not either develop your own religion or choose a different one that maybe does resonate more with your beliefs already?
I think I'm getting there. I'm considering studying theology in more detail in the beginnings. So that's why I was interested when I heard you all discussing Sumerian beliefs and things like that. And I'm also I've always leaned into Buddhism to a degree, which I realized recently has more scientific basis. And I guess the Hinduism and things like that. So I'm just a child of the world, just still learning. But I currently have taken the Shahada, and I'm working to be a faithful Muslim. But I can be honest with you all in this space and say that my belief is that we're all God.
Are you familiar with the majority of Muhammad's teachings? Like, have you? I wasn't here earlier, so I wasn't sure if you've read all the Quran or if you're familiar with the Hadiths or other things that Muhammad has
No,
done.
I'm not familiar. That book is huge. I definitely haven't.
Yeah,
I haven't. No,
yeah.
absolutely not.
I'm still in the process of reading it myself. I've only ever read a few books and in their entirety a few times. Like I'm still working on the Quran, but one thing I did realize when I was a Muslim, and I had and I followed and I was hijabi and I was all that is there was some aspects of it that I hadn't entirely been familiar with. That once I became familiar with, didn't allow me to continue in the faith. And I'm just wondering if you were aware of Aisha and the situation with her.
Is she the young? She was young, correct? And
9
is that
years
the
old,
story?
yeah. 6
Yeah.
at the marriage and the 9 at the consummation of it.
Yeah, I have. I'm not familiar with it enough to speak on it. Beyond that, I know that it is controversial in that way due to um, the the abuse that we would see that to be in this day and age, and I would have seen it back then as well as a child. I don't think that everything is right within anything from what I can tell so far, religion wise, but I am familiar with that. Yeah.
Can a man who would do such a thing to a child be a good person and a prophet?
Unfortunately, I think so because unfortunately, I would say yes, because I think that redemption is possible for people that have done horrible things. So, I mean, I feel like I see it in real time. So, if somebody decides, or if somebody becomes aware of something and they share it and it resonates for a lot of people and things like that, I can't say that that alone makes them um, not credible completely. I don't know if that, like, not to defend someone that would do that, but if yeah.
I understand some people have made mistakes and done harmful things and later redeemed themselves. But in the case of Muhammad, I don't know if he ever thought that what he did was wrong. I think he was praised for the fact that he saved the child from potential destitution. If maybe he had expressed some sort of regret for it, that might be one thing. But far as I know, there is no regret for what he did. Do you think a person who does such a thing without regret is worth emulating and calling a good and the prophet of God?
I don't think that anyone is really perfect, if that makes sense. So I understand what you're saying in the sense of that being a challenge to looking at anything as a god or someone or something or anything of that sort. Um, because it's one of those things where I do understand why there is words like don't follow false idols. I don't really know for sure that there truly are any beings that are above reproach. I don't know if there's any entity that is above reproach, anything that exists that is above reproach. So I understand what you're saying there. That was a good way of explaining it. And I think what I can say is that with it being something where I haven't gotten to a place where I've developed my own religion, because just like you said, you were a Muslima and you're no longer. I was a Christian. I'm no longer. If I find that something is too far gone for me personally, then I know who I am. I'll continue my life, if that makes sense.
I understand that we can't maybe expect perfection from other humans, whether they be prophets or not.
Mm-hmm.
But is there no wrong that they could do that would be a point of no return?
Would there be no wrong that they can do to make it no? So the only reason I would say I can't say that it would be a point of no return on some aspects of it, because there are going to be some truths within the teachings, and there are going to be some falsehoods, possibly some things that are negative. I don't know as well if do you know if during the time when that occurred, was that the norm for a man to be with a 9-year-old, or was it abnormal at any point in their existence?
Would it be okay if it was the social norm?
I just was curious if you are aware, because I'm not.
I do believe that it did happen back then, and to some level it continues to happen today in the certain parts of the world.
So the reason I asked that is because I think your culture, your reality can structure things in a way that you may never know that you've done. Like, there is going to be things that let me say me, that I might get to my deathbed with and not realize were wrong. And despite the fact that I attempt to be a good person, quote unquote good person, even though I don't really think there are any good bad persons. But I guess what I mean is that's kind of why I strayed away from saying that the God that I'm describing to you all is Allah or Muhammad. It's more that I just have the recognition that there is something that connects us all, even if it's just existence. I think, therefore I am, and then I don't even know if everything thinks, but I just think that, yeah, I think that there is something that could be conceptually considered the origin, and what would be considered possibly God.
Really quickly, I need to jump in and speak past the both of you, but not to be rude, I do need to thank Claire, Shell, Might Be Ketchup, KD, Everlasting Godstopper, and Cassie B. Carter. Thank you guys so much for helping with the goal. I really appreciate all of you. Bats, did you have any more questions on that line?
I guess I was wondering if this God Allah, the one Muhammad prophesied about, if this God truly does exist and he isn't a good God, and you find this out, will you still follow him because he's God?
Would I still follow him because he's God if I find that he is not a good God? Did I get that correct?
Yes. If you say down the road you find out some other atrocities or things that he did, or maybe you find a verse or a passage in the Quran that said where he admits that he's evil or a bad person, a bad entity, would you still follow it?
I guess it depends on where I am in my faith at that point, because again, I can say that part of the appeal for me, the draw for me, was the discipline of the faith. So with that being the case, it's incorrect to say it is, but it's not really so much about the messenger for me exactly. It's kind of more of some of the basis of it that speaks to me. So I don't know if that makes sense.
What if 1940s Germany man was the messenger?
What if 1940s Germany
Yeah.
man was the
Yeah,
messenger for Islam,
for
or
God.
just
Like
anything for
for
God?
God. Yeah, like I can't say his name. TikTok wouldn't
I
appreciate that,
understand.
but what if he was the messenger of God? Would his atrocities be excused because he was the messenger of God?
I don't think I'm really speaking to an excusing of any atrocities. Atrocities are atrocities, and they are not things that I believe should be allowed. I think that people should fight. I believe eye for an eye in regards to some aspects, because I don't think things that are atrocious should go unchecked. I don't believe in necessarily a turning of the other cheek. If we were wild animals, we would fight. You wouldn't be a concern for civilization unless that's the structure of that particular wild animals.
Bats, I don't know if you, sorry, Bats, I don't know if you caught that earlier, but she's not committed to believing that the Quran is the infallible word or any of that. So she made that clear earlier, just for context.
And thank you. I apologize. I didn't know where I wasn't aware that you didn't hear that part. I apologize if I was answering in a way that would have suggested
No,
otherwise.
I would eventually ask that because that was another question. But if you don't believe in that the Quran is necessarily perfect or that Muhammad was perfect or anything like that, I can't lead to that as like a, well, if it's perfect then it says this, you should believe. No. But I am wondering now is, what is it that about Christianity that made you leave Christianity?
I never really wanted to join. It was more of a thing that I did to appease my ex-husband.
Was there something about it that made you want to leave it?
It always seemed like fairy tales to me when I was growing up and listening to it. And if it didn't seem like fairy tales, I understood that there was so much missing from it that it wasn't something I felt comfortable trusting. And I don't know if it has any relevance, but I haven't gotten a diagnosis. I believe that I have like some neurodivergence that kind of makes me a little bit cut and dry on some things in a sense. It just didn't gel. It didn't gel. It never really gelled.
Does the Quran not have moments where it seems like it's fairy tales?
I'm sure it does. So the portions of it that I've read are more speaking to expectations. If that from if I'm trying to recall the details of, I would say it's been more like the expectations and things like that. So it kind of goes more into my looking to it for structure and discipline and a way of living that might lead to a more ordered life. So I can't really speak to a lot of the stories. I'm not familiar with all of them. So I'm certain there are some that would though.
Doesn't like is like being a Muslim? Don't they also follow the Bible as well?
That
Like
we
they see
believe
it as a
that
word.
we do believe that Jesus is a prophet. It's just like he's not. We don't believe that he's like the living. It's not like the Holy Trinity. I think that's kind of where it starts to deviate, things like that.
Right, but like the stories of like Adam and Eve,
Mm-hmm.
and all the other stories that seem like fairy tales, they also uphold them, don't they?
I'm not sure that they uphold that. If there's somebody who's more knowledgeable of that, they might be able to say.
I do believe they hold to the belief in like Adam and Eve and down to Abraham and so forth. I do believe there's a commonality between all of the Abrahamic religions, that they believe at least that part, all of them.
Got it. I do know. I think I mentioned it earlier, and I'm not sure if everybody was present. I like that. From my understanding in the presentation of Islam to me, you're to do your own study, and I'm sure that could take a lifetime. I don't even speak Arabic, and so it's a lot to turn over, a lot of stones to turn over. So I definitely am not saying as in regards to Islam and that I would necessarily be I'm sure I can be moved because I believe in like the scientific method. If I study it and find something that's fallible, then that's going to be something I have to deal with. But the overlying concept of there being a God is still there for me without Islam.
Would oh, go ahead, Sammy.
Well, my next question would be like because I hear you saying that you find it valuable due to the fact that it helps you have structure in your life. Could you not get that like anywhere else?
Yeah, I definitely could, but I was having trouble prior to.
Well, have you read like say I don't know the Havamal from the Norse religion?
No, I have not. I've never even heard of it. Actually, I'm familiar with. Is it Norse considered? Is that Nordic? Is that the same when you say Norse?
It's like Odin, Thor, and all of them, and all those
I'm
gods.
I'm familiar with those terms, but I haven't gotten into it outside of the movies.
Yeah.
I wouldn't go to the movies as references. The
I
movies are
wouldn't think so.
yeah. But like
The best reference.
no, Loki and Thor are very different from Marvel's adaptations. But if you haven't heard, oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, Hammy.
No, go ahead. I have a customer.
If you haven't heard of these other religions, and maybe not entirely of all information having to do with Islam, why choose something before? Like, why not? Why have you chosen one? Like, it's perfectly fine if Islam is what works for you and what you want to pursue. That's all fine and good. But why call yourself Muslim? Why do the Shahada? Why do all those things if you haven't fully read the book? If you haven't fully found out all the things that this religion believes in?
Can I
Because
add an addendum to that? Is that okay, Bats?
Oh, did you want to add something?
Yeah, I was specifically curious. Like, was there a friend or somebody, like, did you interact with somebody that brought you to the mosque or something to that effect? Like, was there an individual, and also was there like a feeling or thought that led you there? Like Bats was.
it was just meeting someone who answered questions for me when I asked the questions, and the answers that I received, and then like the further research that I did, albeit surface level to a degree. That's why.
Can I ask who this person was to you?
It was a stranger that I met that was Islamic. They were Muslim, and they
Can you
answered some
describe the
questions.
situation you were in? Like, was it on the street? Was this like on an online forum? Was this at a school? Like, where was this?
I met them in like an online forum.
And what led you there?
Curiosity, I guess, just being there. Like, it wasn't an online forum that was specific to Islam. It was like kind of like how the mention of Norse religion was just mentioned. If that person was of that faith and they answered some questions for me, it could have been something similar to that.
What
Well,
was
did that
the
answer
context?
Go ahead.
What was the context of this forum, if I might ask? Because you mentioned that Islam was not the topic.
It was like a I have genital herpes, so it was a forum for people
dear.
in that. I mean, okay, is that a word we can't say? I apologize.
Preferably not.
I didn't know that. Okay. Well, that has been said. Essentially, that's what the overall forum was about.
So it was a medical awareness forum, basically.
I wouldn't say it was a medical awareness forum. It was just a forum for people in that have
in that community.
And it wasn't even really specific to just that, just in like things of that sort. Okay, yeah. Good.
Do you think it's a little odd for religion to be brought up in a forum like that?
No, because it was just like how Norse was just mentioned. It was just a mention of it, and me at that time
I'd like
wanting
to
to ask
pause you right
questions.
there. I'd like to pause you right there, where
sure.
This forum here, this space,
Yes.
is specifically religious coded.
Okay.
So I don't know that is a genuine comparison.
I wouldn't say that it is either, because I wasn't aware that it was only religious coded. I thought it was, and this is my error, I thought it was just challenging the concept of God. So I do apologize.
What part of God is not religious?
What part of God is not religious? I don't think God has a concern with religion.
Don't you need religion to have a belief in God?
No.
I guess that's fair. Sorry, I was thinking that most religious people believe in God, but at the same time, there are people who don't believe in religion who follow gods, I guess.
But I really do thank everyone for conversing with me and giving me the opportunity to discuss it, because I am looking for answers always. So I really, and I'm going to look into the Nordic gods a bit more, because I've heard of Loki, I've heard of Thor, I know some of the base things. That's been a great takeaway for me.
Cookies. I have just a couple more questions, if that's all right, unless you're in a hurry.
Sure. No, I'm not in a hurry.
So your idea of God is a connection between everyone, right? That's the God you believe exists.
Yes, and I just want to add that it's, when you say everyone, it makes me think of just maybe people, just everything probably would be like it's all encompassing. Yeah.
A connection between everything, every existent atom, every
Like we're the bits that make the whole. Everything is the bits that makes the whole. That's God, and God is the whole.
Can I ask what God gives you?
Apparently existence and awareness and whatever I have. Everybody has a little bit something different in regards to their perception, it seems, and
No,
everything.
but what kind of maybe I'm gonna say it right.
Your
Is
belief
it,
in.
yeah, what kind of your belief in God, what does it prompt? Like, does it give you comfort, purpose, assurance of an afterlife? What is that? What does it give you as far as your belief in God?
Just the acceptance of being.
So if you had no belief of God, you wouldn't accept the fact that you exist?
I would have to, but it's a little easier knowing that God might not even want to exist, and we're just all pieces of that God puzzle.
Would you entertain? Like, if can you place yourself in mentally in a where God does not exist, and is there a reason why that does not work for you?
I think that would mean we don't exist. Like, I would think that means nothing exists then, because there has to be something that's perceiving all of this. I think I haven't thought it through. I can continue to work through it, but that's where I would say now, like, something has to be for. It's almost like why, why does it because I believe for it to be a reality, there has to be something that's viewing that simulation. And I feel like we're all connected from experiences that I've had that are even beyond just the.
1 second, you lost the question a little bit. Like, why does there have to be a deity or a god for things to exist?
Because they have to have a home, I guess.
What has to have a home?
The things that make up God.
Well, why you? That's circular. Why did you bring God in? Like, you, us, the world we live in, the universe we're in. What does that mean a God to you?
And just to confirm, is it being circular problematic? Because I think that everything is circular. I think everything kind of comes all around.
To exist, and then you had God in the answer as to why God needs to exist. I was just referring to that. Didn't really make any sense. So
I wouldn't say that God. So maybe I shouldn't say that God needs to exist. I think not he. I think it just does.
Okay, and if it didn't, right? That's the question. Like, why is it that the way you conceptualize existence, why do you think God is required?
I wouldn't necessarily say that God is required. I think that based on what is, that's what it is. I don't really know how to answer that better, because it's not necessarily, I'm not saying that I think that's what it should be or has to be exactly. I'm saying that from my perception, at least from my reality, that seems to be what it is.
Why does
Does that make
to
sense?
be
Does
the
that
way it
answer?
is? Like, why do you think why are you saying it seems to be that God exists?
I don't know that God had a choice to exist. I think that God exists.
Why do you think that it seems that God exists?
So, for instance, like a person could, like, I didn't ask to be born, for instance. I'm here though. I don't know that this God has,
Cookies.
yes.
You're answering a different question than the one Katie has been asking you.
Okay.
I'm almost beginning to think you're doing it on purpose, but I'm going to give you a little benefit of the doubt. Not why do you think a God decided to exist, or what reason does the God exist for, but what reason do you believe it? Not what reason do you believe it happened, but what reason do you have belief at all?
Is it like an evidence? Is it like an ask for evidence?
Not necessarily, unless evidence is the reason.
Well, evidence is the reason for me. I don't really know beyond that though, because it is based on my experience, which is my evidence.
Do you understand then what I want? I would like to know what your evidence or your justification internally for yourself that you think a God exists rather than a God never existed. Like it's not, we're in a natural world that happened by itself or any other reason. Like why did you pick to believe rather than not believe?
Why did I pick to believe in a God rather than to not believe?
Justification. You said evidence. I'm just curious. Can you follow up?
And I was repeating it to make sure I was processing the question properly. So it may go back to, for instance, like I mentioned, the experience of certain substances creating a different view of what this all is, and realizing that on some level.
Sorry, did
Oh,
you say
I apologize.
Did you say you had an experience? Is that what you were saying?
Yes, like I've had an experience where I melted into everything. If and everything, yeah.
Is that what you? Is that your justification for believing God, or are there like I mean your reason could be simply that it comforts you. I mean you don't have to have proof, but like do you have some way of justifying it for yourself, or like do you have a? Is that it? Like why do you believe? Is that like one of your main core reasons that event?
That is a event that was leading to other realizations of the existence of what we may perceive as God.
Do you think that is like a justifiable reason, like defend like are you is that enough, do you think, to justify your belief for yourself? I mean,
I don't want to be please know that I'm not attempting to elude the question, like to be elusive in my answers or like be facetious at all. But the way that the question is coming to me almost is similar to saying, if I believe that I have to breathe, if I it's how can I put it? It almost seems like it's, well, is the reason for your question to lead me in any way? Is there a particular way that you're attempting to lead me with the question? Because that might help me get to the answer that you're looking for.
well, I feel the question is pretty self-explanatory, but I mean, maybe somebody else would want to fill in.
Thank you for working with me and trying, because I promise I'm not attempting to be difficult, for lack of a better way of saying that.
Cookies, you said something earlier that made me wonder about a common question that I hear, and I'm wondering your answer.
Mm-hmm.
If a tree falls in the woods and there's nobody around to hear it, does it still make a sound?
I'm not sure. I've taken like a philosophy class where that always came up. But I don't know.
Do you think that maybe the tree falling is enough to make a sound? Does there have to be someone to perceive it?
I don't know. And again, I'm not trying to be difficult. I promise. Even in class, it's like the Schrodinger's cat. I don't know.
You really enjoy
No.
the answer. I don't know here.
Yeah, I didn't know. It was a perfectly fine answer. We even have a whole emote about I don't know as being the win. Like I just put the comment.
Thank goodness. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, but I think that helps me understand better where you're coming from, though, because you're maybe thinking that the perception is where it comes from and not the existence. And I'm wondering if there's no one around to perceive anything. Let's say if there was no animals and trees, not trees, maybe it could exist, but like say there's no humans and animals on this planet. There was just like maybe another planet, like Eros or something, where there's water but no humans to enjoy it. Does that water still taste like water? Is that H2O component still there?
And see, that's and the only reason I say I don't know because we learn. I feel like I learn all the time that my reality is so different than other things. Like I just recently realized, when I say recently, like within the last 10 years of the 42 years I've been alive, that water is not wet or something weird like that. I heard, like I'm hearing new stuff all the time, and just being a kid who came from 83 to 2026, the science books have changed. Like I don't really like, I don't know if you ever heard the saying, the man that knows something knows that he knows nothing at all. I don't know. I don't know for sure what's going on completely, but I do feel that connection, and I do feel like it has what somebody might consider spirituality to it. But I don't think that God is really in control in the way that we want to. Not you all, but the general concept of it is like God is in control, and I think it's in control like how I'm in control of whether or not I go to sleep soon, or whether or not I eat soon, or you know what I mean. But it's not really like I'm not able to really focus on all of the things that are alive on me. Does that make sense? Like I don't know some of that stuff, and I wouldn't even dare to.
It's perfectly fine. You've lived through a lot of history. You lived through a lot of history that's changed over time from your perspective. It's understandable. What I'm wondering now is, could our perceptions ever be false?
Yes.
Like, could we maybe perceive something that isn't real, like a hallucination or a vivid dream, or like, is it possible that our perceptions could be false?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So if things don't exist without our perception, and our perceptions could be fake, is it possible for us to maybe have an experience, or even a series of experiences where we perceive something might exist, but it actually doesn't?
Yes.
How do you know you haven't done that?
I don't. But then that's when it gets to belief rather than knowing. But that's what I believe.
Would you say your belief gives you comfort?
It gives me comfort in knowing that I'm not the only thing here, not by choice, possibly. Like I really do kind of feel like everything is just getting the experience of what it is to be a piece of God from whatever perspective they get, like leaves on the trees. I don't know what this looks like to them. I hear they got a lot of eyes though.
If God didn't exist in a hypothetical, like if God isn't real and it's just maybe a perception that some of us have, does it make your existence and the fact that you're a wonderful person any less?
No. That was
One
a great
question.
All of them were.
Okay, well here's a question I like to ask. Which would you prefer, a comfortable lie or an uncomfortable truth?
I just would prefer the closest thing to truth.
So if something brought you comfort and you found out it wasn't true, would you discard it?
Not necessarily. It depends on where I am at on the other side of the truth.
Are there are there things that aren't true that could be valuable to you, regardless of their truth?
Yes. And when I say yes,
Thanks, Bats.
it makes somebody feel better. Like I might see value in it, but um, I would prefer to know the truth personally, whatever that is, from at least from my perspective.
Yeah, I saw where you were going, Katie. I just tried to get there a different route.
And I appreciate
But
that.
yeah. I believe someone else came up. Do we have more people who want to ask questions besides just me?
Good morning, Duragon.
Hello.
Hi, Daragon. Sorry, I forgot your name for a
Oh,
split second. It's hard for me to read your name. Sorry.
it's fine. Hey.
How you doing?
I'm doing okay. I'm doing all right. Wow. Okay, thank you.
I really appreciate everyone's time and dedication to the topic. Sincerely.
Do you think your beliefs have changed or been more founded or altered in any way since talking to everybody here?
I have things I want to research for certain. I can't say that they've been unfounded or even affirmed or anything like that. I just have enjoyed the perspectives.
Really quickly, I gotta thank Cassie B. Carter for that. Thank you so much.
Yeah, everybody's doing awesome tonight. We got 112 likes. We got 108 people in here, over like around 80 exactly shares. Everybody's doing great. We truly have the best audience on TikTok up here.
Hell yeah.
And we even have a believer here who's been willing to question their beliefs and put up with all of our questions. So, Debbie for cookies for that.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
How are you feeling?
I'm challenged, but in a good way.
Do you feel nervous at all?
Always. I suffer from anxiety.
I appreciate you.
I appreciate you all.
If tomorrow you woke up and your belief in this ultimate God that we're all a part of changed, would it alter your daily life?
Probably so, because I would think that I would almost feel like that means that everything came back together, which I don't think is a bad thing. But I don't know what that means for the individual parts. Do we lose all knowledge and awareness of what we were? And I'm okay with that, but I'm sure it would change if I don't really have a thought anymore and it's all up to this one thing now and they got all the thoughts now. And I don't really,
I wonder if you misunderstood the question.
Oh, I may have.
So nothing would change materially, or like your mind and everything stay the same. It would just be that the thought and belief that there is a God, that's optional. Like we're fine not believing. So what would change for you if you decided to also not believe? Is that
I decided
a
to not
decent?
believe. If I decided not to, so it's not something that like weighs on me or like is something I even like think about all of the time. So I don't think it would change. I don't think much would change. I think it would be similar to like if we found out tomorrow what aliens really actually look like, or whatever the case might be, something like that. I think it would just be okay. I'm aware of that now.
And but because you seem to have, like, the way you were answering it the first time, it seemed like you believe that if God ceased to exist in your idea of how the world is, that it has some consequences about like things coming apart. Was that what you were saying?
I was thinking, so I guess that was just a hypothesis. I guess I think that's the right term. I get it mixed up with another one, but that's just a spitball of it. I don't really know.
Okay, because because what we're saying, what at least I am claiming, is that the world works just fine without God. Like it is working without God.
Oh, I don't disagree with that at all. It's going to be, you know what I mean? I don't think an awareness of a God is necessary.
No, which is true. Like I don't think there is like that. But if a person, what I'm saying is, sorry, lost my thought for a second. Why do you believe? Like, you seem to have constructed a series of like how the world works in a way that necessitates God. Is that accurate?
I don't know that. I'm not sure that I would say it necessitates God.
Okay.
Let me see. Okay, let me see if I can say it. Oh, I apologize.
No, go ahead.
I guess when I think of it, it's almost like, okay, if God were a simulator, it's a very, just know this is not like the best way to probably say this. Because at first I was thinking, okay, if God was the PS5 and we're all the various games that you can play on a PS5, then you know what I mean. That's what God is in that aspect. But it's not something that I don't know everything in regards to what the unknown of it is that I experience, like from my experience. But it's just based on like what I've experienced. That's kind of where I'm at with it. I haven't really found much that went against it either yet. But
that's a decent analogy. But what makes you default to that as opposed to there being no creator or no player, or that you simply can't know whether or not there's a player?
At one point, I was that with being like atheist, agnostic. I never remember which one it would be the correct one. And it's changed as I got older.
Sure.
But I was there at one point, and I felt like I was like, there's nothing. I'm like, what are y'all talking about? And I got a little older, and I had stuff happen, and I'm like, I'm still here, and I'm seeing stuff that, and I'm like, I'm seeing it through different lenses. Sometimes they're rose colored, sometimes I'm blind. I'm like, I just realized that there is something that is connecting to everything.
I think I'm losing you a little bit again. So what makes you think? Like, can you compress that down a bit? What makes you think there is something like a God rather than not?
It's something that it's not,
or that you can't know between those three. You like, why did you pick there is a God?
Feeling, if that makes sense, based on the evidence within what I'm able to perceive, because I don't know everything and I don't have everybody's perspective firsthand, but my firsthand experience, that's what I have come to find to be most true.
It feels most true, is what you're saying.
From what I've been able to perceive, because I'm sure I could go into somebody else's reality and they might have some stuff that happened that just shatters it. But from what I've been able to perceive, and I try to do things like this in my life, even if I'm not directly with people, to get other perspectives. But that's where I'm still at this time. But I'm not someone who isn't aware that, again, like, I don't know. It's just that this literally is like what I believe and what seems to be most true so far for me.
Thank you, Dancing in Duality, for the spider. Love that.
What is your purpose for religion besides comfort?
So for religion, it's not comfort. It's been more of a thing of discipline, because Some of my neurodivergent leads me into a place where I can tell that I'm masking and just trying to figure out what to do. It gives me order and direction. So that could be comforting to have the order and direction when you're a person that needs it. So hopefully that answers it. I think I came around it. Sorry for the circular answer.
No, that makes sense. When I was Muslima, I definitely thrived off of the salah dua, the different waking up at 5 a.m. to like shower and meditate.
Yes.
Like it's definitely benefits to like a lifestyle of order and everything. But could you not get that from like other religions or even just a strict schedule?
I could.
So then why choose a religion then?
It offers some protection and camaraderie, and I don't want to make it sound like it's a cult because I don't consider it to be anything. I don't even know if I want to say that, but it's more just that it's. I'm not walking that alone, and I can actually see how it's impacted others who are also doing it, and have takeaways because I'm not doing it alone. You know what I mean? Because I don't know how many years I have of life to get it to quote unquote right, but it helps if it's something that people are like. I understand why Christians are Christians and they ascribe to what they ascribe to. I'm assuming it gives them that, whatever that is for them, because I don't feel like it's as disciplined, but I kind of like some level of discipline. But I do know that at the end of the day, I may come out of years of being Muslim and realize, oh, okay, I've gotten the discipline that I needed from this. And maybe I'll move on to Buddhism or Hinduism or Nordic. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to make it sound like I'm not a person who I'm not somebody who's not capable of change and malleability. And that's why I kind of have to, like, I feel like I'm doing a disservice to Islam to even have stated the fact that I did take the Shahada and I consider myself Muslim at this point in my life, because it's at the end of the day, it's kind of more that more general idea of God that I'm aware of and feel is right.
So ultimately, the community and the assurance of multiple people believing in the same thing is probably helpful.
It's helpful. It's even helpful with me suffering from anxiety to know that it's understood that I'm going to be covered. I don't want to be perceived in certain ways. You like, just like as an example, or that I'm not to tell my wrongdoings and things. That's something in the past. I'm moving forward. Like, just a lot of the principles of things I hadn't even really considered or had the protection of, and I hate to, because I don't want to dumb the faith down for people who are adamant believers and are doing it they're. I think hopefully you get where I'm going with that, but that's where I am, at least.
Yeah, in your experience with Islam is not diminishing anyone else's faith at all. It's just we're just asking questions about your experience and your belief, and we're not and you explaining it isn't in any way diminishing their faith or their belief in the Quran in its entirety. It's just what's helped you, and I'm wondering if maybe if your belief system is more of a evolutionary process and less of a like a strict Muslim religion. Like, yes, it sounds like it's evolving and that it's changing and that it's adapting over time to different information you're given. And I think that's wonderful. You are asking questions, you're growing, you're learning, and I'm wondering if maybe Islam is just a stepping stone for your growth. Would that be fair to say?
More than likely it is, and I'm just basing that on who I've seen myself to be. And I want to just directly thank you for giving me reassurance that I wasn't being offensive or diminishing. Thank you for that.
Yeah, we're just asking questions about your experience. You're not in any way reflecting on anyone else's belief. We try to take one person at a time and look at their beliefs and see if they can question it, not, oh, you have to represent all of Islam now. I think that's too much to ask of anybody, even an imam.
Thank you. And did I answer your question? I apologize. I don't know if I.
Yeah, I think I have a better understanding now where you're coming from, and I'm wondering if you're willing to maybe research other religions that might be more helpful, because I know the fantasy aspect and some of the problematic things to do with the Christian faith may have deterred you, and I'm wondering if down the road some similar aspects that you might find in Islam might do the same. So please, I encourage you to keep asking questions and doing your research and finding whatever it is works best for you.
Thank you so much. I promise you I will, because it's I realize I even just some of the basics that you mentioned. I have a lot more learning to do, and I will for certain.
I don't have any more questions.
I appreciate you coming up and answering the questions that you did, Cookies. I hope that you keep asking questions and maybe come back when you find more answers, and we'll definitely have more questions for you then.
Thank you so much. You all have a wonderful rest of the day.
Thank you. You too.
You're welcome.
Take care. Big W's for Cookies.
Oh yeah, big W's for Cookies. Cookies was awesome. She demonstrated an ability to question her beliefs, and she's gonna go keep questioning. So I'd say that's a big W.
Hell yeah.
In case anybody in the comments was wondering, that's how you win, folks. You question, and you show the ability to question. So if you also have a belief in gods or higher powers or anything like that, and you can question that belief, please request up. When I hear Cookies was just fine, and her beliefs may have altered some, or maybe are adapting some. But we didn't steal her, burgle her god. We asked questions, and we all learned something. If you'd also like to do that, please request up. There's a box available and a pink and blue person who could usher you to your seat, as Ketchup so wonderfully reminded me.
Ketchup has tried to remind us of the ushers in your absence when you weren't here.
Ooh. If I'm head of ushers, I think Ketchup should be assistant managers when I'm gone, because ushers need a little guidance. People need to be reminded of their presence.
Assistant to the manager, I think.
Assistant to the manager? Oh, maybe they could be dual managers. I don't know.
Assistant to the regional manager. You're the regional manager and he's assistant to the original manager.
I'm gonna find myself in AI later making images of these ushers stealing Hammy's wallet later. Fictional adaptation, of course. The ushers never touched Hammy's wallet.
Pixar.
Mm-hmm.
Why is it only gone whenever they were the only ones around me? Bats.
Well, I would like to point your attention to the person who's been reminding you that your wallet has been missing. Morgan.
I apologize that I'm just more observant than our dear Hammy.
Oh, yeah, so deflecting and playing the victim. Okay. The gaslighting. Can't you smell the gas, Hammy? Morgan might know where your wallet is.
What is gas?
That thing that Thrayle lights with his flint.
You never once
Never heard of it.
Yeah. What is this? And by the way, Morgan, I am very, very observant. Thank you.
You can't question me, it's in the pay contract.
Damn it, that's right, I did make a deal with the Fae.
Something about mushrooms, a circle. I got a little blurry after that. I don't know.
Well, a few days ago, she made me make a good deal with the Fae. That was very, very
Oh, Hammy, you gave your bones to the Fae. or your heart or your mind or something. You're so old. Did you give them your name?
No. I made
His bacon.
Oh, worse, you gave the Fae your bacon? Oh, you'll never hear the end of it then.
He gave me a promise.
I did.
Oh, a promise.
And now I'm stuck.
Well, good luck with that, Hammy. I'm sure the
And
ushers will.
baconless.
Baconless.
The very second I find a way. The very second I find a way to get my bacon back and be able to be unstuck, I will.
I have a question for the panel.
Go for it, Durga.
How do you guys think beliefs work?
What do you mean by work?
In what regard?
There's a mechanism within us that that goes through this process, right? Of us having a belief. I wouldn't say everything has like a mechanism in the way that they work, because I don't know. But I think we can show a lot of things, you know, just how our anatomy works, you know.
Do you think there's a process by which all the beliefs are developed?
Possibly.
Do you think? Do you think that I feel like I know the answer to this, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Do you think that beliefs are caused or causal? It's like
I think beliefs are a result of priors. Yeah.
yeah, like everything else, right? I think this is a really interesting question, and I don't know how belief works, and that's part of the reason why I've frequented these kinds of spaces for so long, is because I have this desperate like want to understand how belief works.
So all I know is I personally cannot believe in something that I'm not convinced by. So if it doesn't convince me, I can't believe in it.
I'm kind of in the same boat as Kat, where I don't know that I've ever really. I've thought I've understood belief, but I've come to realize that I don't. And yeah, this is.
Hammy, I think you made a really good point, and I think that being convinced is part, maybe one of the gears in this mechanism that I'm talking about. And I do think that there's complexity behind it. I think there's a lot of moving parts. I haven't really dissected into it extensively, but I think within the equation of whatever all of these things are that you put together next to each other in a line, eventually you get to equals belief. And prior to the equal,
Sorry, I thought
one
you
of those. Sorry, what?
started to say something because I thought you were finished, but
Oh no, I was just saying, like, within the equation, I think it's blank plus blank or minus blank or all of those things that happen. It's something convinced equals belief.
So it's like a layered sandwich, almost like there's layers to it, and that maybe belief is the sandwich, but the layers that make up the sandwich, whether it's indoctrination, something you're told as a child, or whether it's something you've thought about and discovered on your own, or something that's a group has come to you with, like it's almost a perfect a belief is a perfect storm by which the sandwich is made.
So from the outside, from the perspective of somebody who's never like truly really held a belief, I don't think it appears to me that belief is being convinced of a thing. There is a strong emotional like attachment to the thing, and that's, you know, there could be a variety of reasons for that. And also like conviction, I think, is a really common thing I see in belief. There's some conviction about it, and also I think faith, meaning like a willingness to hold a position or hold a, you know, like view that you cannot be certain of. I think all of those things kind of make up a belief, right? But there's a lot of nuance to like pretty much all of those things. There's like different reasonings and different, you know, like mechanisms by which you may have gotten there or whatever. I think there's utility too. I think that there's like some utility to it generally. Maybe not always, but for the most part. Personal utility.
Yeah, I definitely have, at least within my beliefs, I feel like I have found utility there.
Are you trying to almost make a like somewhat of a pie diagram of what percentage of what has to make a belief? Are you trying to like?
No, not necessarily. I would probably give more of an analogy of like a conveyor belt of just things that just run through this um, quote unquote the mechanism or the machine, and then at the end of it, when it comes out, you have belief.
I think that about utility, like I might be wrong about the utility thing. I think that the reason I think that is because I don't see any other reason to like believe something that you're not sure of, other than it holds some sort of utility or value for you. So that might just be a bias on my part, like thinking that.
So that is something that I have kind of really struggled with and tried to, you know, sit in that question for a long time. But I do think that there is that component of that Hammy was talking about is um, you can't believe something that you're not convinced of. And I think, you know, it's kind of hard to talk about these things not being on a timeline because all of these things happen within an evolutionary process within our mind of, you know, understanding things and new information being presented. So it's not like we take a person and we bring them on this panel and, you know, they tell us what they believe and we ask the questions. Even while we're doing this, there is changes taking place. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Do you think that you can be convinced of something because, and like not like maybe consciously, not like meaning like not within your awareness that this is why you're convinced of it, but do you think you could be convinced of a thing because of the strong emotional attachment or the utility it has for you? Like, do you think that, like, again, maybe not within your awareness, but you would find something convincing because it has the...
I'll say this. I know that within my beliefs, I have, you know, really wondered or kind of just like I was saying, like just really thinking about this for a long time is, have I gone down this path because of the utility that it provides me? And the fact that I've had to ask that question to myself leads me to believe that this can be true. Is it? I don't know, but I do think that there is something there. Whether it's divinely inspired or not, I know that the utility behind it is something that not just me, but other people have been able to benefit from.
So, in all fairness and openness, we haven't gotten super far deep into your beliefs, like I haven't with you, but every time I've spoken to you about them, this is something that I've like noticed. I've like picked up on the utility of them to you, and I was wondering if you were aware of that, and you are, and I think that's really honest of you. And I don't know to what extent, and I just like the way you speak about it, I can like hear the utility in it. And I also think that's a perfectly valid reason to have a belief, is if you're getting some great usefulness out of it, right? It is impressive that you can see that in yourself, though, and you have questioned that in yourself. So good for you.
Oh, thanks.
I wanted to add one aspect of belief. And I'm reading this, but I also agree with this. Agent detection, or like believing that events that you witness or hear or see, whatever, that even though you don't see an animal or person doing it, that we presuppose that something did it. And then that can be applied more broadly to think like all of these things that are good or bad, hard to define, especially or like before our understanding of the world was that evolved, thinking that there must be some unseen force, some unseen agent actually that has done that, and that is like hardwired into many biological forms, especially prey animals, but also predator animals, just for survival.
Hey, Dargon, are you in the Discord?
I am. I just.
Dargon hates Discord.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. But
He exists there, but he's not there.
Okay,
Look,
my protest.
if
Okay.
someone twisted my arm to go over there for a reason, I'll do it. But I know it exists, and I love that it exists for everybody. And my life is less painful while I'm not there.
I understand, and all of us need to have boundaries, and it's important that you exercise whatever's healthiest for you. I only brought it up because I went online and I made a diagram of basically how I believe beliefs are formed, and I put it in there in the live discussions chat as a visual, if that helps.
I would like to see this. Can you send me a thing on Discord, and I'll have to navigate through 750 red little dots or markers.
We can tag you on the.
Yeah, I'll just tag you on the post.
You'll get a notification.
And, yeah, you can click on it for the notification.
Or if it's easier, I think TikTok lets me send images now. I could just send it to your TikTok if that's more helpful for you.
Yeah, I would like to look at that and think about it, see how that works in this craziness that I think or understand, or I think I understand, or or tear it apart or whatever.
Yeah, if you can tear it apart and give me a new one, that'd be awesome too. I love it when people do that.
Yeah. Or it could potentially tear up whatever this diagram thing that I have.
Well, it just took me a few minutes to make it, just because I'm still formulating my beliefs on how beliefs are made, but it's what I got so far.
Yeah, I would like to check it out. That sounds really cool.
how do you, like, what about the way belief is formed is, like, okay, here's another thing I've noticed about you. Usually when you bring a question like this, it's because it's something that you have been, like, thinking about, for a reason. You know, like all of us do. But like, what is the bigger picture here? If you're comfortable sharing that, if not, don't worry about it. I'm just curious where your brain's going with this.
I think most people who have kind of like gone down a little bit of this rabbit hole, like most of the people that we interact with on here, I think we're all leaning towards trying to learn and understand and hold to as much truth as possible. But I kind of feel like there is a level of uncomfort that comes with that. It's just a byproduct, a property of it that we, either you're going to keep going or you're not. So I found that as I've grown, it's easier for me to live in that uncomfort and learning. Whether it's good for me or not, I don't know. And ultimately, it might not even matter. I don't know. I'm not sure. But I do like growing. So I want to, you know, within moderation, I still want to have comfort in my life. But sometimes I do enjoy being in the uncomfort where I grow.
Morgan was talking earlier. I don't know. I think you might have been asleep. Morgan was talking earlier about the scary place, right, Morgan? And I can relate a lot to this. Like, people do substances that induce hallucinations and such, and oftentimes a bad trip, quote unquote, or going too far is when they get to the scary place. And I live for the scary place. I love the scary place because I learn the most in the scary place. But it takes it takes a special kind of person to be able to sit in that, in the scary place. And so I respect that. Huh?
And not feel fear.
Yeah, and feel like excited about it, right? Are you seeking truth or comfort or certainty? Or, you know, to what degree are you seeking these things?
I think these things are kind of fluid. I wouldn't take like a pie chart and say, like, you know, this specific percentage goes towards holding to comfort and this goes towards seeking truth. And whatever else kind of falls into that. I think it's kind of liquid. I think whenever I'm doing something, a specific part of or amount of my attention goes towards seeking truth. And, you know, it's like I said, you know, there is a level of comfort that I think everybody wants to be comfortable, even when we're trying not to be comfortable, we're still looking to be comfortable. I don't know, like, I don't want to be this person who like drops like, oh, you know, in Corinthians it says, but it does, you know, in Corinthians it does say that it is important to learn to be content with where you're at. And I feel like that's been important in my life, to be able to be comfortable in the uncomfort of things.
I've asked several people this question, What do you think the most popular answer to it was?
I don't know.
I was really hoping you'd make a guess. The most popular answer is certainty, which I predicted, but I am dissatisfied with. But I think that's interesting. Certainty. Everybody wants certainty. I don't
There
think that
was,
that's...
I believe it was on this panel a while ago, and we were talking about certainty and how it's not necessarily a dichotomy. It's not like an on and off switch where it's like you have certainty or you don't have certainty. I think there's levels of certainty, but I think but I think there needs to be a conversation about it where that's what we're talking about versus something being, like I said, an on and off switch.
We have seen growth. What are you looking at, Skelly?
You.
Oh, I don't know why. Why is it always me? Am I like the bad kid in class? Like, is that what this is?
I think lateral head movements are just easier.
Why are you acting like you've done something wrong, Cat?
My cat just, like, okay, so I just came and sat down on my couch, and my cat's head, like, as soon as I sat down, the cat's head, like, popped around the side of the couch, looking at me all guilty as fuck, and I was like, what the fuck have you been doing, sir? And he slunk off somewhere.
It's what cats do. So, what was it? It was December 3rd last year where I lost my dog. We had to put her down, and we had her for 15 years. She's my baby. But my wife wants to get a cat or two cats, and I'm allergic, but we're gonna do it anyways. But there are some hypoallergenic cats that we could get, and we're looking into getting some cats called Devons, and they're kind of like Sphinx, but they have a little bit of hair. They're really cute. They look like gremlins.
Oh, good. Can I make a recommendation for two cats? Because contrary to popular belief, they do get lonely, and they'll do a lot better if they have like a friend.
Yeah. That's why we were kind of leaning towards getting two cats.
Cat's friend is the dog.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, my wife's not ready to get a dog again.
My cat and my youngest dog are best friends.
Oh, that's really cute.
What breed were you looking at again? Which cat breed?
For me?
No, for the person whose name I can never remember and is
Duragon. He said Devons.
Oh, I see it. Oh, very cute.
I don't know what the big appeal is for cats and dogs. I think everybody should own bats.
Hell yeah, except they are protected species, so...
So maybe they could visit bats at the sanctuary then.
I don't know if we're allowed to own bats.
Well, if they happen to live in the same house as you, you can't exactly kick them out.
Well, bats are all around us, and for some of us, there's that.
I've said this so many times on here, but I'm going to say it again. The bat is the only native mammal in Hawaii.
I think I want to drill holes in my roof so bats come in and live with me.
Never seen a bat in Hawaii.
You've never seen a bat?
I don't know where they hang out, but not here apparently. Not in the Puna jungle, which I can't really blame them for. It's not very hospitable for anybody, really.
Do you wanna tell us what the name of this bat is?
Probably the Hawaiian bat, but no, I have no idea. I just know it's the only native mammal in Hawaii.
Okay, I have it in front of me here. I was just teasing. It's the Hawaiian hoary bat. Hoary.
Sounds right.
Outside of like I think this was outside of like gardens that have like a spot where it says, "Hey, bat area," and then you look up and you see bats. In all the various continents, I've never run into one in the wild. But I mean, they're nocturnal.
In Okinawa, there are these giant bats that have like a 4-foot wingspan. They're fucking huge, and they'll come out at dusk and they'll like swoop right down next to you while you're walking, and their like wings will like just like clip you. Dude, they're so cool.
Not me Googling flights to Okinawa now.
Fucking bats are so cool. Almost make it worth it to like not be able to walk under the trees at night because the snakes live in the trees and will fucking come out of the trees and get you.
Well, I have to get up in about 2.5 hours to begin my next day. So I think I should probably depart and dream about my wonderful fruit bats in South America, while believers come up here and question their beliefs in God and higher powers or whatever they believe in, energy. I'll just choose to believe in bats for now while I sleep.
Hell yeah. Well, I appreciate you, bats, and I hope you sleep well.
Thank you. Y'all take care. I'll probably fall asleep in the comments tapping.
Big W's to bats. Appreciate you as always.
Appreciate you guys. Take care.
Rest well.
Take care. I'm finding some pictures.
Now, if only some believer had a belief that they believed they could question. If only that believer would believe that so much that they would request up. And then we might have some questions for them. See if they really can question that belief. I didn't do it.
I'm sure that you did.
You're not a genie, GoPro. Good morning, Brad. How are you?
Good. I'm just here to troll for a second, if that's okay.
Well, you are the most delightful troll we know.
Oh, thank you, Thrayle. I love the show. God is a TikTok shop flash sale. And I won't be elaborating further this time.
I love it. I love him so much. I love when he just comes up here and says shit and then just bounces.
And then just leaves. Oh my god. I love
Well,
him so much.
I was gonna say I reject the second premise, and I was gonna need an explanation, but guess that's.
He said absolutely not.
Loves to just say shit and bounce, and it's my favorite.
Duragon questioning Braj would be entertaining to watch, but yeah, I don't know.
I like watching Duragon question people because Duragon is so like he's just you're very analytical or like straightforward, and so when people when people start saying wild shit, you're like, huh?
You know, yeah.
I
My
remember
idea
our
of that
first
is
flight.
not lost on me, and that's funny too.
I found 4 pictures for scale and put them in live discussion. It's a big guy. Just to go back to the bat from Hawaii. Oh no, Hawaii, Okinawa.
Appreciate you, Katie. Really quickly, I'm gonna thank Jade, Claire, also Bats, Katie, Heather's Descent, Shell, Morgan Le Fay, Braj, Cassie B, Carter, and Angel. Thank you all so much. Appreciate you for helping with the goal. You guys are amazing. And I think we actually do have, well,
And the number of likes and shares are appropriate tonight. Thank you guys.
Hell yeah. 134,000 times. That's amazing. You guys are awesome.
Glad I don't have to yell at everybody about the fucking likes tonight. That's makes me so happy. I don't like to do that.
Are you saying it hurts you more than it hurts them?
Yes.
I'm not exactly saying. I didn't say that. You said that.
I am. I don't like soliciting. I don't like being solicited. Please stop
I
making
don't
me
like
do it.
I don't like having to be the bad guy. Well, Thrall's like, thanks. Fucking low battery warning. God damn it. I don't like having to be the bad guy after Thrall's just like, you guys are so great for all the 34,000 likes. And I'm like, no, fuck that. We've been here for 6 hours. What do you mean 34,000 likes?
Can we just show some appreciation for that Thrayle impression? Spot on.
I know, it was really good, wasn't it?
10 out of 10 couldn't tell the difference.
Make a Thrayle account and then go around doing the Thrayle impression and see how long it takes people to notice.
Oh my god.
That would be so funny. What is that? Oh, that's a snake.
A reptile.
It's not a snake. It is a reptile of some kind.
It's a leopard gecko.
Oh, that's a really big. I feel like that's a really big gecko.
No, she's not that big. Like, I mean, there's my finger.
Oh no, yeah, she looks normal. We used
And
to
that's my good finger. No, not the. Yeah. But she's just chilling. There's a little. There's a little heat pad underneath the aquarium there.
Oh, so it's all warm and cozy?
Yeah, she's feeling it.
I think reptiles are super cool, but also, like, I don't know if I could ever have a reptile as a pet because they kind of freak me out, even though they're really cool.
I want a snake very badly.
No, thank you. Okay,
That one's my youngest daughter's leopard gecko, and her name is Luna.
Oh, that's cute. So, like, here's the thing about snakes. So I grew up in a swamp. I'm a swamp person. Me and Blake talk about this often. And part of being a swamp person is like not being able to walk through tall grass like ever, because there's snakes, and like there's no snakes in Hawaii. There is 0 snakes in Hawaii, like not even as pets, and it's like a really strict thing, and I still can't walk through the tall grass. Like I have to like talk myself through walking, like stepping into a patch of tall grass because I'm fucking so conditioned from growing up in a swamp about the snakes.
Well, yeah, I don't want outside snake. I want inside snake.
Sentence is horrific.
I was gonna say
It's
ticks, but then I read that
true.
they're like almost non-existent in Hawaii, and those that are don't bite humans, and if they bite humans, they rarely carry diseases.
My brother-in-law, before he unalived, he had like a earth science degree, and he ran a reptile rescue, and so him and my sister-in-law had this like tiny little like 1-bedroom apartment that they constantly had like 8 fucking snakes in.
We have the, you know, the one request. But do we have any new believers with a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything at all like that?
This is a fun panel of questioners, you guys. You guys like a really fun panel right now.
A rare one at that.
Got some faces that you don't see so often. I mean, me, Morgan, and Thrayle, I know we're boring at this point, but like,
Whatever you mean.
so request up for a fun time. So fun. Really, that's the other one we got. That's what we got. You know what? Actually, no. Let's. Can I?
No.
No, we got. We. Hello, Uncle Rory.
Oh, good morning, my dear. Good morning, everyone. It's a
Have we
pleasure to
learned
be here.
something since last time?
We have. We've learned to be more accountable in our lives. We've learned to be more mature. And we've learned from the hardest lessons in life. And I have. I've, you know, when I was a boy, I had my grandmother's 75th birthday. I was telling this story the other day and you cut me off and I was very upset. But we had...
You were upset. Yeah.
We had... we'd taken my grandmother to Africa for a safari. It was just me, my mom, my dad, my cousin Benji, and my grandmother, 5 of us. And she'd always wanted to go to a safari park. So we get to the park early in the morning, and I remember the smell. Oh, the smell. The air was dry, and we were in Tanzania, okay? And we met our guide. I believe his name was Musanta. And he had been doing this for over 20 years, and you could tell by the way he stood. He was calm, he was confident, and he kind of looked like a man who had seen everything the land could throw at him and just wasn't impressed anymore. And he welcomed us with he said, "Happy birthday, Grandma. You are going to have the time of your life today." And is my boy Hammy even here? Oh, Hammy's here. Hello, Hammy. So, Hammy, we get into the safari vehicle, right? It was basically just a Jeep, a rugged kind of Jeep. And we set off, and sure, we saw elephants. We saw elephants moving slowly, kind of like an old man crossing a street. And we saw cheetahs. We saw animals I didn't even know have names. I was only 6 years old at the time, so I didn't even know the names of some of these. It's kind of like flipping through a living picture book. And the hours passed, and Michael V. Art, I see your comment there. This story's going to get interesting now. Okay, look, we were having lunch. Now this is a 270-acre safari park, and we were probably an hour deep of a ride into the park, and all of a sudden, okay, our guide Musanta started to nod, and he something was wrong. And my father, a neurosurgeon, leaned forward and asked him if he was okay, and he said, "I'm okay," but within seconds he passed out. He passed out, and my dad jumped into action, and he tried to revive Musanta, tried to stabilize him, but Musanta's body, it started convulsing. And then I remember this white foam coming out of his mouth. It was, my father knew something was wrong right away. I mean, we all knew something was wrong right away. You didn't have to be Sherlock Holmes. But, and then just like that, Musanta was gone, dead.
Oh, I thought he meant just like that he was gone. Whoops. No, that didn't even deserve a chuckle. Thrayle laughed, he's just muted.
I thought it was funny.
I laughed on
You
mute
could
as
see the
well.
laughter in my eyes.
I was expecting this to be a version of the Great Greenery story, or like an endless story, the punchline that never comes. So I sort of tuned out, so I missed.
Did something
Well,
happen?
he said just like that, the tour guide was gone, and I disconnected him right then.
So it may have been. Okay.
I said, oh, whoops, I thought he meant he was gone.
Well, he was guiding us through the tour. Makes sense.
I was trying to let it get to like a really climactic point of the story, but I just didn't see one coming, so I took the opportunity to hop on the gone queue.
Cat. That's the beauty of Uncle Rory stories. There is no climax to it.
Yeah, but you remember last time he was here? He's still in the shithouse from that.
Oh yeah, I remember. But that's the funniest thing about Uncle Rory stories. Whenever he gets up here, when he's not being very, very terrible, it's all foreplay. No, there's no climax to it. That's it.
I have many things to say to that, and I'm not going to say any of them.
Well, here's a different analogy. Then, it's a never-ending side. It's a never-ending mill of sides, with no steak coming.
I imagine that's what he. Never mind.
I can't remember the variety I heard, but I found a list of many of them posted in live discussion. If anyone wants to hear more endless stories, they can just go there.
You are still very quiet, Katie.
I will.
So, like, if we want to hear more never-ending stories, like, I have a bunch of long-winded stories I could tell you that would probably be way more interesting.
If we want more never-ending stories, we can buy the never-ending story.
Hopefully that's better.
It's still going to be picking up from your phone. There's probably a setting in TikTok that'll make it use the headphones, but otherwise it'll just use the phone as the mic. TikTok's weird like that.
Right, heretical, I know, and I should have dropped him as soon as Hammy came up, just as a punishment to them both.
Keeping them forever out of reach of each other.
But what am I getting punished for?
Stark, for coming up just for him, even though he was gross last time he was here. Cross lovers. Maybe that's a good idea. So you guys, chat, panel, Huggy posted this video recently, and it's fantastic, and everybody should watch it because it's fucking great, and I love it so much. Cole, that's fucking adorable.
I feel like we're too sleepy.
We need something fun. Maybe the anime theme song.
You say anime theme song, and two songs come to mind. Unless we haven't unless we have a new guest.
We don't.
He doesn't count, but he's welcome back.
Any better?
Still the same.
Won't.
But if you just keep your phone... I was just going to say, if you keep your phone near you, then that should work, but that's all right.
Heretical mood. The skeleton man one.
It's on the list, but there's another one that comes to mind, and it's worth a listen to. Nope, that's not the one.
Request up and have a conversation. I'm not here to burgle your beliefs. I really am just here to see if you can question them. Me gustó tonight. Tell me what you really know. 答えがあるなら step into the fire show. If you believe it, say it with your chest. If it's really tripping, let's do the test. No script, no shield, no bar of faith, just your own voice in this place. 信じたもの can I stand right now? He had ammo, will it break somehow? If it's real, let it breathe. If it's yours, then speak to me. If you believe in a God or anything like that and can question that belief, request up and have a conversation. I'm not here to burgle your beliefs. I really am just here to see if you can question them. Let the whole room shake. Then it will not break. Bring your reason, bring your flame. Say why you believe that name. No hate, no theft, no twisted game. Just come and talk and make your claim. If your faith is strong, it won't run dry. So request up and tell me why. 信じる力 Real it's there. Question it, let it live. Show me why you're thinking yeah. If you believe in a God or anything like that, then can question that belief. Request up and have a conversation. I'm not here to burgle your beliefs. I really am just here to see if you can question them. Come and say it plain. Will it stay the same? If you know, then let it show. Speak it now and let it go. Click clack, midnight on the tiles. He's grinning with his skull on file. Cards flip, every secret face up. Truth or dare, your fragile hopes, huh? Knee socks, shaking in my boots. Lip gloss, tastes like bitter fruit. He says, girl, are you sure you're sure? I say, hit me with one more. Every answer feels like falling. Tiny heartbeats, curtain call. If my faith is just He taps the hourglass and flies white trust stars that never write back. I see my tiny dreams in his eyes, bare feet on a railway track. Pink pen scribbles on my sleeve, little vows I swore I'd keep. If doubt's a blade, I tell his grin and watch what shines beneath my skin. Every truth is sharp and shaking, but I'll hold it in my palm. If my faith is just for story, let your shadows prove me wrong. Skeleton man, ask me again. Peel back the prey from my trembling hands. I'll take every wish I ever planned on your cold bone questions. Skeleton man, I won't hide. Lay all my faith on the firing line. If it breaks, then at least it was mine. Test my true confession. Skeleton Q&A showtime. You say, little girl, what if you're mistaken? I say, so what if my heart comes back shaken? If I'm shattered, I'll still shine. Fragile, but it's still my life. Skeleton man, ask me again. Peel back the prey from my trembling hands. I'll stake every wish I ever planned on your cold bone quest. Skeleton man, watch me tonight. Turn every crack to a battle cry. If I fall, I will fall in the sky. Faith in full expression. Skeleton Q&A showtime.
Hell yeah. Thank you, Simber, for the questions of the Lotus. And thank you, Heretical, for Skeleton Man Q&A showtime. Hell yeah. But also, yeah, Heretical didn't know that I turned 3 of his songs into buttons. Well, at least parts of them. And since they're all on panel, it is important to point out we are here questioning beliefs. So if you do have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, well, know that we're not here to burgle your gods or tear them down. We are just here to see if you can question your beliefs. And we've got KD, Morgan Le Fay, also Kat Navat, and Hammy joining us. So,
Morgan Le Fay, master of the story. In a grip, whole world's in a glory. She just tilts her head and you confess more than you planned. Cat in a bag, what a drag, what a fact. She asks not what it is. Hey, notorious HA. Ask wild questions, then I go ham. If it sound wrong, then it might be right. I'm the big ham, barking all night.
That is so fucking cool. Oh my god.
How fucking cool is that? Isn't that the greatest?
That is awesome.
It's amazing. I love it.
It's my favorite line from the song. Like,
yes, I think you really like the head tilt one. You were talking about that before.
like it makes me feel very seen because it is very like much something I've experienced a lot. It's like just like looking at someone, tilting my head, and then having them spill their guts.
I'm happy that I could make those songs and make you guys feel that way, and then I'm really glad that Thrayle turned them into openings for you guys to be able to express more of my gratitude and my enjoyment to be in this community. I really do appreciate that.
Hell yeah. Now we just need a heretical button.
Mm-hmm. I'm working on that.
No, we're not working on that.
Yes, I am.
Don't do that.
You can't stop me.
Physically, no. I'll complain about it the entire time.
I wouldn't.
Well, that and everything else.
Yeah, so like, what else? Yeah, that's not really going to make a difference. You would complain about whatever.
You guys know me so well.
I don't think you did anything, Huggy. I don't think you messed anything up.
I like to be a miserable piece of shit, and I don't want to feel any love ever, even from my friends.
I'm just so happy that you guys you know me so well that I just hate everything.
That's cute.
Oh, thank you, Brash. I appreciate that, man.
Hell yeah. So, I don't have a poem ready.
Oh, that means we need to waffle, Morgan.
Well, it means we need believers.
Believers in a god, God's higher power, or anything else like that?
Like mermaids or
Something like
Winnie the
that.
Poohs or Martian fire yetis. I think there's somebody in here who believes in one of those. Maybe.
Believing in a Martian fire yeti would just be fucking ridiculous, to be honest.
Cosplaying as one would be even more ridiculous.
Who would cosplay as a Martian fire yeti? That's just...
Oh, some fucking weirdo, probably.
I did a quick Google search. It seems like the man is trying to keep back information about this Yeti. So it'd be really cool if somebody believed in that and came.
You know what? In a couple weeks, somebody from the community is gonna get to go on the Martian fire yeti hike.
I can't wait to hear that reported back.
It's my favorite hike. I like it a lot. It's so easy and it's really cool.
Do you think they will be inclined to believe in Martian fire yetis after the hike?
I guess it depends on if we see any Martian fire yetis or not. I am much better at the hike now than I was when we saw the Martian fire yeti, so there will be less opportunity to see Martian fire yetis because I won't be wandering around a lava field for 5 hours.
You could just go out of your way and wander around the lava fields for 5 hours. Why not do it for 6?
It is not a good time. It's not fun.
I think that's perspective based and subjective.
Maybe. But it's really kind of annoying to turn a like the whole hike, like round trip, is like 1.25 miles, and so to turn that into like 7 miles is a little.
Sounds like something a skeptic would say.
Although a few months ago I did tell Brad about how that like thing that happened on that hike that we went on has turned into an entire cryptid that has a whole lore behind it and has a community with hundreds of people in it. Like we have this whole joke about it, and he thought that was hilarious and really great that that's what came out of it.
There needs to be like a Discord server compendium, like a wiki, with terms and definitions and
There's a Martian Fire Yeti in the Discord server. I don't know how you could not believe in them because there's one in the Discord server and he has the TikTok.
He comes up on panel.
the Blue Ember. Oh, I found him. See, what was I thinking?
See, this is what happens when you don't look into what you believe.
He even goes on vacation.
Me of little faith.
He has a golden retriever and her name's Lava Girl.
Beautiful.
If you haven't heard the story about this, I'll tell you later in Discord.
Sounds good.
Thrayle.
Cat.
There's something in the queue. There's somebody in the queue.
Oh. Well.
Right.
Uh-huh.
That's why I asked you. Had it not been, I would have just done it and let you keep doing the poem.
They don't seem to be loading in. So if they meant to be here, they can always request again.
Had it been a request that seemed like legit, I would have just like rolled with it and left you alone to do the poem, but you weren't looking at the queue because you were doing the poem. Oh, also, Everlasting, I sent you this meme in Discord the other day for next time you have a who can put the funniest meme that'll definitely get you kicked off for a week contest. This one, I think, will definitely do the trick for that too, but it is really funny.
Birch says Moon's getting real low. Am I the Incredible Hulk? Is that what's going on now?
What?
I think it does, Mika. Michael V., that is an incredibly relevant question, I think.
Oh, it's poem ASMR. I feel like it's keyboard sounds. Can we listen to Jim's song while you do the poem?
Jim's song?
Mm-hmm.
I can.
Mm-hmm.
I did listen to it earlier, but I wouldn't mind listening again. And this time we'll do the full-length version.
That sounds
Yeah.
good. I wasn't here when we heard it earlier, so.
I stay up all night to question my beliefs. Something I decided when I was asleep. Where have I been guided? How far have I gone? What was decided? Where did I go wrong? My hidden assumptions, I'll ponder them deep and stay up all night question my beliefs, examine my choices, replay my path. I made those decisions somewhere in the past. I'm wandering blindly, hiding from dread, reminded by stories somebody read. Where have I been guided? How far have I gone? What was decided? Where did I go wrong? My hidden assumptions, I'll ponder them deep and stay up all night to question my beliefs. Comfort of purpose, the prison of fate, longing for connection before it's too late. Anything greater than the base and mundane, something to give meaning to all of my pain. But where have I been guided? How far have I gone? What was decided? Where did I go wrong? My hidden assumptions, I'll ponder them deep and stay up all night to question my beliefs. My hidden assumptions, I'll ponder them deep and stay up all night to question my beliefs.
W. Jim.
Hell yeah.
Yay.
Round and round, same few notes, same old spin, short ride, thin rope, born in dust, fed old tales, golden gates, past these veils they sold me, endless dawn, if I just obeyed, held on. But this is a tilt-a-whirl of time. It creaks, it sways, it leaves no sign. One short turn, then off we climb. I won't trade this fleeting, aching light for a ghost of a promise in an endless night. Candles drip on chapel stone, names half carved, breath long gone. They all saved their sweetest wine for some feast past the line. But this is the tilt-a-whirl of time. It creaks, it sways, it leaves no sign. One sharp laugh, one last soft rhyme. I won't sell this fragile, failing flesh for a coin of comfort in a timeless mesh. If all I am is here, is now these scarred hands, this furrowed brow, then every bruise and every bruise again is worth more than a perfect, never-ending win. This is the tilt-a-whirl of time. It hums, it hurts, it won't rewind. One small life, crooked, not sublime. I'll take this ride, this only one, and rest my bones when it is done.
Oh, Thrayle. I don't remember if I sent Jim that video that Grinch posted the other day that I sent you, but don't let me forget to do that.
Lantern in the mist below, high, high, shows the threads the forest knows. You held your answers like a flame, burning clear and bright, but every truth you swore was fixed, flickers in the night. Maps you drew inside your mind drift like smoke in wind. Every road you thought was yours turns and bends again. Lantern in the hollow air shows the patterns always there, not to guide and not to warn, only what was always worn. When the last sure answer breaks and the quiet patterns show, that is when you hear the call through the hollow in the fall. In the quiet of the wood where the old roots wind, others walk the hidden ways of a different kind. Not by crown and not by throne, not by law or chart, only those who saw the threads others passed apart. Lantern in the hollow air shows the patterns always there, not to guide and not to warn, only what was always worn. When the last sure answer breaks and the quiet patterns show, that is when you hear the call through the hollow in the fall. In the dark, the pages turn, ink and memory. Every path a story told in the hidden leaves. Tome of forgets every soul who heard the mist written in its steps. Lantern in the hollow air shows the ones already there, those who saw the threads beneath certainty and breath. Here and moving through the fog, older than the maps. Ah, the gods tread older paths. Ah, even the gods tread older paths. Even the gods tread older paths.
Good soup.
Raises a very important question.
It's a sandwich.
It's always a sandwich. You're god of gapsing sandwiches.
God damn it. I forgot you had this one.
Oh, this is terrifying. I don't know if I support this. It's a little scary. Oh shit, Philly's in here. Everybody shut up about sandwiches.
We're not talking about those, we're talking about soup.
Oops.
I forgot Philly was awake.
I don't even know what a sandwich is. Don't know what you're talking about. Don't look behind me.
You better fucking quit. She's gonna drop you from your own handle again from the comments.
From the comments.
No.
Fucking watch yourself.
No. But if you do have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief, go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate you or argue. We really just want to know if you can question the belief, then what is it you believe? And why do you believe it?
Hello,
Brad.
32T West.
And do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
I do. Maybe a quick joke to soften it first, but how fast can you unfurl a sandwich? But the real belief is that Einstein's theory of knowledge, or so, I don't know the word honestly, the title of it, but where the boundaries of the unknown become bigger as the more you understand, and it's a very unfurling style, I guess, similar, but it makes me question: are the boundaries? Do they end in a bubble? Do they end in void? Do they end in firmament? Like,
Who says that they end?
well, void would imply no end, sort of Minecraft style, but
I see what you mean.
firmament is more like a mysterious way, like something I don't know why that is always talked about, honestly, but bubble makes a little more sense. But I guess the unfurling implies that there is space to be unfurled into.
Why do you think it implies that?
I guess maybe the space unfurls at the same rate, or. But I guess the boundary between the wing and the unknown, whatever that space is.
I wonder if that has a name.
I don't know. But what pushes the unfurling to? I don't know. I mean, it comes back to yin and yang. All things do, even identity. For me, that's how I learned it. But
Still a push-pull.
As far as theories, are you referring to like the general relativity and dynamic spacetime? After Einstein removed his cosmological constant from his equation.
I mean, probably whatever Neil Tyson said, you know. I did some of the books. I read some of the books, but mostly the podcast.
And would you mind explaining, telling again what was it that you believed about it, or criticized?
Well, I just learned that maybe black holes, the geysers that they spit out, I guess don't. They spit out somewhere else in space. That's what told me, but I don't know. I thought it was a force that pushed past the event horizon that spat, you know, pure element beyond the gravitational pull, and then it drifted. But somebody told me it spits it out.
Was this the claim that you brought up in the beginning?
No, I just black holes as a meditation. It keep evolving as I learn more, and everyone. It's like black holes are hot right now, but like I just feel.
Do you mind telling me what your original statement was at the beginning of the
statement? Oh, the Einstein's, you know, knowledge theory is the same as the unfurling. That the more our knowledge and unknown beyond knowledge expand, maybe that unknown implies a space beyond the wing. But where does it come from?
I'm not following.
So, in relation to the celestial bat goddess cosmology.
And I don't mean to claim any knowledge of her, or just thought a fun comparison between the unfurling and Einstein, and if it was even Einstein, I can't remember. Just it looks like an evil eye, but it's knowledge and unknown, and it's good.
I must still be too furled to follow along at this point.
That's fair. I can look into that theory, Brad. I don't know it very well, but I'll look into it. Thanks for coming up, Reg.
Is everyone asleep?
Yo, I'm awake. I'm not asleep. You're asleep. You're fucking asleep.
No, cat's asleep. I'm awake.
Hammy on the
I'm
other
preparing a
hand.
poem.
Amy is definitely asleep.
Mm-hmm.
The Q is asleep.
Debbie's in the chat for Hammy, even if he is sleeping.
Good night, sweet prince. Jonas came through in D&D last night. It was great.
That's awesome. Meh. It's like a poem or something.
It's a something.
As long as it's poem adjacent.
It's poem adjacent. I mean, I don't know who Jason is, but it's.
I don't know, but I heard he has something to do with the calendar months.
Is peripheral to a poem. Really quickly, I'm going to thank KD, Tricera Bear, Tech Omega, Cassie B, Carter, and Branch for helping with the goal. Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate all of you. And while I am ready, I'm ready. There's a poem there. It does what poems do sometimes. You know, when they try to do that sound-alike thing at the end of lines. If you've got a
Not
belief in a
rhyming.
god or yeah, I thought I said that.
You did.
It's To be very honest, he said that sound-alike thing at the end of lines.
And did it do that thing with the line before it?
Which I suppose is a very roundabout way to say rhyming, yes.
I'm Cat and I'm
Why
cranky.
are we adding a bunch of words where we could use one? It doesn't seem to make much logical sense to me. And yeah, I have an ear infection and it hurts, and I am.
Oh my goodness, I hope you're feeling better soon.
Life is bullshit.
Tell me about it.
Life is bullshit too, you understand.
I'm doing fine.
I'm heretical.
Jesus Christ.
Okay.
I don't think that's a bear you want to fight today.
Married, you should know better.
I'm doing fine by my own standards, which are extremely, extremely low.
Very, very low. Honestly, not even on the ground, they're underground.
And I've also given up coffee for a while. I'm switching to the Welch's Grape Cran drink. I'm continuing that. So I'm 2 of those in, so, I'm doing fine.
Fantastic.
I'm sorry, did you just say you gave up coffee for grape cranberry juice?
Yeah, the energy drink. Not
It's an
the actual juice. I wouldn't drink juice.
Okay, the energy drink. That's a little bit more acceptable. Okay, yeah. Really sounds pretty good, honestly.
It's the Ghost brand. They have 2 of them. It's Welch's Grape Cran and then Welch's Grape.
The Ghost brand energy drinks are good, but my favorite of all time is the Rainbow Sherbet Rains. The Rainbow Sherbet Rains are the shit.
I used to do the C4 ones all the time. They have a Hawaiian Punch one that's really good. That's the other one.
Yeah, that one is really good. That is really good. I agree. I love Hawaiian Punch stuff. It's so good.
I sacrifice Morgan as tribute to be questioned.
Is there a question you'd like to ask me?
Not at this time.
Cole, you're late.
I do it every night though. Whenever I see Morgan on panel, I just like, she's the one.
I actually just thought of something, but I'm not going to say it because it would not be in my best interest.
Fair.
Now I'm intrigued.
I'm intrigued, but fair.
Yeah, no, actually, I'll fall on that's not really fair of me to say and then not tell you, so I will fall on my own sword and say I was the only one that escaped being questioned earlier.
Hey, Kat.
Yes, Radical.
What you thinking about?
Well, how lucky I was to be the only one that didn't get questioned earlier.
Why do you think you weren't questioned earlier?
Distractions.
What were the distractions?
Other people's questionable things. I was very...
Oh, fuck.
I was very quiet, and other people had things that were
I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
Cornoy.
0 points for House Gryffindor.
See, like that. Like distractions, like there. Distraction. There we go, see?
So if there were no distractions, what do you think you'd be questioned on?
You know, I don't know what I'd be questioned on.
What is something that you don't want to be questioned?
I don't know that there's anything that I don't want to. We already really tackled the one thing I didn't really I wasn't really comfortable with, or that I didn't really like. We've tackled that pretty well. Lots of hours spent questioning that here and in Discord, and I'm pretty comfortable with it now. Not that it can't be questioned. It's just I'm comfortable questioning it. You know. I'm sure there's something that I don't want to question. I just don't know what that is.
I can say that I'm scared now because Magnus said something to me in the comments, and I don't know what the hell's going on.
Oh my. We do have a new guest joining us. Hello, Hart. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? NNJJB. I think Hart was easier to pronounce. Can I get your age? I see you in the comments, but you're on the panel. Okay, well, we'll go ahead and set you back down so you can figure out what you're doing.
Would you like to continue, Radical?
I'm confused, worried, and scared for my own safety.
Not the giggle in the background.
Distractions, my friend.
I'm not sure this is a distraction. Yes, that's my one of my hobbits in the background giggling.
Well, I mean,
being scared.
It's not a distraction that I orchestrated, but it does seem to be a distraction.
It's definitely distracting me.
Cat. Do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
I do not.
Why the hell not?
I never have. I have never really understood why people do. there seems to be no evidence for these things, and as fun as magic would be, I haven't like seen anything that would make me believe that it did exist.
Good morning, Magnus.
Nope.
Hello, fellow atheists.
He ran away.
Oh, it seems my kitten is playing hard to play. I shall be back.
They're both gone.
Oh, good God.
Anything else, Fair Bones?
What do you think would convince you that a god or something magical exists?
Do you remember what I said last time you asked me what would convince me if a god exists?
Yes, I do.
That is still true. And for anybody who missed that, I said that the god himself could come out of the heavens and rip my still beating heart out of my chest, and I probably still wouldn't believe it. Magic, though, I don't know. Magic's a little different. I really want to believe in magic. Like, I really like magic. So it'd probably be a little bit easier to convince me of that, but I don't know what exactly would. Is that the question now? What the fuck is magic?
Why?
Oh, Mika asked a good question. Oh, why do I want to believe in magic?
Yeah.
Because it's fun and whimsical.
What makes it fun?
Well, I guess it doesn't necessarily have to be fun, but it's very whimsical, and the whimsy makes it fun to me. I like a good whimsy.
Can you get the same whimsy that you get from magic anywhere else?
Oh yeah, I get whimsy all over the place.
Where else do you derive whimsy from?
I moved to the jungle because it's whimsical. Among other reasons, but that's a big part of it. It looks like a Dr. Seuss book over, like the outside just looks like a fucking Dr. Seuss book. It's like floor eyes. So whimsical. I love a good whimsy.
What prevents you from leaning into the belief in magic?
I think that the only thing that prevents me is that I'm like not convinced, right? Like, I spent a lot of time like wanting it to be true and like wanting to believe in it and like trying to force a belief in it, and like I never did. That's what I was saying earlier, is I've never had like a really firmly held belief in anything. I've like kind of played with, supernatural or whimsical or magical ideas, but I don't think I've ever really felt like I really believed in them. That's why I'm so fascinated with the idea of belief, I think.
Same question about a deity, but with magic. What would it take to convince you that magic was real?
I don't know. I think magic has to I don't know, because it's so easy to like there's so many things that seem magical that just aren't, Like I've stood at the top of an active volcano, at the summit of an active volcano, and watched it erupt, and that's fucking like as close as you're gonna get to magic, right? But it wasn't. It was just the earth doing earth things, you know.
Why
But
do
if I
you
can,
think that fascinates us to that level? If you can delineate that this is a natural occurrence, but still feel the same euphoria.
it's the awe. I've deduced that it is the awe. It is the like excitement and fear and like immenseness of it. I always like I talk about how this helped me understand God because it is larger and more powerful than myself or any other human, and it creates and it destroys. And this place that I love so much exists because of it.
That sounds like a god if I've ever heard one.
It is literally my best understanding of what a god is.
Mm-hmm.
Is that wonder?
It's wonder, it's awe, it is
Are those the same thing?
I don't think so. I think that there is a like anxiety or apprehension or fear kind of to awe, but like not in a bad way, and it's not the biggest part of it. It's just like a little piece of it, and I don't think there's any fear with wonder.
Interesting that you would say that. Can you find that a little bit more?
So I think awe is like a mixture of anxiety or fear and like an overwhelming like wonder kind of feeling, right? But I think that wonder is like very whimsical and childlike and no, not anxious. I think wonder is just like bewilderment. That's not quite the right word, but it's like excitement and confusion.
Would you say that these emotional states are thought stoppers?
What is it? What do you mean by that?
So similarly, not exactly, to how a deepity would, it's just kind of like turns off the conversation. Is awe, is wonder, is whimsy.
I think that for a lot of people, yes, I think that is true. For a lot of people, once you find that thing that makes you feel those things, like you stop there because they are overwhelming and mostly positive feelings. And so like feeling something overwhelmingly positive is like, you like that, right? You don't see a need to go any further. Most people don't like the scary place.
I have much more intense questions that I'd rather ask privately.
Okay. Look, I have felt all the things and done all the things on this panel, and I think I am more emotionally regulated now. But either way is fine. Mika, you asked a good question, and could you type it again in the chat for me because I have lost it?
I've got it. Would anything convince you that there's a purpose to life?
I don't know. A lot of people have kids and say that gives them a lot of purpose, and I imagine that it would. I probably will not ever have that experience, so I don't even know if that would convince me that there's necessarily like a purpose to life and like an overarching purpose.
Do you think that you have found your purpose?
I don't think that a purpose is necessarily necessary. I know that sounded weird, but I think that it's a very like personal thing, like whether you need to have like that kind of sense of like purpose or duty or like thing. I don't really have much need for that, and I kind of do most things or hold most positions according to emotion and utility, and I don't really have any emotional attachment or utility for purpose, so I don't really think I need it right now. At least that could change.
What would change it?
I don't know. I'm open to it changing. It's not something I'm like really hard set on.
Not really a priority for you?
No. If something came along and made me feel like this sense of purpose or whatever, like I would be fine with that. It's just not something I feel like I need, or like I'm fine either way.
Do you think that holding that position Hang on, I gotta think about this question.
Perfect. These are great questions. I don't know that you've ever really, really questioned me, Morgan. I like this.
No, I haven't. I lost the thought. Oh well. There's always next time.
I really enjoy your questions because you ask like completely different questions than I ask.
In what way? Like how would you say that my questions are different from how you ask questions?
I think that you just go different directions than I do. Like sometimes we'll both start to say something at the same time, and sometimes we'll say the same thing, but oftentimes you will go completely in a different direction than I was thinking, and I love that.
Hell yeah. No, I think we have it pretty well covered across the board for different questioning styles.
It's very well balanced, and our minds go different places, and that's really, really good.
Mm-hmm. Yes, absolutely, Fib. My initial thought encountered another thought and ricocheted. They both ricocheted off each other. Absolutely.
But where did you stand on the sandwich?
I don't understand the question.
I'm just being.
Well, the sandwich is like
I'm just being mean. I
self-evident.
wanted to participate.
Well, the sandwich is just like evident. Like it's just a given. It's an axiom. It's axiomatic. Actually, that's what it is.
Blech. Gross.
Trouble in the comments.
She has dropped people from the comments before. I would tread carefully.
I will tread carefully.
I am open to all non-sandwich related questions, though.
I mean, I can answer sandwich questions, but it's not question the questioner.
Oh.
I find it so fascinating how you were raised in an environment that didn't teach you belief. And by contrast, I was in an environment where I was taught about belief and I still didn't believe.
So, okay, so the interesting thing is like, yes, my parents were not religious or like and didn't have belief, but I still like grew up in the Bible Belt South, right? I was surrounded by it. But the thing for me always was like, I don't know, you've been to the South, you've seen the signs outside the churches and stuff, right? And
17 billboards on the side of the highway.
Right. And and I remember like from a very young age, like I'm talking like maybe like 7, maybe 8, I remember being in like sitting in the backseat of the car, like going somewhere with my parents and reading the signs and thinking, these seem like they're just trying to scare people into believing in this, and that doesn't make sense to me. Why would you believe in something just because you're scared of it?
Was that something that your parents, like, when you were a kid, did you ever have like a fear of something like in your closet or under the bed or anything like that? Was that something that your parents ever had to handle?
Not that I can remember really. No, not really.
Interesting.
I have this like there's this trait that I have, and it's like this thing where I'm just like really not scared of most things, like almost anything, and it's like horrible for like self-preservation and stuff, but it can be handy.
Tismeriz, got it.
But I like it's just like, and you guys have heard me ask this to a bunch of people before, I'm sure, is like, is fear a good reason to believe something? Because I've been, I've spent 20 years puzzled by this.
I mean, even on a smaller scale. Because I mean, in a lot of people's like individual lives, they fear perhaps not hellfire and damnation, but they fear unknown variables.
Rejection from you guys know the word that I'm trying to say, from their families. It's like so many things.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, as Philly points out, fear can be protecting you, right? That's kind of what it's there for. It's there to keep us safe, right? That's why it's like a biological like thing. But I just, and I think probably because I like wasn't like raised with this belief, and so I didn't maybe understand like the significance like God or Jesus or any of that held to most people. All I saw was like signs that were talking about like repenting or going to hell or eternal damnation or things like that, and thought
you should be scared of this thing.
Right. And I was like, this seems scary, and like I don't know why everybody's like all like up in arms or like just like so dedicated to something that's just there to scare you. And again, that might be a result of like the environment I grew up in, because Southern Baptist, fire, brimstone.
Mm-hmm.
The fear is also one of the things I feel the most empathy for. Like when we're like talking to people who are deconstructing or like kind of hanging out, or somebody is like hanging out in the community through them trying to deconstruct and stuff, like I've seen it more than once that like the only thing that we're left with is the fear, and it's really hard to shake, and that makes me really sad because that sucks. But it's such a strong emotion and so deeply ingrained that like I understand why it's hard to
Mm-hmm. What do you do with a belief that has no fear behind it? Like what is your
like a belief that's not motivated by fear at all?
Mm-hmm.
I know, but so kind of like what I was talking about with Duragon earlier, I think that there's always some utility behind it, or some strong emotional like attachment motivating it. And so if it's not fear, which it isn't always, a lot of the Christians are, but a lot of the other ones aren't, you find what that attachment or motivation is, and then you for me, I probably try to gently like go like find a way to accomplish the same thing without the God. Does that make sense?
I think so, yeah.
Like if the motivation is community, like maybe I'll go in a direction that is not a church community, or if the motivation is like an afterlife, what if there's no afterlife? What if there's nothing? What difference is there between that before that kind of direction? Just as a couple like blanket examples.
Okay.
I think the fear motivated ones are honestly kind of the hardest.
Definitely. I would agree with that.
Because when fear and like such a strong, like intense fear is at play, then logic is completely gone, and it's really hard to talk like anybody out of it. Like you can't. It just takes time.
Right. It's that instinctual fight, flight, or freeze.
Mm-hmm. I really want to know what belief is like, though.
I would like to know as well.
I want to be that convicted about anything.
That's the part that confuses me the most. I can understand believing something. I cannot understand the conviction behind the belief.
Right. Like being that convicted about anything is like fascinating to me.
I don't think that I can think of anything that I'm that convicted about.
No. I read I'm really really fine with like either way for most things. I'm like, yeah, well, I mean, like if it is not immediately within my control, then I just like have to be fine with whatever it is,
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, and so feeling that level of conviction about something that you don't even know is real. I mean, they'll say they do, but you know what I mean.
No, I do, and it's no, I completely understand where you're coming from, and that is honestly something that I hope to eventually understand. Maybe.
I don't know do you think that it can be understood without feeling it? Do you think we will be able? I don't know either. I've been trying for a long time. Also, the amount of people that just like blindly like go along with it, even though they don't really like just because it's like a norm in society.
Right, just because it's been normalized and that's the societal standard. Nobody
Right,
looks into it. That's just what you're supposed to do.
Right, like even if they didn't grow up going to church or with particularly religious parents or anything, like everybody else believes in God, so you believe in God. That's crazy to me too. I don't understand that at all.
Crazy in the sense that I can't wrap my brain around it.
Yeah, not great. Yeah, but like I just like that's like I genuinely like I cannot like coming to that conclusion is like I don't know how you get there.
Yes, Thrayle.
Mind your business.
Oh God.
I just wanted everybody to see how emotive he makes that thing, like inexplicably. Y'all all saw that, right?
The Skelly Man's an artist, what can I say?
What do you mean by that thing?
Oh, sorry. I meant to say, I just wanted you to see how emotive Thrall's skeletal face can be without any flesh on it. It's wondrous. It is really impressive.
Ooh.
W skeleton. Certainly not a puppet.
Definitely not.
He certainly didn't spend he certainly was not 6 hours late one night setting that thing up. That didn't happen.
He had to... He was ready for his close-up, Mr. DeMille.
He certainly doesn't spend the whole live with his hand inside that thing moving it around.
He doesn't. Because that's him.
Right. And he certainly would not put his finger up a little bat's ass.
You're gonna get your ass dropped.
It was right there, though. So good. Did you see the looks he keeps giving me?
Mm-hmm. No, I'm watching.
He's been doing that this whole time. The whole time I've been up here tonight, he's been giving me fucking looks about one thing or another.
I can just hear his giggle behind the fucking mute.
Oh, he's having such a good time.
Oh, man.
You know what song we need now? It's not a doll, Mika. Don't say that.
That means something else.
Now he's looking down the comments. We need the questioner, the keeper, and the cat in the bat. I think. Can you guys hear my dog snoring over there?
Sometimes, yeah. Oh, yep, that was it.
She's like shaking, like they're both asleep on the beanbag chair, and she's like twitching because she's clearly having a whole ass dream right now, and the poor cat's like twitching, like shaking because he's also sleeping there too. Can we hear that song? Please.
Yay.
Thanks, Grandpa. I'm just trying to get him to give me looks because it's funny.
I don't think you want her to call you the alternative.
That was never.
In the glow of a midnight screen, where the restless gather round, a voice asks questions sharp and clean and turns the world around. He pulls at threads of certainty till the hidden seams appear. A laugh, a challenge, one more why, echoing through the sphere. He lights the spark but never stays to tell you what is true. The question questioner, the keeper, and the cat in the bat. Three minds circling fire in the dark like that. One asks the question, one guards the flame, one watches the world like a curious game. Lantern high and the tome held tight. Voices rising in the long night chat. The questioner, the keeper, and the cat in the bat. Deep in the hollow of the woods, where old stories sleep in bone, the keeper walks where memory stood and writes what time has known. Lantern bright in the shadowed trees, ink and margin notes remain. If the question breaks the silence wide, the keeper keeps the name. Not every truth is meant to shout, some must be kept in lore. The questioner, the keeper, and the cat in the bat. Three minds circling fire in the dark like that. One asks the question, one guards the flame, one watches the world like a curious game. Lantern high and the tome held tight. Voices rising in the long night chat. The questioner, the keeper, and the cat in the bat. And the cat in the bat. Floating somewhere between the lines of reason and absurd. A mind adrift in curious grime, observing every word. Laughing softly at paradox, tilting logic on its side. A watcher in the glassy box, where strange ideas collide. If thought's a sea, then catch the tide, pulling truth apart. The questioner, the keeper, and the cat in the bat. Three minds circling fire in the dark like that. One asks the question, one guards the flame, one watches the world like a curious game. Lantern high and the tome held tight. Voices rising in the long night chat. The questioner, the keeper, and the cat in the bat. Questions burn and stories grow. Some are lost and some we know. But somewhere in the midnight air, three strange minds are still out there. The questioner, the keeper, and the cat in the vat, still trading sparks in the midnight chat. A mind that wonders, a hand that writes, and a watcher smiling through the night. Lantern high and the tome held tight, while the world spins mad and flat. The questioner, the keeper, and the cat in the vat. The questioner, the keeper, and the cat in the vat. Three minds circling fire in the dark like that. One asks the question, one guards the flame, one watches the world like a curious game. Lantern high and the tome held tight. Voices rising in the long night chat. The questioner, the keeper, and the cat in the bat. The questioner, the keeper, and the cat in the bat.
Yay!
I like that.
Oh, now there is no music.
Time? That wasn't really an answer.
I suppose it could be time. I was hoping we'd get one more, but I'm guessing
It's a Monday night.
Mm-hmm.
Manage our expectations.
I don't know if I'll be live tonight. I should be, but I might not be. I have a lot to do today during this, what do they call this?
I think they call it daytime.
The day. Yeah, I have a lot to do today.
The sun hours, the bright hours.
The owie eyeball hours.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So the way, of course, people will know, where we all are if we're not here is by joining the Discord. Of course, you can always join the Discord. The link tree's in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio. You just gotta make sure that you read the rules when you get there. Otherwise, it may look a little lonely. But if you can agree to them, then you should find out that you're not alone.
And I can guarantee you that if it is nighttime and one of us, me, Thrayle, or, one of the other ones, but definitely me and Thrayle, aren't live, then we're all sitting in the Discord goofing around. And you should definitely come goof around with us.
It's a good time.
But the toad bucket happened one night when me, Thrayle, and Morgan, none of us were live and we were sitting in the Discord goofing around.
The rediscovery of the toad bucket.
I was sitting here talking to you guys for like an hour with listening to that noise, like wondering what the fuck was going on before I walked over and realized it was the bucket, and then like had a lot more questions, but
Michael V also makes a really good point. You can also follow the Batcolyte on YouTube, which you can also find in the Linktree link in the Batcolyte bio or in Thrayle's bio.
I think the skeleton is giving me unfair looks. Put a 1 in the chat.
Damn. Oh.
Fine. Go. Yeah, see, there we go. Shut up, Katie. Nobody else.
Yes, Optimus, that's correct.
I think he just likes to pick on me.
He likes to pick on all of us. What do you mean? How else is he going to tell us that he loves us?
I think your jaw needs a little bit of help. It seems like it's sitting in an uncomfortable position.
Oh. Did you just mock her? Oh, man.
That skeleton is gonna be fed to Blake's roses here soon. Yeah, you heard me. Don't look so surprised.
Oh, no. Is this what's happening now, Thrayle? Bye.
I do think it is time, though.
I think you might be right.
What battle? I mean, maybe.
The aftermath in the Discord.
Just not during the poem, but okay, Kat, we'll see. But I am going to go ahead and move on, I think. It is time for... Is that the right one? Yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. So, appreciate you, KD. Really do. Thank you for coming up, having such great questions, and the fact-checking. Really did appreciate that.
Thanks for having me on.
Hell yeah. Big W's for KD. And of course,
KD.
thank you, Morgan Le Fay.
Of
Appreciate
course.
you, as always. And big W's for Morgan. Also, big W's for Kat being such a good sport. And of course, asking such wonderful questions. And putting up with being questioned yet again. And of course, thank you all for being here. I really appreciate you, whether you showed up to tap the screen and share the live, to question your own beliefs, to come and question others, or if you just came in and fell asleep. I really appreciate every single one of you. And this, I mean, you really are the best audience on TikTok. But also a big thank you to the mods. Thank you for showing up and being here, for doing what you do to keep this place the best, most comfortable room for the best audience on TikTok. I really do appreciate you, and I couldn't do it without you. So thank you so much. And as I said before, of course, you can join the Discord. Anybody can. There's a link tree in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio. You just got to make sure that you read the rules when you get there. Otherwise, it does look a little lonely. But if you can agree to them, then you should find out that you're not alone. And if you stumble across the Venmo or the Cash App and you want to show your support that way, well, it is always appreciated. And I really do thank every one of you who helped that way. Thank you so much. And, well, I think, unless there's something I've forgotten, I think there's only really one thing left. They come with answers pre-installed, preached, rehearsed, and tightly walled. Each word a brick, each claim a shield. No inch of ground they're trained to yield. They do not walk where doubt has been. They guard the door they bolted in and call it truth, complete, divine. then share, then dare a question cross the line. But listen close, there's something there, a thinning tension in the air, a pressure just above the head, like something fast that won't be said. A shape implied, not fully known. In every this we've overthrown, in every silence stretched and wide, something we circle, but never stride, like wings or thoughts too large to land, that slip like ash right through the hand. Yet still you rush to name the shade, to cage the dark you're half afraid. You carve it clean, define it tight, reduce the question into right, but truth, if true, will not require your constant guard, your frantic fire. So why the flinch? Why turn away when one soft why begins to stay? Why does it feel like something breaks with every honest risk it takes? I've seen beliefs laid bare, unspun, not slain by force, but by the sun of careful thought, of patient view. They cracked because they never grew. No blade was swung, no war was waged, just quiet doubt that disengaged and found beneath the polished claim a hollow echo, wearing a name. But I have seen a rarer breed, a mind that starves but will not feed on easy truths or relayed sight. It stays, it stares, it risks the night. It says, if this I hold is lies, then let it fall, no compromise. Let every false foundation go. I'd rather lose than never know. And there, right there, you feel it stir, that silent something watching, blur, not God, not void, not form, not face, but question, taking shape in space. No voice descends, no answer sings, no shelter found beneath those wings, if wings they are, or just the thought of something vast that can't be caught. But do not beg the dark to speak, and do not pretend your truth is meek when it demands it not be tried. That is not strength, but only pride. Break what can break. Let fracture show. Let your grip on every sacred structure go. And if it's real, it will remain, untouched by loss, unmoved by pain. And if it falls, then let it fall. You've lost no truth that breaks at all, just echoes dressed in antique light, afraid to stand the test of night. So stand instead without the script, no ready line upon your lips, and face the vast unanswered sweep that does not wake and does not sleep. If something's there, let it observe, a mind that sees the line and is open to the curve. If nothing's there, then let this be our key to epistemic humility. darkness we meet, not for answers to keep, but questions that linger and refuse to sleep. And on that note, until the next time we meet in darkness and seek wisdom together, I love you all.